Product owner doesn't log in the backlog. And remember, there's no mother may I. So if you can take action, Scrum Master, servant leader, right? B, prioritize critical impediments, obstacles, and blockers for the team. Not a bad one. Let's see if there's something better. Improve efficiency by using an impediment log for resolution. Now, while that's not a bad thing, this is not the problem at hand. It said 20 impediments were logged. So it's obvious that a log is already being used. So saying improve efficiency by using an impediment log, you're coming too late to the party. That is already being done. D says open the team register and use that to track the impediment. We don't use team registers in the world of Agile, and where they are used in predictive, they are not to track impediments. So the best answer, my friends, is B. I'm sure that was pretty obvious to you, was it? All right, let's take a look at the open-ended questions for today. Now, the way we're going to go forward, I expect you to answer these open-ended questions, to do some research. And if you have questions about these questions, or you want to share an aha moment, I want you to share your answer in the comment box or in the chat box. Okay? I hope this helps you to get a better idea of all that you need for this task. Again, if you have questions, you need to let me know. So just put a comment below and I will get back to you as soon as possible. You take care, my friends, and all the very best. Bye for now.
Hello, my most awesome project managers. I appreciate you giving me time to prepare this lesson for you. I know it's been some time. So this is day 23. Day 23, we're going in on the topic of integrate project planning activities. We've got 5 things to talk about. Consolidate the project or phase plans, assess consolidated project plans for dependencies, gaps, and continued business value, analyze the data collected. Now it seems like a repeat. This next one, it's collect and analyze data, which is kind of repeating number 3. But the difference here is to make informed project decisions. This is really focusing on what you're doing when you analyze that data. You know, you get work performance information from work performance data, and you got to make informed decisions with that analyzed data. And lastly, determine critical information requirements as far as who needs to be communicated with, when, why, how. That's what we're going in on today. Now, before we get into it, I want to give you some questions up front. So this is your day 23 discussion, and we only have 1 page, thank goodness, for today, unlike other days when we had 4 or 5. So hit the pause button, go through all of these open-ended questions first, and let's jump into the questions for the day. I'm going to be giving you some of the questions for the day up front because I expect you've been reading your immersion book. I hope you have. And now we can jump into some questions so that you can very rapidly find gaps. Who is dedicated and responsible for project integration management? Okay, hit that pause button if you need more time because I will reveal the answer very quick. 3, 2, and 1. The answer to this is D. Project integration management is specific to project managers. You can read all the rest, page 72 in the 6th edition. All right, so the project manager is dedicated to integration management. Let's go to the next one. Number 50. The project team uses the project charter as a starting point for initial project planning. All of the following are true about using the project charter while developing the project plan, except. All right, hit that pause button, my friends. 3, 2, and 1. When you take a look at all of these, the one that sticks out like a sore thumb is not option C, and it's not option D or B. It's A. So the except, the best answer is A. The project charter describes the necessary information from a business standpoint to determine whether the expected outcomes of the project justify the required investment. That is not what the charter does. That's what the business case does. All right. So page 77, page 83, you can get some additional information about this. Let's go to number 51. The project kickoff meeting is usually associated with the end of planning and the start of executing. As a project manager, you use the kickoff meeting for all of the following outcomes except. Go on and hit that pause button if you need some more time to think about it. Remember, your exam is 1 minute, 15 seconds on average per question. So I'm not giving you that. So if you need that time, you got to hit that pause button to be fair to yourself. All right, 3, 2, and 1. The best answer is not A or C. And it's not B. It's D. To formally authorize the existence of the project, we all know the kickoff meeting comes after that has happened. Okay. So end of planning, we've already authorized the project. So that's why the answer is D. All right, let's move on. 52. Which of the following documents is not part of the project management plan, however, is necessary to manage the project effectively? Okay, 3, 2, and 1. The one that sticks out because it's not a plan. It's not D, it's not C, and it's not B. It's option A. Now, I know to some folks that haven't read the PMP Guide 6 in depth, you're wondering what all of these are. I want to encourage you to go on down to page 89, know what's in the plan. Okay, all this stuff on the right, PMI lists 19 things that could be in the project management plan. Make sure you know them. But I can tell you requirements documentation is considered to be a project document, not part of a project management plan. All right, let's move on. You're a project manager. You have just completed the project management plan for your project, and it is ready to be baselined. However, a key stakeholder just discovered a critical error and requested an adjustment to the project management plan. What should you do next? Okay, hit the pause button if you need more time. So if you've read the PMP Guide, page 83, you will know that a number of the things here are things that you should not do when you have an unbaselined plan. It hasn't been baselined. So you don't need to do B, C, or D. You just need to go straight to A. You don't need a formal change. You don't need to seek advice from CCB because you haven't even finished the plan, right? And you haven't baselined it. And you shouldn't refuse the request. That would be dumb, especially since it's a critical error. So the best answer is A. Before the baselines are defined, the project management plan may be updated as many times as necessary. All right, that's on page 83. Take a look at that. Number 54. Which of the following is not a process in project integration management? Okay, this is so easy. 3, 2, and 1. You probably already know the answer without taking a second thought. It's option D. D is incorrect because if you go back, managed project communications happens in communications management. Newbies may be stumped by this, but not you folks. Many of you have been studying for upwards of 5 or 6 months. All right. So now that we're done, let's jump into the content. I'm going to get on the road.
I hope you're doing well. And I hope you've been doing all the studying that you know I want you to do. You know that every day I want you to open the immersion book. Every day I want you to hit the chapter that aligns with what we're studying. And you also know that every day I want you to hit those quiz questions, right? You know, every day there's a quiz in the book. Even if it's 2 questions, it does a whole lot. So I'm looking for you to do the work, all right? Today is going into the 23rd day, and it's titled Integrate Project Planning Activities. Now, reading this one right off the bat, integrate, I know it immediately sounds like plan-driven, right? Sounds like predictive. And I wouldn't blame you for thinking it is predictive, because when you take a look at the enablers, it does sound rather predictive. So the first enabler under Integrate Project Planning Activities reads, consolidate the project or phase plans. Now, everything was going good until it mentioned phase. The moment it mentioned phase, you know, okay, this could be very predictive, because in the world of Agile, we generally don't do phases, we do iterations, right? So as you're reading all this stuff, I want you to begin delineating, that could be hybrid, that could be Agile, that could be predictive. And that kind of thinking is just going to help you all the more on the exam. So at a very high level, integrate project planning activities is exactly what it sounds like. Everything to do with planning needs to be integrated across the team, across the iterations, across the sprints if you're doing Scrum, whatever you want to call it. But integration is key. In the world of traditional or predictive or plan-driven, the responsibility for integration lies with the project manager. But in the world of Agile, as the PMI tells you, if you've read the Agile Practice Guide, pages 90 to 95, they tell you that the integration of the project is the responsibility and the accountability of the Scrum team, or the Agile team, if you will. You know, not everyone uses Scrum, so let's just say Agile team, right? The Agile team is responsible for the integration. Think about the places where planning in some way, shape, or form takes place. At the very beginning, you've got some authorization, right? You've got an Agile project charter. But even on top of that, before you get to the Agile project charter, you should have first had a vision, product vision, right? After your product vision, you put together a product roadmap, right? Product roadmap, and then we begin thinking about release planning, and then down to iteration planning. This is all in the PMP guide, by the way. And then the lower level down away from iteration planning is getting into what you do on the day-to-day as a team member. So it's like peeling the different layers of an onion, right? You got to integrate all the moving parts. Release planning, iteration planning, the product roadmap, the day-to-day things you're doing as a team member. It's all integrated, and it's integrated by the team. And when I say team, I'm talking about those three responsibilities. I'm talking about the product owner, talking about the facilitator or scrum master, and the team. And don't be surprised if on the exam they don't budge from that mantra of project manager. They may not even one time mention that you have a scrum master. They may just mention that you have a project manager, right? So just be ready for language that is a little bit different from what you expect. So now you've got a good idea about what exactly this task means. This task could refer to something in the world of predictive. It could also refer to something in the world of Agile. You got to keep that in mind, okay? So let's jump a little bit deeper into the concept of integrate project planning activities. Number one, consolidate project or phase plans, and that has to do with all the other plans I mentioned from the world of Agile. And then it has assess consolidated project plans for dependencies, gaps, and continued business value. So what they're saying here is whatever aspect of the project has been planned, integrate stuff, and then assess to ensure that it is a cohesive, airtight plan. In other words, there are no gaps, there's no holes in the project management plan. In other words, you've got it all down pat, okay? The next thing they say here is analyze the data collected. Now, we've got to be careful when we say analyze data collected, because you know data comes from executing. So when we say data, we could be talking about data collected to replan, right? But data, work performance data, we identify that as generally coming from the direct to managed project work process, don't we? So you got to keep that in mind. Like, data is a very loose word. If we're talking about integrating planning and someone's talking about data, you gotta keep that WPD, WPI, WPR hat on and you really need to ask, okay, are we talking about data, face value, or are we talking specifically? When you read it, analyzing data collected, it's really neither here nor there. We could be using data very roughly to refer to basic form of abstraction that we're going to use for planning. But we got to be careful with it just to make sure we're focused on what data is it. This is not necessarily data being generated and executed, right? Or it could be. Maybe there's data from external that we're using. Maybe there's data from internal we're using. Maybe we're using historical data. Whatever the data, bottom line is you got to analyze and make sure that your plan is airtight. That's really what it's saying. And as you proceed through the project, you also want to make sure you are updating the plan according to the data that you're collecting. Because remember, work performance data is fuel for you to create the work performance information. And from that, you can replan these integrated plans all day long. It's just normal. But it's important that you really think through the flow. All right, next it says collect and analyze data to make informed project decisions. And I'm glad they refer to informed project decisions, because now we know for sure they're talking about executing data. We're going to get that executing data and we're going to use it to make informed project decisions by converting the data to work performance information, right? Your work performance information is going to be put into a work performance report, and through the abstraction from the work performance report, the project manager and the team are going to glean what exactly could be done. What are the options based on the analyzed data? All right, so it says collect and analyze data to make informed project decisions, which is right down the monitoring and control alley. Okay, the next thing we have here, and the final one, is determine critical information requirements. So right here, what they're asking you to do is make sure you understand information requirements as far as the integration of plans, because as you're integrating, there's going to be information, and that information needs to be shared with the right individuals, the right stakeholders, the right entities. All right, so I hope this all makes good sense for you. The bottom line is you got to integrate scope plans, schedule plans, cost plans, quality plans, resource plans, communication plans, risk plans, procurement plans, stakeholder plans. Any plan that pertains to your project, you got to make sure you're integrating those plans with everything else. All right, I hope this makes good sense for you, and I really hope you have put it on your to-do list to read page 600 and no, that's not the page 90 to 95. Yeah, those pages in the Agile Practice Guide, where you have, this is how we do it in predictive, or this is what we call it as far as knowledge areas are concerned, but this is how we tackle those knowledge areas in Agile. Yeah, I 100% advise you to cover your bases in that regard. Please read pages 90 to 95. That is really going to help you get a good handle of how integration works. The other page I want you to take a look at is page 89. So all of those project management plan components, all of the plans, all of the baselines, all the other components that make up the project management plan, you got to know those, and you got to know how they affect each other. All right? Because integration is huge. I was just looking through different results I was coming across, and I realized integration can be a beast to you on the exam. So you really need to have integration down pat. All right? I hope this makes good sense. I hope you are really taking note of your weak areas, and I hope that you'll play with the questions. Questions come in right after this segment. I look forward to speaking to you again tomorrow. You take care. Bye for now.
Hello, my friends. It's your buddy Phil here, project management training coach. Today, we are covering day 3's homework and the 40 days to PMP exam success. I asked you 20 questions, so why don't we jump straight in and take a look at what those 20 questions are. For those of you that are joining the program newly, make sure you hit these links such as this. You will not find this on the main page where you've got the other videos. So take quizzes like this. And by main page, I'm talking about the projectmanagementdoctor.com/40-day plan. So let's take a look at day 3's questions. Number 1 was, how can a servant leader support team performance? A servant leader can support team performance by thinking about environmental, mental, and moral support of the team, impediment removal, being a diversion shield, promoting the intelligence of others, and putting yourself out there, right? Taking a hit for the team. This is how you can support their performance. When management is about to bully on them, that's when you put yourself out there and say, okay, I'm going to take the hit. Whatever I need to do to divert this unnecessary attention and attack, I'm going to do it. Number 2, explain how team members should be appraised against KPIs. So the general idea is to use metrics that matter. Use metrics that actually make sense. The PMP Guide 7th edition is a good look at some of the pitfalls when it comes to KPIs and metrics. You know, we've got a domain in the 7th edition, which is called the measurement domain. I want to just open up real quick to the measurement aspect under the domains. I just want to read something really quickly for you, if I can find it. And that's under 2 point, see where that is. Again, it's the 7th edition. And let me locate the page. Here we go. What is that page? So the narrative begins from page 93 in part 2. You know, the PMP Guide 7th has 2 parts, so it's, you know, kind of tricky to find the page you're looking for, but it's on 93 in part 2. And it says key performance indicators. This is page 95 I'm reading now. It says KPIs for projects are quantifiable measures used to evaluate the success of a project. There are 2 types of indicators, leading indicators and lagging indicators. So those are definitions that are good to know. Page 97 goes into the importance of using SMART KPIs, talks about things that you could measure, deliverable metrics, delivery, baseline performance, resources, business value, stakeholders, forecasts. Those are good. And then we have things we call deliverable metrics. We have baseline performance, and then we get into resources. So we've got planned utilization compared to actual utilization, things like that. And then we get to stakeholders, and some of the metrics we have here are like the net promoter score, mood chart, things like that. Under business value, we have some metrics such as cost benefit ratio, benefit cost ratio, ROI, MPV, and so on. And then it gets into forecasts. And there's another one here, which is morale. This is actually on page 104. So since mood boards can be subjective, another option is to measure project team morale, you see. So when we talk about being appraised, we're not talking about being judged. We're just trying to understand where the team is. And then we have other ones like forecasting metrics and all that kind of stuff. All right. So if you keep reading, you will get to page 112. And this is where we talk about certain metrics. In other words, think KPIs as well, where we need to be aware of how we measure what we measure. This part is called measurement pitfalls. It reads on page 111, awareness of these pitfalls can help minimize their negative effect. We've got the Hawthorne effect, and that states that the very act of measuring something influences behavior. So be careful what you're measuring. If you read in our book, Roy talks about a team that was measuring the wrong thing and what the result was, bad behaviors. We have vanity metrics. A vanity metric is a measure that shows data but does not provide useful information. We don't want those KPIs. We have demoralization. If measures and goals are set that are not achievable, project team morale may fall. And then we have misusing the metrics. You know, one of the examples is abusing the use of velocity and capacity, using them wrongly to judge teams. All right. And then we have confirmation bias. As humans, we tend to look for and see information that supports our pre-existing point of view. This can lead to a false interpretation of data. So this whole thing about KPI is a very touchy subject, and you got to be careful what you're measuring, especially when it comes to the team. Remember, this is the people domain. Even though we're in the people domain, it does not negate talking about metrics, because KPIs could be misused. All right, you get the idea. I hope that gave you more to think about. Let's go to the third question. How are team members assessed in an agile environment? Team members are assessed by themselves, and they are assessed in a transparent fashion. So we have retrospectives, we have dailies, the daily scrum. That is another opportunity to inspect and adapt and assess where we're at, what we're doing, how we're doing it. Transparency, not velocity, is what we're looking for. So we're not trying to assess the team based on, oh, how much did you get done? No, we want to be transparent about how team members are being assessed. But the better thing is to assess at the team level as opposed to assessing at the individual level. You let the individual team members do that for themselves, and you let the team do it for itself as a whole in the world of Agile. Next, could velocity and capacity be used as benchmarks to measure team performance? It could in ignorant companies, but this is an anti-pattern and it's not a good practice. Number 5, what is the best way to give feedback to a team if you're someone in senior management? Well, if you are someone in senior management, my advice would be a posture of servant leadership, still one in which you are serving whoever you are giving that feedback to. But then you need to tailor it according to the culture and the team. I would recommend giving feedback out of the public eye for unsatisfactory performance or touchy issues. I would say in full view of the firm and other teams when the feedback is great and when the team has done something awesome. You got to give them that pat on the back, got to catch them doing something good and give them kudos. Number 6, explain how performance improvements, let's go back. Explain how performance improvements could be verified in an agile environment. So you could do this in a number of ways. You could verify performance improvements through retrospectives, just the very art of being empirical in your approach, empiricism, good data collection and analysis practices, and leveraging expert judgment whenever you're in doubt. Number 7, explain how performance improvements could be verified in a predictive environment. So in a predictive environment, you could harness lessons learned. You could use reporting to verify that there have been improvements in performance. You could use reports. You could use reviews. Number 8, be sure to take the Myers-Briggs drag and drop exercise. Here's the link. If you have not been to this page, put it down. projectmanagementdoctor.com/free PMP course. When we talk about these indicators, something that comes to mind is Myers-Briggs. Definitely make sure you're familiar with that entire topic, okay? So take that drag and drop quiz. Next, we have explain the 5 stages of team development, the Tuckman ladder. This is in 4261, and we're talking about the 7th edition, I believe, 4261. I'm going to read what is here for you. And I'm definitely not advocating that you go spending time reading the whole thing. What we're doing here is enough. All right. So we have forming, storming, norming, performing, and adjourning. And that's why I say FSNPA. Forming is where the team forms. Everyone's trying to be all good, doesn't want to show bad behaviors. Then storming happens and you got to start addressing work together. You're jockeying for position. And this is where we see people's personality, strength, and weaknesses start to come out. Then we get to norming. The team starts to function as a collective body. They begin to normalize. And then you get to performing, optimum, right? And lastly, you have the adjourning stage where you do not want to disperse as a team. Not good. We've talked about this in a previous day. Number 10, explain the Drexler
CIBIT team performance model. This is in 4262. So if you just turn the page over, you see the next model. So let's talk about it. What exactly is it? Let's read what PMI says. Alan Drexler and David CIBIT developed a team performance model with 7 steps. Steps 1 to 4 describe the stages in creating a project team, and step 5 through 7 cover project team sustainability and performance. Now, I'm not telling you you're going to get a Drexler CIBIT question. I'm just saying that it makes sense understanding what these folks have been up to. For 10 years, they refined a comprehensive model of team performance that shows the predictable stages involved in both creating and sustaining teams. So let's take a look at what these gents came up with. Well, the very first one is orientation. Orientation answers the question of why. In this stage, the project team learns the purpose and the mission of the project. You know, where there's no vision, people perish. There needs to be a vision. People need to understand the why. That's part of orientation. Next, you need trust. Trust answers the question of who is on the project. Who are you? It's a good question. Who am I working with? Right? It can also include information about key stakeholders who may not be part of the project team, but can influence the project team. Next is the goal. When you understand who's working with you, get goal clarification. This answers the what. In this stage, the project team elaborates the high-level project information, and this may include finding out more about stakeholder expectations, requirements, assumptions, deliverables, and so on. Then we get into the commitment. The commitment is all about the how. In this stage, the project team starts to define plans to achieve the goals. This can include milestone schedules, release plans, high-level budgets, resource needs, and so forth. Now, a skilled individual already thinks about the 5 W's and the H. You should be thinking about these all the time, whether you are in the world of agile or in the world of predictive or even hybrid. You should think about these things. But the good thing about this model is it makes it more intentional and makes you focus on these things so that the team can better optimize, get to that optimum performance. Now, on the second part of this, the last 3, as PMI mentioned in the PMBOK guide, page 167, it says steps 5 through 7 cover project team sustainability and performance. So we have the implementation. These are high-level plans decomposed into greater levels of detail. And we have things like a detailed schedule backlog. The team starts working together to produce deliverables. And as you're doing this, you need to understand the who, what, when, and where. This is where you really need to focus on how it's all going to come together. That's the implementation. Next one here, we have high performance, and we call this the wow, and lastly, the renewal. So let's talk about the high performance first. High performance is after the team has worked together for some time, team members reach a high level of performance. They work well together. They don't need much oversight. And that again maps smack dab on the 5 stages of team development where the team is performing. So you see some similarities and you could probably overlap them. One brings out what you need to do to go more smoothly and more speedily through the forming and storming. So forming, things like your orientation and your trust building, those are going to help you when you hit storming. So it's good to spend time up front in the orientation and trust building, and that helps you when you're looking at the 5 stages of team development to get to norming. You want to get to norming, and ultimately you want to get to performing as quickly as possible. So if you spend less time in the storming stage and the norming stage, get to performing quick, it will be as a result of you doing steps 1, 2, and 3 in the Drexler CIBIT model. Last but not least, we've got renewal. Renewal here, it says it's a stage of working through changes on the project team or the project. The deliverable stakeholders, environment, project team leadership, or team membership may change. This causes a project team to consider if past behavior and actions are still sufficient, or if the project team needs to go back to a previous stage. Sounds familiar? Just like the 5 stages where things happen in cycles, you bring someone new in, then you're going back. But instead, this is a renewal of, should we continue? Should we continue what we're doing? Let's reset expectations and let's work together still with a renewed sense of commitment. Number 11 in the questions asks, give examples of how team member performance can be recognized. So think about it. How would you like to be recognized in your company?
Well, you've got the employee of the month, you've got plaques, gift cards, the pat on the back, kudos or thumbs up, recognition, and other rewards. Number 12, what is the role of a project manager in Agile? Where the team is concerned. So think about that. Role of the project manager. Well, the Agile Practice Guide tells you it's a bit of an unknown, but be ready to be a servant leader. Go from being the center to a servant. So go from being the center of attention, like on a traditional project, to being a servant. Think about service, whatever that looks like. Next question. How can management support team performance in an Agile environment? Give the team the environment and support they need. Trust them to get the job done. That's a direct lift from the Agile manifesto. Allow failure. Allow people to fail forward, fail fast, fail often, learn from their failures. Make it a safe space and don't shoot the messenger. A lot of companies, you got senior management that are just disgruntled and upset when they get bad news. Don't do that. To support team performance, allow the team to fail, let them learn, nurture them. On your exam, when you get questions, it's not going to be asking you to fire the team. It's going to be asking you to mentor, train, coach, build a team. That's how you deal with failure. Next one, number 14, which Agile principles espouse the concept of supporting team performance? Well, believe it or not, there's quite a number of them. Deliver working software frequently from a couple of weeks to a couple of months with a preference to shorter timescale. Think about that. It's talking about performance here. It's talking about the time scale. It's talking about the frequency of delivery. That's performance. This one says build projects around motivated individuals, give them the environment and support they need, and trust them to get the job done. That's performance. The most efficient and effective method of conveying information to and within a development team is face-to-face conversation. What are we talking about? Team performance. Effectiveness, that word, team performance. Working software is a primary measure of progress. Again, progress, team performance. Agile processes promote sustainable development. That's performance. The sponsors, developers, and users should be able to maintain a constant pace indefinitely. You see that? Constant pace. We're talking about performance here. Continuous attention to technical excellence and good design enhances agility. We're talking about technical excellence. Team performance. Simplicity, the art of maximizing the amount of work not done, is essential. Maximizing work not done. It's a reverse thinking thing, but it makes you pay attention to where your focus needs to be. Maximizing what you don't do, not maximizing what you do. You see, it's lean performance. That's what we're thinking. Whatever you do, make sure it is absolutely essential. We talk about the just barely good enough mindset. That's exactly what we're talking about here. That helps you be a high performer. The best architectures, requirements, and designs, the best. You see that word, the best? We're talking about performance. All right. And lastly, at regular intervals, the team reflects on how to become more effective, then tunes and adjusts its behavior accordingly. How to become more, you see that word again, effective. We've seen that word effective a couple of times. This, my friends, is how you need to be thinking. When you're talking about supporting team performance, you got to create the environment. And part of creating the environment is all of this agile stuff we're looking at. All right, let's go on to number 15. Discuss the concept of giving feedback to a team. Well, the basic concept is feedback is needed for growth. So if you are reluctant to give feedback to your team, well, don't you want them to grow? Do you want them to stay in the same position? Well, giving feedback to a team on the management side, we need to have a positive mental attitude about feedback, not doing it in a draconian way to beat them over the head, but we're doing this to help the team, to help them grow, affirmation, give them direction, expansion, even recalibration. We talked about the renew stage in Drexler Sibbett. Well, this is where we can recalibrate. Think about, we on the right track? Oh, we are. Well, thank you for letting us know. Feedback. Doing it in a collaborative fashion. The next one says, which process in the PMP guide deals with team feedback? It's managed team. That's where the team gets feedback. All right. Next one here says, which process deals with working with stakeholders to support team performance? And the answer is managed stakeholder engagement, because you're working with the team, you're working with stakeholders, and you're communicating with stakeholders. And that's the best one for that.
Moving on, number 18. So I got a couple of things here, actually 3 things. Which KPIs are most inspiring to team morale, least damaging, and most valuable to the firm? The question is, what do you think? It's very subjective, but when we talk about most inspiring to team morale, it's one that is productive. It's one that is constructive. We could look at the KPI and get an idea of truly where we're at as a team and what we could do better. It just opens the gateway of good thinking. And which ones are the least damaging? Those that have SMART goals attached to them and those that don't call out a particular individual. See? And most valuable to the firm, those that focus all about outcomes, not just value and benefits, but metrics that really focus on the outcomes. So in all the benefits that we identified, how many of them have we realized? See? Overarching outcome. What is the general disposition of the end user populace? See that? So here we just have some answers, group accomplishments, right? Those that are SMART goals, those that are sensible and achievable KPIs, and those that are more about value while respecting the team. Number 19, explain how burn down charts can be used to enhance team mindset and performance, seeing how much you've done. So explain how burn down charts, let me take that again because this is a little bit out of whack. Explain how burn down charts can be used to enhance team mindset and performance. So the answer is what you see there. The first answer is seeing how much you've done. And that's better. So let's go through it one more time. So how burn down charts can be used to enhance team mindset and performance is the burn down charts. It helps you see how much you have done. Whether you're talking about burn ups, burn downs, you just turn it the other way around. Same thing. You know, I'm not really all about seeing how much you have left versus how much you've done. They're both important. So seeing how much you've done is a good thing. And not only could you do that with a burn up, you can also, when you're educated on how to use a burn down, you can appreciate how many story points have been done. Moving on, the second bullet here is understanding why what was or was not achieved. Why did we achieve what we did? Why didn't we achieve? So it's not enough to look at a burn chart. You also want to look at the flatlining. You also want to look at the incredibly steep gradients to understand why did that happen? These could all be used to enhance team mindset. Wow, if we could do that, just as a result of us getting this information or this impediment being removed, then, and you can make some positive conclusions from whatever you've seen. Number 3, seeing the work as the team's work and not as individual work. After all, no one says, those 5 story points on Thursday, those are all mine. No one says that. It's a poor mindset. But if you look at group teamwork, brilliant. Just seeing the great things that were done, it's inspiring, and knowing the story behind flatlining, crazy gradients, or otherwise. All right, move into the final one. Number 20, which Agile Manifesto principle deals with team well-being and life balance? So there's one in particular I was looking for you to dig out. And that one is Agile processes promote sustainable development. The sponsors, developers, and users should be able to maintain. I'm going to expand on it. The sponsors, developers, and users should be able to maintain a realistic, constant pace that does not kill any team members or give them a heart attack because you're putting in so many overtime hours during the weekend indefinitely. It's this one. This is where you understand that the team are human and you're not looking for them to do the impossible just to satisfy someone. No. Our mindset needs to be one of realism. Is this realistic or not? All right. So, my friends, we have come to the end of day 3. I know it looks like the homework is a lot. I know it looks like the work is a lot. Well, guess what? It's the PMP. It is the most in-demand certification in the world. You got to keep your eye on what you're trying to do, my friends. I think a lot of you have forgotten the end goal. Your end goal is not just to get PMP certified.
Your end goal is for you to begin to influence in leaps and bounds in great ways. It's for you to begin to affect your company. Also, for some of you, I dare say it's for you to begin to affect the bottom line, your salary level, right? So don't get all despondent and mad when I'm giving you all this work to do. I have to give you a decent amount of work for you to learn this humongous amount of content. It just comes with the territory. Okay. All right. Now, in closing, I really want to make sure you've got the page where all of this stuff is. If you have not downloaded the 40-day plan and you're not following the plan, let me encourage you, go on down to the link in the chat. I'm going to put the link in the chat, and I'm going to do my best to put the link in the conversation and the description. Let's go on down to that page. This is where you need to go. All right, right over here, 40 days to PMP exam success. That is the plan. Let me make it bigger. Okay, you see this big old breakdown here. Okay, each day is accounted for. So this is day 3, right? We're almost on hitting 10%. It's not bad. We've covered some ground. Today, also read 9.4, develop team, 9.5, manage team, and then read chapters 4 and 5 in the Agile Practice Guide on page 93, if you haven't already, under the resource area. A lot of this stuff is under resource management. So when you're reading these days where I highlight page 93, that's really the one I want you to hit the most, because resource is huge. If you didn't already know, everything regarding people in the PMBOK guide, pretty much under the resource area and stakeholder areas. And then in the Agile Practice Guide, pretty much page 4 and 5. You got to know these really, really well. All right. If you haven't already gotten the book, go on down to any of these links. Just click on one of these links and it'll take you straight there. That if you want a hard copy, it could take longer to arrive, but you could very well go on down to this website and purchase a hard copy. But if you want to get rocking and rolling, just hit that link. And then you can go straight to our provider and download the book immediately. All right. And every day, like I told you, there's going to be homework. There's going to be reading. You know, for today, it's reading the immersion book, chapter 3. And hopefully you did that. And this makes a lot more sense to you. All right, my friends, going to hop off here. We've got some exciting news to announce soon. Those of you on our other programs, on the masterclass, on the immersion chill outs, those of you who are subscribed and registered members, because it's 2 things, right? You got to be a registered member on YouTube, all right? For that, there's an additional step you need to take. Just look on our channel. But if you fall into any of those categories, we're going to be inviting you to our Praizion Masterclass dailies. And those dailies, we are running them like a daily scrum. You will learn so much just from the good behaviors, the avoidance of anti-patterns. You want to be in those. There's going to be an announcement soon. We're starting on Monday every single day. Every day. For the next 40 days, we're going to do these like sprints. So the intent is to have 3 sprints. We're going to use people as our PSI, process as our PSI, and business as our PSI. And at the end of each iteration, there's a test at the back of the book. We're going to do that test. And in order for it to fly in our demos or our reviews, we need to get at least in the 90s. So we're going to challenge each other. You're going to meet like-minded individuals, other project managers coming along for the ride. And we're really going all out on this stuff. This is, at this point, it's not just PMP anymore. It's getting to be a better project manager. All right. So if you've enjoyed the content that I've shared with you, my friends, I want you to smash that like button. I want you to put this on social. I want you to share with your friends. And I want us to create some traction for massive action so that you can get certified for your satisfaction. Let's do it. I'll speak to you tomorrow, my friends. Take care. Bye for now. Welcome, my friends. It's day 1 of Domain 2, process. I know process is huge. You want to stay with us as we cover the content We're going to break down the questions and do a little bit before we get into content, just to assess how much we know. And then after the content, we're going to do another set of questions. So why don't we start off with this? As the Agile team completes the features, usually in the form of user stories, the team periodically demonstrates the working product. The product owner sees the demonstration and accepts or declines stories. As a general guideline, what should be the frequency of the demonstration? I'll give you some time to think about it. Hit the pause button if you need more time. I will reveal the answer in 3, 2, and 1. Using the process of elimination. We know what we are told in the Agile Manifesto, and it talks about the delivery. Remember, just because you complete an iteration doesn't mean you have to deliver, but as a general guideline, if you waited more than a month, big problem. It's less of a problem if you did it in smaller pieces, but it's not as small as once every week. So it's not A. The general guidelines in the Agile Practice Guide do not say whenever a feature is ready, because it could take forever to be done with a feature, so it's not D. Saying that the team should demonstrate a working product at least once every iteration, if the iteration is 10 weeks, still doesn't help the matter. So it's not C. The best answer is B. The team should demonstrate a working product at least once every 2 weeks. Now, for those of you who have read the Agile Practice Guide, you might recall a particular page, 55. Page 55. Do you recall that on page 55, it reads, as a general guideline, demonstrate whatever the team has as a working product at least once every 2 weeks. That frequency is enough for most teams, so team members can get feedback that prevents them from heading in the wrong direction. That is also frequent enough so that teams can keep the product development clean enough to build a complete product as often as they want or need to. You do understand that today we are taking a look at the very beginnings, where we ask the question, what can we deliver? How soon can we deliver it?
Hello, my friends. Welcome to 40 Days to PMP Exam Success. Today, we are stepping into the process domain. And the process domain is huge on the exam. You know, it's 50% of the test. And it cuts across both predictive as well as agile and hybrid. So you really got to be good with all of the practices, all of the processes, all of the artifacts, whether you want to call them inputs, outputs, tools, techniques, methods, models, artifacts, whatever you want to call them. You have to be really good with them. So today we're going to start off with the very first task. Okay, now while I don't like the positioning of this task because it kind of negates planning, however, it should come first by virtue of what the enablers are. You see, so it says, execute the project with the urgency required to deliver business value. But when you dig into the details in this task, the enablers tell you things that should come in the beginning. So the very first one, it says, assess the opportunity to deliver value incrementally. That does come first. And that's not executing. that is actually a lot of strategy and a lot of initiating, a lot of planning that comes up front. It really boils down to the question, which approach should we use to tackle this project? Should we use an incremental approach? Should we use an iterative approach? Should we use an agile approach? Should we use a predictive approach? And for that reason, in the Agile Practice Guide, you really want to hone in on page 18 and 19. Be all over those charts, be all over that table. Know what exactly it means when we say incremental, when we say iterative, when we say predictive, and when we say agile. They all mean different things. So predictive is a one-time delivery. Iterative is a one-time delivery. If you're not really focused on these pages, you could wind up making the mistake thinking that incremental is the same as iterative. No, they're different. Iterative is a one-time delivery. Incremental is frequent, smaller deliveries. So what the PMI is saying here is you need to assess the opportunities to deliver value in increments. And if you are going down an iterative path purely, that is not going to cut it. However, if you decide, oh, we can use Scrum or we could use Kanban, then you're talking about delivering value incrementally. So that's the very first one. The second one is really examining business value throughout the project. You always have to examine value from a future state and a current state perspective. So the question is going to be, what is the value we're looking to realize from this? And then the next question as you proceed through the timeline is, have we delivered the business value that we set out to or not? You know, in the world of traditional, you would talk about a business case and a benefits management plan, and the benefits management plan is managed by a benefits owner. So next question would have been, do we have a benefits owner? Are we likely to realize the benefits at this point? Based on what we're seeing, are we likely to realize those benefits? Are we realizing the benefits? Depending on what the timeline is for realizing those benefits. But you want to examine the business value all throughout. Business value in the beginning. What business value are we seeking to deliver? Are we delivering it? Are there any other opportunities to even deliver more business value? And when all is said and done and you've delivered the final release or increment, the question is, are we checking to make sure that we're realizing this business value? And then the third thing that you do in this very first task is you support the team. This comes real early on. As a servant leader, you support the team by subdividing the project tasks as necessary to find the MVP, the minimum viable product. So you as a servant leader, you should support the team in subdividing these tasks as necessary. Now, it's not necessarily tasks, but it's the work. That would be another way of saying it. So how do you break the work down to find the minimum viable product? But let's back up and ask another question. What is the minimum viable product? The minimum viable product is the minimum amount of a product that you need to deliver to a customer to get enough valuable feedback to determine if that product is really what the customer wants. And that's why we call it the minimum viable product. Now, while it is called minimum viable product, be aware that in industry, a lot of times you may not even need to build an entire product or even part of a product. It is the minimum thing you need to do to get the feedback necessary to tell you if that product is viable if that product will fly in the marketplace. For example, Uber Eats. If you wanted to implement Uber Eats, assuming you didn't even know it existed, just even use a survey for your minimum viable product. And based on the response you get, you know if it's going to fly in the marketplace or not. But to take it up a level, take it up a notch, you could actually have a product. And it's the minimum amount of product you need to deliver for the valuable feedback. It's feedback. It's really all about feedback. MVP is all boiled down to, is this product viable? Okay? And that's pretty much it, my friends. That's it for today. It's that simple. So for you to get a very firm grasp of this task, binding certain choice pieces of predictive, see that? And certain choice pieces of agile. And it's very possible that at some points you are delivering incrementally, and at other points you are delivering just one time. Maybe it's a one-time rollout, but maybe it's agile to develop the software or the system. You get what I mean? I hope this has helped you. Remember, you look for the questions below because I've got multiple open-ended questions that I would like you to answer for me, and we will touch base on these and get some answers for tomorrow. All right, thank you very much. I hope this made sense, and if you got any questions, put them below. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe, share with your friends. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now.
Let's go to our next question. Our next question is also from the world of Agile. And it reads, you are working in an Agile team to ensure quality and speedily deliver value. Your team performs frequent incorporation of work into the whole, no matter the product, and then retest to determine that the entire product still works as intended. You are doing which one? I'll give you some time. All right, hit that pause button if you need more time. So, frequent incorporation of the work into the whole. The answer is therefore not spikes, because spikes is all about research and prototyping in order to work on a story. It's not A. It's not TDD, where you write a test that obviously fails and then get the code to be green and then refactor and clean it up. It's not B. That's not what this describes. Test at all levels is testing all the different levels of the system. This is not talking about testing at that multi-level. It's not testing at all levels. The language is very specific about frequent incorporation of work into the whole. And therefore, the best answer is option D. Let's take a look at some of the references that we have again in the document known as the Agile Practice Guide. So what exactly are spikes? Let's read. It reads, Spikes are time-boxed research or experiments, useful for learning and may be used in circumstances such as estimation, acceptance criteria definition, and understanding the flow of a user's action through the product. Spikes are helpful when the team needs to learn some critical, technical, or functional element. Test-driven development, writing automated tests before creating the product. Test at all levels, employ system-level testing for end-to-end information and unit testing for the building blocks. But the language, like I said, right here for continuous integration is very specific, as you can see here. And it reads, continuous integration is about performing frequent incorporation of work into the whole, no matter the product, and then retest to determine that the entire product still works as intended. With those two questions, my friends, we have come to the end of the first intro segment. When we are done with the instruction, we'll have a few more questions. So let's take a break and come back to it. Now let's take a look at question 3. For tracking the Agile project progress, measuring finished feature is an example of what? Hit the pause button if you need more time. So using the process of elimination, it is not A or B, neither is it D. The best answer is C. When we measure what we have actually finished in the world of Agile, we call this an empirical measurement. This is different from all the other measurements defined in the answer rationale. Let's take a look at the answer rationale. Example of surrogate measurements is percent done. Example of empirical measurements is finished features. Qualitative measures typically focus on practices the team has chosen and assess how well the team uses those practices. For example, the business satisfaction with delivered features and the morale of the team. Collective measurement is just a red herring. Let's go to question 4. Moving to question 4. It reads, you are part of an Agile team. Your team can only finish one story at a time. The team is working on a large feature that contains several stories. Few of the stories have already been completed, but there are remaining stories to complete the feature you are working. Which tool should your team use to show completed value? Okay. Let's round this up. All right. So if you need more time, hit that pause button. Let's take a look. So it reads, keyword, large feature. See that? That's the key word. It says, few of the stories have already been completed, but there are remaining stories to complete the feature you're working. Remember what a feature is? It's a cluster of stories released for convenience or because it makes sense to release them at the same time. So which tool should you use to show the completed value from this feature set? Remember, burn ups show what we have completed, burn down show what is left. So it's not burn down. Okay. Going straight to the Agile practice guide, The simple logic tells you a burn-up chart can show you what you're accomplishing across weeks, across a sprint, but the more specific term, going straight to the answer. Let's take a look. Scroll down. The best answer is product backlog burn-up chart. Burn-up charts show the work completed over time, but the more specific best answer adds to burn-up the word product backlog burn-up. So a team can only finish one story at a time. To complete a large feature that contains several stories, the team will have remaining stories to complete and may not complete that entire feature until several more time periods have passed. The team can show its completed value with a product backlog burn-up chart. I know that you may not have heard this term before, but if you go to the Agile Practice Guide, page 68, it becomes clearer. Okay, so the best answer is D. Let's go to our final question. In an Agile team, the product owner needs to work with the team to prepare some stories for the upcoming iteration. When should she is what it should read. So I'm going to make a correction on the fly. Excuse my cobwebs. When should she conduct the session for the preparation? All right, go ahead, choose an option. Let's move this up so that you can see just that question. All right. So let's use elimination again. As you all know, this is backlog refinement. And the place to do backlog refinement is not at the end of the current sprint or iteration. That's too late, right? It's not at the beginning of the next iteration. That's already sprint planning, and it's too late for you to do sensible refinement by then. And initiating is a phase in the world of traditional. We don't even use those terms here, but even if you were to use those terms, it's not realistic to say while you're putting together the project charter, just go ahead and do backlog refinement. Well, the backlog has barely even been put together. So the best answer is B, in the middle of the current iteration. Let's take a look one more time at the rationale behind this. So in iteration-based Agile, the product owner often works with a team to prepare some stories. Agile Practice Guide, page 52. In the middle of the iteration, the purpose of these meetings is to refine enough stories so the team understands what the stories are and how large the stories are in relation to each other. I might actually have one more for you, you know. Why don't we take a look at the final one that I've got, and that is going to be question 6. So let's make it fit on the screen. Okay. You are a product owner. You are about to start an Agile project, which is completely similar to the one you've just completed. The product is completely similar, but different. The team size and competencies are also similar. Even few of the previous team members are part of the new team. What should you do while estimating the story sizes? What do you think? All right. Hit the pause button if you need more time. So Using process of elimination, A is not ideal because it says even few of the previous team members are part of the new team. It's few, it's not all of them. So we can't go off historical information to do this. All right. B says consult with previous team members who are part of the new team and make the estimation. Well, again, it's few. This is a new team. There are many new things at play, new dynamics, new synergies. So you might even underestimate or overestimate. So that's not the best answer. D, apply parametric estimating technique, which is very heavily formulaic, is not how we roll in the world of Agile. Remember the way we do estimating with our planning poker, wideband Delphi, or we use affinity estimating is very different. So the best answer is C. Make a new estimating session with the team. Let's take a look at the rationale. Each team's capacity is different. Each product owner's typical story size is different. Teams consider their story size, so they do not try to commit to more stories than there is team capacity to complete within one iteration. Many things at play. You got to estimate the story point, but you also need to factor in, for us as a team, how are we viewing these stories? It's going to be different from any other team you've been on when you look at the sum total of all those factors. And that concludes our review for today, my friends, of the questions section. I hope you found this to be useful. Process is a beast. Okay, so today we have not even touched on a lot of things I would have liked you to study. Just so you know, if process has been a beast to you, you're going to need more than these day-to-days. You're going to have to jump on a system, study, work on a learning system that has questions, get involved in a community that has engagement. I highly advise you to join us at hpmexam.com by joining our hybrid project management exam.com. That's really what it is. HPM just stands for hybrid project management because this exam is hybrid, right? And today I've not talked about anything predictive. I've stayed really focused on the agile stuff because agile is a big component. If you want to attend a half-day boot camp and then get plugged into a community that meets on a regular basis, sometimes daily, I jump in there, quiz the team, help remove any impediments in their studying. If that sounds like something you want to be on to help your velocity, because you could look at this as an agile project. Many of you, your velocity is not even it's a 1. That's all you're doing. You're getting a small little story done every week. How are you going to get certified when you're not moving content? You got to move the content. So I would advise you to really consider joining us by coming, first of all, for a half-day boot camp and building on your prowess by being plugged into the community. hpmexam.com will afford you the opportunity to get on a learning system where we go even deeper. The video for day 1 on our learning system is 1.5 hours, actually. So this is just the tip of the iceberg. I would highly advise you to join, and let's get some momentum going for your exam success. All right, hpmexam.com. And if you are just starting and you need a 35 contact hour course, you want to go on down to projectmanagementmasterclass.com, and you can also access that from our parent site, praizion.com. Okay, so a lot of options, but it's important that you have a support system that you can plug into. All right, so moving on here, today I really want you to hone in on page 14 of the Agile Practice Guide. I want you to really understand what the Stacy model is. And then I want you to read pages 18 and 19, also in the Agile Practice Guide. So you've got a very good understanding and idea of iterative, incremental, predictive, and agile. You need to be all over that. And I need you to read the rest of chapter 3 so that you understand the difference between flow-based agile versus iteration-based agile. You got to be really solid on those. So at a high level, chapters 1 to 3, this is big for this task. Task 1, in process, a lot of folks are they're gonna find it hard if they've not studied the Agile Practice Guide, if they don't understand the concept of the minimum viable product, if they don't understand concepts such as the potentially shippable increment, if they don't understand the difference between an iteration versus a release, or a sprint versus a release, if they don't understand the hierarchy of the product backlog, which is the product, the epic, features, stories, tasks, where defects lie in that hierarchy, the concept of spikes, the concept of technical debt. If these are things that sound foreign to you, you could find task 1 tricky. So I encourage you to do more. These are great building blocks to start off with, but we need to go to that next level, okay? Thank you for joining me, my friends. Don't forget, close the gaps that we found today. Don't forget to hit like and subscribe, and I'll see you tomorrow. All the best and bye for now. Hello, my friends. Your buddy Phil here, Project Management Training Coach. I hope you're doing well. This is day 2 of our journey. We're talking about the PMP exam immersion, and we are going to take a look at the second chapter in here today. The second chapter is quite important because this is about leadership. If you take a look on page 40, it says lead a team. What does it mean to lead a team, and what is leadership really? John C. Maxwell says the true measure of leadership is influence. Nothing more, nothing less. John also says he who thinks he leadeth, but has no one following him is not leading. They're only taking a walk alone. We don't want to be taking walks alone as project managers. We need to know how to lead. So I've got a video coming out after this on leadership. Highly recommend you watch it. It'll give you some better ideas about what leadership is. But in the book here on page 40 and 41, I pretty much break down what leadership is. And then we get into politics, power, and getting things done. Now, for those of you that are just joining the program, I want to encourage you to go on down to our website for this curriculum. It's called 40 Days to PMP Exam Success. And the idea is that in 40 days, you will be ready to ace the exam. Some of you might have actually taken the exam previously, maybe not gotten a very good result. And the reason why you're on this program is to firm up your understanding of project management and the syllabus. All right, so for today, I want to point you in the right direction as far as what you need to do. Let's go on down and take a look here. So right over here, you can see we have the breakdown of the content outline. And today is lead a team. We have set a clear vision and mission, support diversity and inclusion, value servant leadership, determine an appropriate leadership style, inspire, motivate, influence, analyze team members and stakeholders, influence, and distinguish various options. Now, in the book, just going straight to it, one of the places I want you to zero in on is the Agile Thinking Cap. Now, you do know my buddy Roy writes these really compelling Agile narratives and breakdowns. We've got this all throughout the book, so make sure you read the Thinking Cap. And also make sure you read everything in this chapter so that you've got a robust understanding of what leadership is. Also, I recommend going down to the website where we have the curriculum. You can actually download that. So if you go to 40 Days to PMP Exam Success, you can download the PDF of the curriculum, and this will help you be guided to succeed on the exam in this area. So going straight to the page, you can download it right there. This is day 2. Now in day 2, I want to call your attention to a couple of things. I want to call your attention to the develop team process. Make sure you read that in the 6th edition, get it down pat. It's the beginning of this leadership narrative. And then also take a look at 9.5, manage team. Again, it's the beginning of this narrative. When we say manage team, we really mean lead a team, because management is all about administration of processes, procedures, and guidelines, but leadership is all about influence, like I just read. You also want to read in your Agile Practice Guide. Now, for those of you who don't know what the Agile Practice Guide looks like, there is a difference. So in the Agile Practice Guide, we're talking about page 93, chapters 4 and 5. You can see there's quite a lot of content that we have to cover in this curriculum. But if you just stay with me, hey, daily cover the task. That's all I ask. Cover the task. And when all is said and done, you will be in a much better position than ever before to kill this exam, because you will truly understand what the PMI is asking for. You see, the problem with a lot of folks when they take the exam is they got no clue what PMI said and what they're saying. What they said is broken down in the outline. So I'm going to put a link to the outline. I'm going to put a link to the immersion book if you wanted to get it. And I'm going to put a link to the curriculum. It's free. You can just download it right from our site. All right. So let me show you how that looks for those of you that may not have done it, because I want you to follow step by step. Let's go on down there and let's click on that link. You can download the free PDF, and there you have it. Every single day, I have what you need to cover, what you need to focus on. If you just stay with me, at the end of 40 days, you're going to be so beefed up, jacked up, fired up, ready to go. All right, now let me show you the 20 questions that I need you to answer for today. Let's go onto the whiteboard. So here on the whiteboard, I'm going to put the 20 questions. Every day, I'm going to bring you anywhere from 10 to 20 questions. And in the evening, I'm going to be going through the 20 questions and answering them for you. But I need you to do some work and prepare, okay? So anytime I look and I see that about 50 of you have responded and you've either given a like or some sort of comment, I'll know that you've truly done the work. If I don't see no comments, I'll say you probably haven't gotten around to it. So I need some engagement from you. Is that fair? Right? Some engagement? All right. So we have these 20 questions. I want you to prepare your answers. This is really going to help you to master the content. Let's make it a little bit bigger. There we go. And let's talk about the 20 questions at a high level. What is leadership? How is leadership different from authority? And so on and so forth. I'm going to keep it on the screen for a few moments. Make sure you got all this stuff down. Okay. And I want you to come with answers. Better still, I want you to commit to this curriculum by putting some answers in the chat. If nothing else, why don't you take 2 or 3 that you clearly do not know and go research them? And then I want you to put a comment, a chat, show me, and commit to this program so that at the end of 40 days, you know you gave it all that you could. All right. Again, those of you just coming, it is the 40 days to PMP and CAPM exam success. Our syllabus is PMP exam immersion. Now, if you have gotten the PMP exam immersion book, I need you to send an email, all right? Send an email to support@praizion.com, because as we continue in this curriculum, I would love for you to join me on one of the episodes, all right? It's support@praizion.com. If you want to be part of these episodes and join me right here on Zoom, like many of the other folks who have purchased either the hpmexam.com curriculum, or maybe you bought the book, send a message, support@praizion.com, and I will invite you to one of our future episodes where we break down this enormous syllabus for the PMP. Okay. you got to remember what you're up against and why it's so difficult. The reason why the exam is so difficult is for the longest time, people have been trying to study the 49 processes, the process groups, knowledge areas, and agile. And then they don't know how to put it all together to be agile hybrid. That hybrid piece is missing. The predictive piece is missing. They're not able to cope. Now, since we've been speaking today, I haven't really opened the PMBOK guide, but that is not to say it is not important. There's a lot of content. There's this. There's this. And I could show you even other books. I could show you right over here, this one, because everyone's talking about this one now, this one, right? The 7th edition. I could show you the 7s, the 6th, and Agile. And still, you're not able to put the picture together. That is what makes a case for PMP exam immersion. All right. So before we meet next, here are your marching orders. I need you to answer the 20 questions. For those of you that have the book, I need you to answer the questions at the end of chapter 2. So, you know, we have the gold zone of PMP exam expectations. I need you to read that. I also need you to read pages 70, where we have the exercise, and I need you to read Roy's Agile Thinking Cap. All right. So the Agile Thinking Cap is on page 59. Get into the essence of leading a team. What does it mean to lead a team? By the time we check the questions, you'll be able to find gaps. Okay. And you'll be a lot more comfortable. Now, for those of you on the full curriculum, hpmexam.com, if you didn't already know, we have boot camps every couple of weeks on the entire immersion program. And every couple of weeks, we also have a program on just Agile, okay? So I'm going to show you where you can go to learn just Agile. If you go to agileprinciple.com, we've actually got one coming up, Agile Principle. We got one coming up on Sunday. If you want to be part of that, just going down to the site, I'll show you, okay? It's on the Agile Practice Guide and going in on Agile, okay? We got a program coming up, and you'll be able to register for subsequent ones, if not this. And then in addition to this, we have the hpmexam.com, where you can go just deep into a hybrid perspective of the entire syllabus. All right, so we've got one coming up soon as well. It's going down to the website, hpmexam.com, right there, okay? To conclude this discussion about leadership, 9.4, 9.5 is also not a bad read in the PMBOK guide. And then if you go to the syllabus, that is chapter 4 and 5 in the Agile Practice Guide. Let's take a quick look. So I want to tell you what these are titled. Chapter 4 is called Implementing Agile, Creating an Agile Environment. I need you to read the whole thing so that we can have some good dialogue about that, and so you can answer the questions. I have a question for you about the tenets of servant leadership. Make sure you come prepared to answer that when we meet in the evening. And then chapter 5, implementing Agile, delivering in an Agile environment, things such as the charter, the team charter, and then the practices. All right, so we're going to have a great conversation. Come ready to answer those 20 questions, and I'll see you there. Take care, and don't forget to share this program with your buddies. Bye for now. Welcome, my friends, to day 36 of 40 days to PMP exam success. You've been going crazily hard, hitting this book hard, and now it's time for you to show the exam who's boss. We're going to take a mock exam today, and it's 30 questions. It's 40 minutes. I want you to build in a tiny little break there for you to just practice the outer breaks, and let's see what you've got. But let's go down memory lane, trying to remember what exactly is in the people domain. So you've got 17 tasks. You're going to be tested on leadership, stakeholder leadership, servant leadership, interpersonal skills, stakeholders, team, agile, hybrid, predictive, all covered in different ways, conflict, issues, decision making, and team building. Now let's go down the memory lane of what exactly this exam is posing to you in the content outline. So one by one, let's cover them really quick. The very first one was conflict, all about managing conflict, being a facilitator, being open-minded. The second task is about leading a team. Make sure you understand the little nuances there of situational leadership, not being a one-trick pony when it comes to leading, and understanding that in the world of Agile, the team actually leads itself. Also, team performance is huge. Just understanding the concept of team performance being supported by giving the team the environment and support they need, not being a draconian leader. Number 4, empowering the team, which is similar. Number 5, ensuring adequate training. Number 6, building a team. Number 7, removing impediments. We also went into day 8 of negotiating agreements, and we talked about the fact that not every agreement has to be money related. It could be different things. Get ready to face questions on trade-offs on the exam. Collaborating is number 9. Collaborate with stakeholders, evaluate engagement needs, and aligning expectations. Number 10, building understanding. This is where we talked about building understanding, looking through a similar lens. Number 11, virtual teams. Now, let me take my way out of this so that you can see properly. Virtual teams, we talked about the fishbowl window concept. We talked about remote pairing and things like that. Then we went into day 12. We talked about ground rules, other names that you need to associate with the word ground rules, like team charter, team contract, social contract, team agreement. Be ready to face questions on those. Then we talked about mentoring stakeholders on day 13. Day 14, we talked about emotional intelligence, and that wrapped it up for the people domain. You got to remember that your exam will contain things like the 5 stages of team development. You may get questions on the different emotional intelligence topics, such as Myers-Briggs and so on. So just make sure you've covered those if you haven't already. Right now, we're going to very quickly cover the people mindset mantra. And a lot of these terms that you see on the screen could be fair game on the exam. All right, so make your customer the primary goal. Work with the customer to move the project forward. Be fair in how you treat people. Be a steward who protects resources entrusted to you. Focus on the team's health. Remember, as a Scrum Master, that is what you need to be focused on. If you're in management, that is also what you need to be doing, enabling the team to do the work that they need to, how they see fit. Team trust, letting the team fly, allowing them choose their way of working, being a servant leader, being a mentor, the concept of integrity, honesty, leadership, and agility. These are things we have covered. So now is the day of reckoning. It's the day for us to go right into people.hpmexam.com. It's a 30-question quiz, like I said, and it's a great way of you testing your firepower to see if you have truly done everything that I've been talking about in the book and everything I've done in those videos. This is where we put this to the test. Now, I want you to go on down to people.hpmexam.com, sign up. You can see all the fine print and the detail. You're going to have 90 days. That's more than enough. Remember, this is a get done in 40 days curriculum. So the intent is that within definitely 90 days at worst, you would have already forgotten your PMP. All right. So go on down there. You're going to have 30 questions each time you attempt it. I want you to practice the art of taking breaks. And if you find yourself struggling to finish this in the given 40 minutes, then you know that you need to really up your game in terms of how quickly you can read the questions. All right. So this isn't just some random quiz. This is a well thought out quiz to see if you've got what it takes, to see if you can get that 70% score, and to see if you can finish the questions in the given time. All right. 30 questions, 40 minutes. That's more than enough time for you to sneak in a very quick water break. All right. So thank you. Don't forget here, like, subscribe, share with your friends. It's been a pleasure taking you through this curriculum. We've got 3 more days. We've got the day for process. Again, you'll have an exam just like this, and business as well. But don't forget, for those of you who are really hot and heavy on getting this done, you also have the final mock exam. So if you haven't taken the final mock exam, it means that you're still following the proper curriculum, the proper path, and you've got more than enough time. But if you are in time crunch, maybe you should go on down to mock.hpmexam.com and you can sign up for the 180 question final mock. We've got this going at a steal right now. So if I were you, I would lock into it while we've got this deal going, because it will go away in the near future. So jump on there, do what you need to do, and I look forward to hearing the great news of your success. If you need a book, Again, going down to the Praizion site, you can find the book there too. Thank you very much. And yeah, this book will be on Amazon for purchase in the near future. Take care and bye for now. Hello, my awesome project managers. How you doing? Welcome to day 2's homework. It's a homework day, and this is where we review the homework that you were given for the PMP exam in 40 days. For those of you that have not been on these before, we are on a journey to get certified as PMPs in 40 days. And the idea is to put in as much time as we need to understand the syllabus, the PMP exam content outline. So every day I give you a lesson, keep you on the straight and narrow as far as what you should read. For day 2, we're going to be dealing with the topic of leadership. And I put out a video earlier to kind of expand a little bit on leadership, but now we're going in on it. Okay, if you've got any questions as I go through the content, feel free to put a comment in the chat. I'll answer as soon as I can. So let's jump into the questions that I had for you yesterday. First of all, I asked you to take a quiz. So here's a quiz. That's the link. I am going to endeavor to put a link in the chat, and there's the link in the chat. So make sure you have taken that quiz if you haven't already done so. It is part of the curriculum. Next thing I would say is definitely download the plan, the 40-day plan. If you go to this page, you'll be able to see the videos that have been put up so far, video for the day, and also a video for the explanation. So make sure you take a look at those. All right, so let's get into the questions for day 2. Here are the questions that I gave you last night. Starts off with, what is leadership? So what is leadership? Well, leadership is a number of things, but there's one word that summarizes it. If you watched the video from earlier, you should be able to answer this. Now, I'm not talking about the day 2 video. I'm talking about the video on leadership. So hopefully, if you watched it, you would have gleaned that the answer to this is A, it's influence. The true measure of leadership is influence. Next question. How is leadership different from authority? Is it A, B, C, or D? If you need more time, just hit the pause button, but I really want you to think about it. All right, so the best answer to this is leadership does not need a position or title. It's not about that. Leadership is all about influence. Authority, on the other hand, is all about your stated authority. So your stated authority is the beginning of trying to influence, but it's not the be all end all. Okay, according to that video that I put out earlier, if you watched it, who has more authority? Is it the project manager or the scrum master? Now I'm wondering what you came up with for this one, but the answer is, it depends. But in the world of agile, put on your agile thinking cap. What would you choose out of these? And the best answer is C, because even if Scrum Masters did have, in quote, authority to do certain things to the team, let's say they had a second role in the company, maybe they were Scrum Masters, but they were also something else. A Scrum Master who is truly in the spirit of Agile knows that it's not about being authoritarian. You are on a team. It's an equal opportunity team. It's a self-managing, self-led team. So the best answer would be C. Scrum Masters are not authoritarian. And it would be incorrect to say project managers have no authority, because project managers start from a position anyway, right? Everyone has some measure of authority in the job, even the janitor, right? They have the authority to do certain things. So it wouldn't be correct to say no authority. Might be not as much authority, could be a lot of authority. But for this question, the bottom line is Scrum Masters are not authoritarian. Let's move on to number 4. How can one lead without authority? If you watched the video from earlier, I talked about influence. So
What would you choose based on that video? The answer to this would be B, leverage great interpersonal skills and empathy. That's how you can get ahead. That's how you can influence. That's how you can lead. Remember, leadership is all about influence. All right, I'm curious to know if you really looked up servant leadership because it was one of the questions. So what is servant leadership? Is it A, B, C, or D? I try to make them as easy as possible so that it wouldn't be one of those gotcha kind of questions. All right, the best answer to this is a posture of influencing through service. That's option B. A servant leader focuses primarily on the growth and well-being of people and the communities to which they belong. While traditional leadership generally involves the accumulation and exercise of power by one at the top of the pyramid, servant leadership is different. Servant leader shares power, puts the needs of others first, and helps people develop and perform as highly as possible. The servant leader is a servant first. Moving on, what is the Hersey-Blanchard model? I asked you to read it up. So is it A, B, C, or D? All right, the answer to this is it's the same as the situational leadership theory. All right, you can find this in your PMP Guide 7th edition. That's where it's talked about, not in a lot of detail, but in our book, the PMP exam immersion book, we go into a lot of detail about that. So for those of you that have not gotten the book, you can get the book. The links are below in the description. Okay, so the Hersey-Blanchard model, the same as the situational leadership theory. All right. So it was created by Paul Hersey and Ken Blanchard, and they developed this while working on management of organizational behavior. The theory was introduced way back in 1969 as a life cycle theory of leadership. The Hersey-Blanchard model suggests that no single leadership style is better than another. Instead of focusing on workplace factors, the model suggests leaders adjust their styles to those they lead and their abilities. All right, let's move on. And I'll just say that in the 7th edition, it doesn't mention Paul Hersey, which is not nice in my perspective. They should mention, because they both worked on that. Now, Ken has his own spin-off on it. And of course, Paul, rest his soul, had his own spin-off, but they both worked on it together. Let's go to number 7. What is transformational leadership? Is it A, B, C, or D? Hopefully you did open up your PMP Guide 6th edition, and hopefully you were able to get the answers to this. All right, so is it A, B, C, or D? All right, so the best answer is A. The PMP Guide reads, empowering followers through idealized attributes and behaviors, inspirational motivation, encouragement for innovation and creativity. So the best option, you always go look for the best option, all right? A lot of these other things here are bogus. What is charismatic leadership? Is it A, B, C, or D? Again, these are very simple questions. All I'm trying to do is get you to just gradually go into the content and feel more comfortable about the subject matter. You know, it's more about you knowing this terminology than you answering a bunch of questions. So as long as you understand the concepts, we've accomplished something. So what is charismatic leadership? All right. So the best answer is A. It's the ability to inspire through high energy and enthusiasm. This is again in your PMP Guide 6th edition. If you'd done the homework, you would have been able to read it up. All right. So what is your leadership style? Did you answer this one in the homework? So did anyone say I am a situational leader? I was hoping you said that. So let's take a look at the options here. We have A, B, C, or D. And there's nothing here that is right or wrong. Some might be honest, saying they're an autocratic leader. At least they know. But the best answer to this question for a mature project manager or leader is to understand the concept of being a situational leader. Okay, not bucketizing yourself and pigeonholing yourself. All right, next one. Which PMBOK process is dedicated to leadership? What do you think? Is it A, B, C, or D? All right, so I was hoping that you would choose out of A, B, C, or D, option C, right? So it's most focused on it, especially when we know there's feedback and there's influence involved in option C. Option B has a little bit of it, more of the development side, but majority of what constitutes option C is leadership. D is for physical resources, so it doesn't apply. All right, let's take a look at 11. Traditional project management is decentralized compared to agile. Agile leadership is generally centralized. Which one of these is true? So how does leadership in traditional differ from leadership in agile? What do you think? All right, 3, 2, and 1. The answer to this is option D. Agile leadership tends to be decentralized compared to traditional. Let's go to number 12. What is a vision? I'm curious to know if you really did this homework, folks. So when I put homework out, I am looking for a response. I'm hoping that you put some of your own ideas. And I actually didn't see any ideas when I took a look at this. So I'm hoping that those of you who are on the program will go back and put your own ideas in. But what is a vision? Is it A, B, C, or D? All right, the best answer to this is a big idea of the future. It's not B, it's not C, it's not D. All right, so you could say a big idea of the future or what it looks like. Number 13, what is a mission? All right, so a mission explains or describes the organization's purpose and its overall intention. The mission statement supports the vision and serves to communicate purpose and direction to employees, customers, and other stakeholders. All right, let's move on. Explain diversity and inclusion. What best describes it? And what is it if you did the homework? Okay. So the best option is option A. Might have taken you a little bit of time to read it, but it's really recognition and respect of differences by building an inclusive culture. Let's move on to number 15. What are the 10 tenets of servant leadership? Select 2 options. There we go. Which 2 would you select? Okay, 3, 2, and 1. So the best options to have selected here that tell the whole story, A and B. The other 2 sound good, but they're not the 10 tenets. 10 tenets: listening, empathy, healing, awareness, persuasion, commitment to growth of others, conceptualization, foresight, stewardship, and building community. If you haven't read those, well, now you see them. All right, number 16. Explain the 4 leadership styles in the Hersey-Blanchard model. Now, if you saw them in a lineup, would you know which 4 they are? Go for it. All right, 3, 2, and 1. Let's get rid of those ticks. So the best answer for this would be directing, coaching, participating, and delegating. Option D. D. All right, let's move on. Number 17, what is inspiration and how is it different from motivation? Again, hit that pause button if you need more time. For those of you just coming, we are on our 40 days to PMP exam success. We're looking at the homework for day 2. And we're trying to ensure that people actually did do the homework and understand what all this terminology means. All right, so the best answer to this is inspiration could be a longer lasting driving force. Okay, A, B, and C are incorrect. Motivation is not longer lasting necessarily, and it's not necessarily, motivation is not from within. And inspiration, saying inspiration is from outside and has more lasting outcomes is not true either. We know motivation comes from without. Most times inspiration could be spurred, right, from, of course, an external source, but then it could be made to ignite something within you. So we often say motivation is a push factor. We could say motivation is more like an outside force compelling you to take action, whereas inspiration awakens you to new possibilities by allowing you to transcend how you typically think, your ordinary experiences and limitations. And inspiration propels someone from apathy to possibility, transforms the way we perceive our own capabilities, and inspiration could be overlooked sometimes. Sometimes we may not even know that it's around the corner. All right, let's move on to number 18. Explain the differences between team contract, social contract, and so on. What do you think the answer to this is? All right. So team contract, social contract, team agreements, team charter, they all mean the same thing. Okay, so B, C, and D are all bogus. The best answer is A. Number 19. Explain ways to analyze team member and stakeholder influence. So which of these would you use to analyze team member and stakeholders' influence? Which one makes the most sense? All right, so the best answer to this is C. It wouldn't be D because D is not used to analyze influence. It's used to check engagement. All right, so engagement does not necessarily equal influence. So the best one here is C. Number 20, and then we're done. Number 20 says, at a high level, explain how to lead team members and stakeholders. So how would you do that? Here are some options. Would you use mentoring and coaching concepts? Use punishment? Which of these? All right, my friends, we are fast coming to the end of today's session. The answer to this is A, mentoring and coaching concepts. All right, so if you've been on the journey and you do not have your copy of the immersion book, you need to go look for where you can find that in the links. And I always refer you to various books. I refer you to this, the Agile Practice Guide. Once in a while, I refer you to the 7th edition. And I often refer you to the 6th edition. So if you're wondering which books I use, there they are. But I want you to read for day 2, chapter 2. I know some of you have not been able to do that because you're working and you're busy, but hopefully on weekends, you're going to be able to do that. Okay, if you got any questions for me, you can feel free to chat them in now. If I don't find any questions, I'll assume you know exactly what to do. All right, going once, going twice. All right. Thank you very much, my friends, for joining me. And I wish you all the very best in your prep. Just stay fixed on the program. Don't fall off the wagon. You'll be extremely glad you did. Like I told you on a previous podcast, this has been going on for over 10 years. There are a lot of people that have been certified through this curriculum. All right. So I hope you found this to be useful. I wish you all the very best. Keep on trucking.
Hello, my friends. It's your buddy Phil here. We are on to day 5 in our PMP exam, 40 Days to Success. So the book is, of course, PMP exam immersion. As usual, we're on chapter 5. So let's dive straight into chapter 5. If you've got your book, you follow along. And today we're going to tackle the topic of training. It simply states, if you go to the book, chapter 5, you see it right there. It says, ensure team members and stakeholders are adequately trained. Training is big in the world of project management because if we put people on a project, we need to make sure they are equipped. Now, the question is, who needs to do that? Is it you, the project manager? In the world of Agile, is it still you, the project manager? And the question is, it really depends on the circumstance. You could be on a hybrid project where the project manager is still in that central control figure, being a centralized leader, or it could be a pure agile scenario where you have a capable team that has been assigned to a piece of work. And at the end of the day, it's the job of the team to understand what they need to do the job and to request it. But it's the job of senior management to provide the resources if the team needs to look outside. So let's dive a little bit into the book. I'll show it to you on the screen so you remember where to look as you read. And right here, you can see it says, ensure team members and stakeholders are adequately trained. Training refers to all activities geared at enhancing the project team's competencies. This could be formal or informal. Planning for training is one thing, but ensuring team members are well trained is another. There are 4 enablers for this task to ensure team members and stakeholders are adequately trained. So as you flip the page over, as you know, in this book, we go pretty heavy into the enablers and each one is explained in a lot of detail. So let me zoom in for you real quick. And here are the enablers. Determine required competencies and elements of training. In other words, what is needed by team members to be able to do the job. 2, determine training options based on training needs. So based on what we need to train our people on, what are the options that are out there? Number 3, allocate resources for training. This is something that the servant leader needs to be aware of, be an advocate for the team to get resources they need. And 4, measure training outcomes. But as you know, there's a lot more in the book. We go deep into it. So I want to guide you. As you read the book, you're going to hit the Agile Thinking Cap on page 105. The Agile Thinking Cap is written by my buddy Roy, and it just says we take that same mindset that people need to be accountable for their own development and growth. It's like having a skills marketplace. It's like a self-uplifting team. You know, everything comes from within the team. It's an organism that is doing everything for itself. Why look outside when you've got skills in? So the way we tackle this in an agile environment is different. We look within. Do we have skills that we can pass on to each other? Remember, T-shaped skills. So that's the mindset I need you to get into. When you get done reading the Agile Thinking Cap, go to page 109. Every time you get to one of these yellow pages there that has this gold look, that's the gold zone. That's what you can expect on the exam. So I want you to read the gold zone, and then I want you to hit the purple section where you've got the questions, right? You got the questions for the day. I want you to read that. This is a very straightforward topic, so there's really no need for me to go that deep into it. You can read it in the book. And then remember, you should also read the develop team process, because that's where training is. Now, remember, training is not just being in a classroom. Training, you've got mentoring, you've got coaching, you've got on-the-job training, you've got job shadowing, you've got all kinds of stuff. So I have some questions that I want you to answer today. But before you get to the questions, I really want you to dive into the book. All right. And if you don't have the book, look for the link below. I'm going to put a link into where you can get the book, but really focus on these. And if you weren't already aware, the PMP exam content outline is what we've taken and really blown into huge depth in this book. All right. So for those people who are struggling with focus and you're not able to keep to a rhythm, I want to encourage you to really stay on this program and do what I'm asking you to do daily, a task a day. If you've got 60 days to the test, there's no need to be a speed demon trying to rush through all the content. You've got enough time to go through each task. Remember, this is an accountability program, okay? For those of you that have gotten the book, those of you that have started reading, keep doing it. Just don't miss the days. That's all I ask. All right. So let's go into the 20 questions that I would like for you to answer today. And your questions for day 5, right here, you can see, freeze the screen, go through all the questions, make sure that you have really thought about the question before we meet for our next session, where I will be breaking down the answers to this homework. Okay, the way it is, you got a video just like this, breaking down the chapter at a high level. Then you go off, read the chapter. If you're part of the immersion program and you're on the learning system, watch the videos, take the quiz in the book, read the goal zone, read the agile thinking cap, get good, and then I'll break down the homework for you the following day. All right. If you have any questions or you're stumped, I would recommend joining our daily scrums program, because what we're doing daily is going through all the content as far as at the team level, and we're finding impediments for each chapter and discussing them. Okay. So to be part of this program, going down to hpmexam.com, register to be part of the next live training that we're doing. It's a 4-hour boot camp. It's called PMP Exam Immersion. It's based on this book. But then we're meeting, like I said, daily as teams to find our gaps, close our gaps, and learn this content a lot more. By the time we're done, you'll be a lot more confident for your exam. All right. We just heard from one of our friends on Sunday, Matt. Matt killed the exam after one of our immersion courses the very next week, 7 days after, just killed it. And he's coming to share lessons learned today. So that's going to be fun. But anyway, I'll see you in the next video. You take care and bye for now. Hello, my most awesome project managers. Welcome to day 38 of 40 days to PMP exam success. You know what today is. It's business mock. So to take the business mock, just head on down to business.hpmexam.com. Sign up for that 30-question mock exam. Give it everything you've got. Use it as test and training wheels, and close all the gaps that you have. You can take that quiz as many times as you want within the time frame, but go on down there, check it out. Today, we're talking about business at a high level to give you some reminders. Now, business, some of the words that you are going to encounter will be things like outcomes, value, benefits, revenue, advantage, demand, cost of delay is something that is helpful to know about, not that they'll test you verbatim about that. Revenue leakage, opportunity erosion, competition, compliance, organizational change, strategy, business. All right, now, just as a final reminder, my business mindset mantra for the PMP exam. You got to think about the environment and the way the environment changes, internal and external. You got to think about outcomes over everything else, because you could have an output and not get
an outcome that you were hoping, see. So it's important for us to think about outcome and value and benefits. Those are more important than output. That is not to say output is not important, but when rubber meets road, it's all about the overarching outcome. It's not about the software that you got done. Was it great? Yes, it was. But is anyone using it? No, they're not. So the value and the benefits are not being realized, you see. So this is how we need to think in the world of business. Organizational change is important, so you've got to set the stage for it. Project impacts need to be deduced, and you need to act on that when you know the project impact. You got to make sure that what you're doing honors that impact. Organization's impact on the project, you also need to think about that. So it's a two-way street. How can my project affect the firm, and how does the firm affect my project? So you need to be thinking about both as a project manager. Benefits, proactively ensure the management of benefits and their realization. Think about the dynamic scope option to value swap. Think about value delivery. Number 8, strategically plan the value delivery system. The value delivery system just refers to projects, programs, and operations. Or projects, programs, portfolios, I should say, which of course implicitly contains some of those operations. That is documented in the 7th edition. But if you are not very familiar with that context, I would recommend looking for my videos where I actually talk about that a few times. All right, next, B9 compliance is a big topic. Sustainability, sustainable community, as far as when you implement any of the new ways of thinking. Maybe you go down the road of agile, or maybe you go down the road of hybrid. You know, how do you sustain what you've started in the company? That is a topic that you need to be thinking about and understand accordingly. Next thing here is lean thinking. You got to be lean. You got to think about waste, avoiding waste, eliminate waste at all levels of the value delivery system. That needs to be your mindset. That needs to be your mantra. And last but not least, we have gating, toll gates, stage gates, kill points, phase end reviews, phase exits, and so on. I mean, it's something that we habitually do in the world of agile, but we just make it extremely definite in the world of traditional. All right, so summary. You got to think about value, benefits, outcome, compliance, environment change, strategy, leadership, business cases, vision, roadmap, and organization. And if you haven't read the PMBOK Guide 6th edition and focused on page 7 and page 33 as well, do that, because you really want to get your arms around the talk about value and benefits. You got to understand the benefits management plan, or benefits register as it may be called. You really need to feel comfortable with that language. And it's really just the idea, right, of business and benefits. Very important, because in the world of business, if it's not giving us a benefit, we really should not be thinking about doing it, right? Value. What does a PMI say value is? Value is the net quantifiable benefits that a customer realizes from a deliverable. All right, so there you have it, my friends. business.hpmexam.com. Go there, take the 30 question mark. Like I said, this is a snack for some of you. This won't even buy some of your lunch. So go on down there, do that, and then check out the hpmexam.com half-day bootcamp. For those of you who are struggling and you're still not able to get enough traction, I'm telling you, a 4-hour bootcamp is going to help you hugely. All right, so go on down to hpmexam.com, sign up for the PMP exam immersion half-day bootcamp. You'll be extremely glad you did. And don't forget, on day 40, we're actually doing that live, and you're going to be able to attend live. It's on the 24th of October. I'm going to put a link below for you to join. And also remember that when all is said and done, when day 40 is done, you need to be hitting the final 180 question mock exam. And you can get that at mock.hpmexam.com. No need for HTTP before the mock. Just type it into the address bar, mock.hpmexam.com, and you got 180 ferocious questions that will really find all those gaps hiding in the nooks and crannies. We're going to draw them out. All right, and that's for day 40, but I just wanted to give you a heads up about it. All right, and that concludes day 38, my friends. Business. Day 39, we are onto a big wrap up. I need you to watch videos. I need you to do research. I need you to put it all together, and that's going to be tomorrow. All right, thank you, my friends. Talk to you very soon. Bye for now.
Hello, my awesome friends. It's your buddy Phil here, project management training coach. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing great today. This is day 5 homework for 40 days to PMP exam success. Now, if you're new to the program, this is an aggressive push for us to get certified within that span of 40 days. We have a curriculum that we're using. The curriculum is based on this, the PMP exam content outline. Newsflash. If you're getting ready for the PMP exam and you are not paying attention to this document, you're doing it wrong. If all you're doing is opening up study guides without taking a look at this as you prepare, that is not the way to do it. Your exam is broken down into these categories, and your exam is mapped back to this blueprint. So what we are doing for the next 40 days, this is day 5, is taking a look at the tasks one by one, a task a day, so that there's no way you could be confused about how to handle that task from an agile perspective, from a hybrid perspective, or from a predictive perspective. The goal is to help you. So if you're not tapping into this program and sending in questions or aha moments, you're not doing it right. This is an engagement program. I need to see engagement, right? So we've put out 5 videos. Let there be some traction. Share with me, what have you done for the first 5 days? I want you to drop me a comment below, and I want you to let me know that this is helping you so that I am motivated to continue this. Think about it. How many channels do you see that are geared to helping you ace the exam? Very few. And I mean, really ace the exam. We've got over 2,000 videos. So this is designed to help you, okay? This could be used with any study guide. You don't need to get our study guide, but it would be good if you did, because it would help you to better follow along, okay? So here's a reminder. If you have not taken this quiz, type in the information, take the quiz. It is going to help you discover some gaps. If you need to grab the book, you can do it at tinyurl.com/PMP immersion. Grab the book and let's begin your journey. Now, to go to the plan, click that link and it'll take you to the plan. And in addition to the breakdown that I just showed you, you will be able to day by day follow. You see right here, we have a chapter in the PMBOK guide or sections in the PMBOK guide 6th edition, and we have the Agile Practice Guide. And of course, the immersion book is smack dab on the chapters that we're reading. So chapter 5 is what this homework is based on. Let's get into the homework. First question is, explain this task. Ensure team members and stakeholders are adequately trained. Well, it's a very simple task to understand. Ensure that the people working on the project team and stakeholders who need training are adequately trained. It's that simple. But who is responsible for this? Who is accountable for this? In the world of Agile and in the world of predictive, you need to ask yourself that question. So in the world of traditional, we would say it's the project manager. In the world of Agile, the team members need to be accountable and responsible for themselves. The team as an organism also is accountable for itself. So if a need is seen in the world of Agile, team members need to jump in and say, hey, I need training. Or team members can say, is there anyone on the team who can train me? Or team members could say, stakeholders need training in Agile. How is that going to be done? A lot of the time it falls on the lap of the servant leader. That could be the Scrum Master, facilitator, project manager, some other type of role. If you haven't read page 41 in the Agile Practice Guide at the bottom to understand the 3 roles as PMI sees them in the Agile Practice Guide, you should. Let's move on to the next one. Number 2, explain the enabler, determine training options based on training needs. So based on what the training needs are, the team, project manager, scrum master, whoever it is, could come up with ideas on how that training could be delivered. So training options are the what, when, where, why, how, and who. Where will the training take place? Who's going to deliver it? Who's going to attend it? And questions such as that. Could be on the job training, could be job shadowing, could be peer-to-peer work, whatever it is. Number 3, explain the enabler, allocate resources for training. So in the world of traditional, the project manager should intentionally allocate resources for training. The project manager working with functional managers will do this. In the world of Agile, this could be done by the team working with other stakeholders. It could be done with a scrum master working with other stakeholders, or any servant leader who identifies the need for training could raise that request for training. But the allocation of resources, we find that being more with the functional managers. In the world of Agile, functional managers could do that. In the world of traditional, also functional managers, but the project manager may have a little bit more clout in this. It could be program manager, anyone. The bottom line is, we as a company should allocate the resources, human resources, monetary resources, facilities, whatever is needed to get people adequately trained. Number 4, explain the enabler. Measure training outcomes. You measure training outcomes by taking tests at the end of training, viewing results from those tests, and also viewing team output. Sometimes team output could be an indicator that the training has been less than ideal. If there are certain SLAs, service level agreements, that a team is meant to uphold, and they are not upholding them, what does that tell you? Especially if they're just coming from training on those same service level agreement clauses. So if you go to your PMBOK Guide 6th edition, my friends, and you go on down to develop team, there's one of the outputs I want to stress as far as measuring the training outcomes, and it's called team performance assessments. So let's read on page 343. It says, as project team development efforts such as training are implemented, the project management team makes formal or informal assessments of the project team's effectiveness. Effective team development strategies and activities are expected to increase a team's performance. You see that? And it says the evaluation of a team's effectiveness could include indicators such as improvements in skills that allow individuals to perform assignments more effectively, improvements in competencies that help team members perform better as a team, reduce staff turnover rates, increase team cohesiveness. It goes on and on. Now, if you go to manage team, I want you to take a look at one of the major inputs to manage team. And remember, I always tell you, manage team is a leadership inside job. It's really leads team. So if you look at page 347, it says the project management team makes ongoing, formal, or informal assessments. You see that? So your measurement could be formal. It could be an informal observation, formal or informal assessments of the project team's performance. By continually assessing the project team's performance, actions can be taken to resolve issues, modify communication, address conflict, and improve team interaction. So that is one mention. The second mention of this, I want you to go on down to individual and team assessments, page 342. And it says individual and team assessment tools give the project manager and the project team insight into areas of strength and weaknesses. These tools help project managers assess team members' preferences, aspirations, how they process and organize information, how they make decisions, how they interact with people. Various tools are available, such as attitudinal surveys, specific assessments, structured reviews, interviews, ability tests, and focus groups. It goes on and on, but that is a tool and technique. So individual and team assessments is a tool and technique. Team performance assessments is an output. And that output from developed team is used in managed team. All right, that was a bit of a long one, but I hope it clarifies things for you. Next, how can a project manager ensure team members and stakeholders are adequately trained? Again, you take a look at the results, the team performance assessments, The individual and team assessments tool and technique will help you. Okay. Simple observations, observation and conversation can help you do that. Number 6, whose job is it to ensure team members and stakeholders are adequately trained in an agile environment? What does a team do? It self-inspects. When? At the retrospective. Where else? All throughout. The team should habitually be in inspect, adapt, check ourselves, check the product, check the integration. It should be continuous. So when it comes to training, making sure that it's done thoroughly, the team can call out the team. The team calls out itself. The team inspects itself. Number 7, how should a project manager determine required competencies and elements of training? Well, let's go on down back to the PMBOK guide. It's amazing how much stuff is actually in the PMBOK guide, because most times we just fly through chapter 9 without focusing on some of the great stuff that's here. So let's go to acquire resources. And I want you to pay close attention to the output known as project team assignments. So let's read. Documentation of team assignments records the team members and their roles and responsibilities for the project. Documentation can include a project team directory and names inserted into the project management plan, such as the project organization charts and schedules. So these performance assessments, what did it say? Records the team members and their roles and responsibilities. Based on the roles and responsibilities, we then need to intentionally plan for how to equip these folks, because we can find out what they are meant to be doing and ensure they are equipped to do that. Let's take a look at page 339. It says, project team assignments identify the team and member roles and responsibilities coming in to develop team as an input. Why is that? Because understanding what the team members are meant to do is going to help us with their training. Know what to train them on. Know the competencies. Number 8, who is responsible to determine required competencies and elements of training on an agile project? The team. Remember, we assign this team to a team of adults. If they are lacking in any way, they know what they need to do. They go do it. If they have the autonomy to do it, if they have the resources, then teams should be given the resources, they can go off and get the training they need. They don't need someone to point and direct them to do it. Remember, it's a self-organized, self-led, self-managed team. But if what they need to do is beyond what they've been given the abilities and the authority to, then of course a functional manager may need to step in to authorize training of a certain expense. Number 9, whose responsibility is it to determine training options based on training needs? Again, in the world of Agile, the team, and that's why we talk about the skills marketplace first in the world of Agile, to look inwardly for what skills we have and how we can transfer those skills to other people. And then when it comes to predictive, again, the project manager. But that is not to negate the team. The team as well could have some say in what they need, even in a traditional environment. They're not dummies forbidden from speaking, even in traditional. So keep that in mind. A lot of the questions on your test may be of a hybrid nature. Who should allocate resources for training on a predictive project? Again, project manager, functional manager, could be anyone at a higher level, such as the program, portfolio, managers, sponsor, anyone. Number 11, who is responsible for resource allocation for training on another project? So think about it like this. Let's assume you are a project manager and you need to assign a team member to another project to learn. It's collaboration with the program manager. So if you talk about resource allocation for training on a project that is not yours, if it belongs to a program, it's going to be a program manager. But if it doesn't belong to a program, it obviously belongs to a portfolio, could be a portfolio manager, or depending on the authority given to the project manager on the other project, could very well be. So you need to be imaginative and get ready to roll with questions you've never even thought of when you face the PMP exam. How are training outcomes measured? We covered this. So we have various metrics. We have various KPIs, to call them that. We could send our team members to training where they take a test after, and based on the outcome from that test, we expect to see even higher level outcomes on the project. So we expect to see team members working together, better equipped, synergies going up, the team being a lot more efficient, overcoming conflict and just unnecessary conflict and squabbles, just working together as a well-oiled unit. That's how we expect to measure the outcomes. And to get more specific, you could talk about several service level agreements. You could talk about KPIs that are peculiar to the organization. And if in doubt, just take a look at page 343, where we take a look at the evaluation of a team's effectiveness and what it includes. So improvement in skills, improvement in competencies, reduced staff turnover rates, increased team cohesiveness. But as a team, we also expect to see some improvements in the output and efficiencies, whatever that may look like. It's very important, though, that in the world of Agile, we don't immediately jump to, oh, story points, velocity. No, that's not right. You don't do that. But to measure training outcomes, you could be very specific with a test at the end of the training, or you could look for signs such as increased cohesiveness, increased competencies, increased skills, and so on. All right. Number 13, which PMBOK guide process deals with training? Develop team. That's it. Number 14, what are some of the ways training can be delivered? Well, let's take a look. PMBOK Guide 342. It says, examples of training methods include classroom, online, computer-based, on-the-job training from another project team member, mentoring and coaching, so on. In the world of Agile, we talk about pairing and pairing a team member with another. We talk about the concept of job shadowing or peer-to-peer collaborations and things such as that. In the world of Agile, we're a lot more collaborative when it comes to training. We immediately look at the skills marketplace. And you can just pair someone to work with a peer. Number 15, explain the advantage and internal Agile coach. It should read an, not and. Explain the advantage an internal Agile coach has over an external Agile coach. This, again, is talked about somewhere in the Agile Practice Guide. While I don't have the exact page to hand, at a high level, the major advantage is that internal coaches know the landscape, they know the politics, they have stronger relationships in the organization. They may not have the breadth of experience an external coach would have, but they definitely have those relationships that are key in building confidence and trust from people inside the organization. Now, talking about an external Agile coach, an external coach has the advantage of experience, but the disadvantage of weak relationships in the client organization. That's on page 41, which I've already quoted today. Let's move on to question 16. What do you do as a project manager when an employee who you have sent for training comes back sounding clueless? Well, you ask meaningful questions. You support that individual because we all learn differently. Could very well be that the training solution didn't work for the person. We do not fire the individual. Bear that in mind for your exam. Someone's not performing after going for training. Your first line of action is not immediately to fire that individual. You use coaching and training and mentoring further to better understand, okay, what went wrong? Did this work for you? Did it not? How can we support you to learn better? So it's going to be one of support. That's your first instinct. Number 17, explain how project team assignments affects training on a project. So we went over this previously. Based on the project team assignments, you know where to send the individual to for training. You understand what kind of training they need to be able to function on the project. Number 18, explain how resource calendars affects project team member training. So when we are sending team members for training, one of the things that we need to observe is the resource calendar. So let's go to develop team again, 9.4. And let's take a look at the input to develop team called project documents. And on page 339, let's read. Project calendars, beg your pardon, resource calendars. Resource calendars identify times when the project team members can participate in development activities. It also helps illustrate team availability during the entire project. So based on the availability, send them for training. All right. Number 19. Explain how team performance assessments are generated. So we've already gone over this. Send the team for training, take a test, you get your assessments, or send the team for training, view performance, gauge performance, could be informal or informal, and then you can glean your conclusions from what you've observed. Final question, number 20. What is the difference between coaching and mentoring? Very simple. Coaching elicits the answers to the questions at hand from the client. It does not suggest the answers. Mentoring, on the other hand, does use one's pool of experience to suggest answers to the mentee. So there's a difference between drawing out versus telling. I hope this gave you some further insights into our task for today. Ensure team members and stakeholders are adequately trained. There's a lot that goes into training. There's a lot that goes into coaching. You know, some teams, they have full-on plans for how to pair people together for coaching and mentoring. We go into a lot more detail in the book, PMP Exam Immersion. Hit that link, tinyurl.com/PMP Immersion to download an instant copy. And to follow this curriculum a lot closer, go on down to projectmanagementdoctor.com/40-day plan. Wish you all the very best, and I'll see you on day 6. Bye for now. Hello, my awesome PMP warriors. Welcome to day 30 of 40 days to PMP exam success. Today, we're talking about Domain 2, Task 16, Ensure Knowledge Transfer for Project Continuity. Now, this is a very lean and mean task. However, it is huge when you read it in the different places that the concept of knowledge sharing comes up. Let me explain in more detail. The very first enabler says, discuss project responsibilities with the team. Now, this in and of itself is a lifelong task because it just keeps going on. The responsibilities may change and morph. Outline expectations for the working environment. That's the second one. And the last one is confirm approach for knowledge transfer. So now let's break this down. Number 1 is all about people understanding what they're meant to be doing within the team. Number 2 is understanding the expectations of how work will be conducted. And number 3 is really about transferring knowledge from one place to the other. Now, when we talk about knowledge sharing in the world of Agile, we have different avenues to share knowledge: road mapping, sprint reviews, pairing, retrospectives, a daily scrum, backlog refinement, release planning, team chartering, and Agile project chartering. Those are all places we could share knowledge. But don't forget, the artifacts are also places where knowledge resides. So we have artifacts in the world of Agile: the backlogs, the increment, the burn charts, cumulative flows, product roadmaps, story maps, all these things you're seeing on the screen. In the world of Scrum, in particular, to use it as an example for how things work in the world of Agile, you've got the 5 ceremonies or the 5 events. Those are all platforms for you to share knowledge. Remember, this task is all about you sharing knowledge. And that means we need to talk about the process in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition that focuses on knowledge sharing. What is it? It's Manage Project Knowledge. Now, in Manage Project Knowledge, this is the process of using existing knowledge and creating new knowledge to achieve the project's objective and contribute to organizational learning. And the key benefit is that prior organizational knowledge is leveraged to produce or improve the project outcomes, and knowledge created by the project is available to support organizational operations and future projects or phases. Knowledge is commonly split into 2 buckets: explicit knowledge
that can be readily codified using words, pictures, and numbers, and tacit knowledge, which is knowledge that is personal and difficult to express, such as beliefs, insight, experience, and know-how. So the two big buckets, there you have it. And here are some examples of tacit knowledge: playing the piano, riding a bike, driving a car, hitting a nail with a hammer. How do you really explain those? It takes some experience in some deeper levels of conversation. When we talk about this process managed project knowledge, it's important to understand you're reusing knowledge and you're creating knowledge. The activities that underpin both purposes are knowledge sharing and knowledge integration. Knowledge sharing helps us reuse the knowledge. Knowledge integration helps us harness the knowledge available and put it into a format that can be shared and people can learn, and the cycle continues. Knowledge integration is what we do in managed project knowledge. There are challenges, however, in knowledge management. Knowledge management is more than documenting knowledge. Knowledge management is more than obtaining lessons learned at project end for use on future endeavors. When we talk about knowledge management from a project management context for your PMP, you got to be thinking about getting the knowledge to people who need it as quickly as possible, using it efficiently, and sharing it throughout the organization, not just the project, but the organization. Only codified explicit knowledge can be documented and shared, but codified explicit knowledge lacks context and is open to different interpretations. So even though it can be easily shared, it isn't always understood or applied in the right way. Tacit knowledge, on the other hand, has context built in, but is difficult to codify. It resides in the minds of the individuals involved in the project, the social groups, or the situations, and is normally shared through conversations, interactions, and between people. I used the example of talking to a medical doctor, and he said, I've got a great example of tacit knowledge. When I do a spine tap, I cannot explain in words how I know I have hit the right spot, but there's a feeling you get, and that can be explained through rounds of conversation with younger doctors and those going through the process. So again, you got to know the challenges you face in this task. The challenge is people being transparent, people being open, and people understanding. Those pillars that we talk about in Scrum are not just for Scrum. They are useful when we are sharing knowledge with each other. So again, ensure knowledge transfer so the project can continue. Ensure that people who have the new knowledge are sharing with those who are new to the project. That's the mindset that I need you to get into, because you will have questions about knowledge sharing baked in. Let's go through some really easy questions. Which of the following is an input to the managed project knowledge process? All right, 3, 2, and 1. The answer to this, my friends, cannot be final report, because that's from closed project or phase, which happens later on. And it's not information management or knowledge management, because those are tools and techniques. So the answer is C. Let's go to the next question. You're working on a project where you need to create and connect people to information. You need an effective method for sharing simple, unambiguous, codified, explicit knowledge. Which of the following would you use as a tool and technique? All right. So the answer to this is in the sentence, connect people to information. This is known as information management. When you connect people to library services or repositories to draw the information they need, that is information management. Here's another one. Which of the following is not an input to the managed project knowledge process? All right, so if you take a look at the lineup, you quickly realize there's one that is not an input or output. There's one that sticks out. It's a tool and technique. It's knowledge management. Now, knowledge management is when you connect people to people for the purpose of knowledge sharing, okay? And those are the big ticket things I need you to be thinking about, my friends. Again, we are on to day 30. So we got to talk about the lessons learned register a little bit. The lessons learned register provides information on effective practices in knowledge management and records project challenges, problems, and successes. It contains lessons learned that will improve performance of the current or future projects. It may include the category and description of the situation along with its impact, recommendations, and proposed actions. It's day 30 and we have the open-ended questions again. Highly encourage you to know the difference between a sprint retrospective and a lessons learned. All of these questions are in here. Describe the advantage of retrospective cadence over lessons learned cadence. I'll give you the answer to this because it is important. A lesson learned typically happens at the end of the project. And then the question is, what are we going to do better on the next project? But that is delayed value. In the world of Agile, we want to get the information from a retrospective and we want to hold ourselves accountable by saying, what are we going to do to get better, like now? It doesn't even need to wait till the next sprint. So the value derived from the retrospective is quicker. You go into the next sprint with a vengeance to do better, to find ways of improvement and to actually put those back in the pipeline for the very next sprint. For lesson learned, it doesn't happen until the next project when it's not done right. My advice for anyone doing lessons learned is don't wait till the end of the project. Do lessons learned incrementally and put it back into the pipeline right away. We can borrow some stuff from the world of Agile to do better in our real world projects. Don't forget, hpmexam.com. We've got this brilliant half-day boot camp. It's coming up. It would be great to see you there. But right now, why don't we jump into the discussion about this task on the road. So let's get on the road and talk about this. Here we go.
Hello, my friends. Welcome, welcome. We're moving. Today is day 30 in the 40 days to PMP exam success. I applaud you on the great work you've been doing, keeping up with all the days. If you did miss any of the days, I encourage you to go back and look for some of those open-ended and multiple choice questions. If nothing else, if you're not able to watch all the lecture, get the questions, test your prowess, okay? So today, our task is task 16 under the process domain, and it's titled Ensure Knowledge Transfer for Project Continuity. In other words, to ensure that the project can continue when people come and go, you need to have a game plan for sharing knowledge. Game plan for understanding the project from the different perspectives, the different roles that are on the project. So the very first thing, it just says, discuss project responsibilities with the team. There has to be a discussion of who does what, okay? If someone leaves, you know what they were doing. You could backfill versus people in the dark and no one knows what the other person was truly doing. We don't want that. So we want clarity. The second one is outline expectations for the working environment. So if we are in a team space where we are going to espouse osmotic communication, information radiation, and things like that, it's got to be very clear. If there's a virtual environment where there's a fishbowl window concept that we are employing in order to keep everyone on the same page and in sync, then that needs to be explained. All right, so outline expectations for the working environment. The third enabler here says confirm approach for knowledge transfers. So how will knowledge be transferred from person to person? That's the question. Maybe job shadowing, maybe peer reviews, obviously the retrospective. If you're not in the world of Agile, it could be a lessons learned. And many of the other meetings are opportunities to sync up daily scrums, sprint review, the backlog refinement ceremony, if there is such a ceremony in the company involved. Those are all avenues to learn, how did you make that conclusion? How did you decide
to decompose that epic that way? What conclusions did you make? How were you able to code that so easily? You know, how were you able to do what you did so simply? Those are questions that need to be asked and knowledge that needs to be shared across teams, right? What are you doing? How are you doing what you're doing? What are some of the secrets? What are some of the shortcuts? That's it. And as a whole, the team wants to understand that they are a unified organism working together to achieve a common goal. So when we talk about the world of Scrum, we talk about the TIA factor: transparency, inspection, and adaptation. We want the team to have that mindset where they are transparently sharing information, there's a shared understanding, and knowledge is readily made available and shared eagerly. That's the mindset, all right? And that's pretty much it for today. You've hit day 30, 3/4 of the way there. I applaud you. This is really awesome. So, tomorrow, we'll be moving into day 31. It's going to be the last quarter starting tomorrow. All right? Don't forget to hit like on this video, subscribe, share with your friends. Let them know there is an entirely free course for PMP. This course right now is tending towards more than 16 hours. It's crazy. We've spent so much time working together on this stuff, and we're about to hit over 16 hours. That's a lot of time. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate you, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye for now. All right, my friends. Well, before we go, you know the drill. We've got to talk about the questions. So the questions I showed earlier were just a tiny little sliver of what we've got. Let's jump into the questions for today, and I'm talking about the multiple choice question. So here's the very first one. Knowledge that is personal and difficult to express, such as beliefs, insights, experience, and know-how, is called what? All right. So let's take a look at the answer. The best answer to this question, my friends, based on what we just discussed, is not explicit knowledge. And implicit knowledge is not a thing that is just made up. The best answer, my friends, is tacit knowledge, option C. So, tacit knowledge, that's the answer. Knowledge is commonly split into explicit and tacit. And tacit is personal, it's difficult to express, and you know all the hallmarks based on what we just discussed. All right. Let's go to our next one. Next one, number 92. Here we go. Okay, coming up. Knowledge management tools and techniques appropriate on a project depends on all of the following except what? Okay. Three, two, and one. Well, this is a very straightforward one. Many of the questions I share with you are, in essence, knowledge type of questions. So the best answer to this is not the duration. Everything else has some clout in the discussion, but option D, the project duration, that is not part of the considerations. Okay, it does not depend on the duration. So the tools and techniques appropriate in a project depend on the nature of the project, especially the degree of innovation involved, project complexity, and the level of diversity, including diversity of disciplines among team members. Question 93. Information management tools and techniques such as lessons learned register, library services, web searches for published articles, or project document management systems are effective for which type of knowledge? All right. Hit the pause button if you need more time. So the answer to this, my friends, based on what we already know, is not D, it's not C, and it's not B. B is bogus, D is bogus. The best answer is A, it's explicit knowledge. So here are some ideas of things you could use for explicit knowledge. Methods for codifying explicit knowledge, for example, for producing lessons to be learned, entries for the lessons learned register, library services, information gathering, and PMIS, Project Management Information System. Let's go to our next one. Which of the following describes knowledge management tools and techniques? All right. 3, 2, and 1. All right. You probably figured out the answer to this. It's pretty straightforward. Everything mentioned here is a good example of knowledge management tools and techniques. You can see on page 103 of the PMP Guide, 6th edition, there's a laundry list of them, quite a large number, and you can pause and take a look. Knowledge fairs, storytelling, creativity and ideas management, everything. And really for your exam, my advice would be to really pay attention to the difference between knowledge management and information management. Not as though the questions are knowledge related, but the more information you have, the more you've got the vocabulary down, the better. All right, let's move on to our next question. Okay. Which of the following project documents is necessary as an input for knowledge management and provides information on the type of competencies and experience available on the project? Give it some thought. Three, 2, and 1. All right, so the best answer to this, my friends, is not D. The stakeholder plan, remember, it just guides how you engage stakeholders, but it does not have information about the competencies and experience of these folks. The resource breakdown structure does not have information about competencies and experience. Remember what it's saying? Competencies and experience. And neither does the lessons learned register. That is not its place. So the best answer is B. Okay, the best answer is project team assignments. As a result of the assignments, you can glean information based on their competencies and experience. Okay, the stakeholder management plan, it was truncated to read stakeholder plan, but it does not contain information that we would need based on the question. Okay, let's move on to our final question. Agile teams have the following common roles except. Three, 2, and 1. All right, so based on what you know about the world of Agile, which one would you not choose? Try to remove yourself from hybrid thinking and just stay in vanilla flavored Agile. The best answer, my friends, is A. And it's because we often use the word facilitator. It's a softer word. We do not have a leader, team leader. Now, even though some folks may use that language in Agile, in the Agile Practice Guide, page 40 and 41, the overarching mindset is one of facilitation more than leadership. Okay? As far as that role that the Scrum Master is described as playing. I know it might make you scratch your head a little bit, but the word facilitator is softer. All right. Thank you, my friends, for joining. Remember, if you are struggling, do not struggle alone. Go on down to hpmexam.com. Let's help you get the exam in shipshape, and I will see you tomorrow. Thank you very much. We're going on to day 31. Wow, tomorrow. And that's the final task in process. We will be done with process tomorrow. See you tomorrow.
Hello, my most awesome project managers. How you doing? Welcome to day 21 of 40 days to PMP exam success. I am extremely delighted that we are beyond the midpoint and we're now heading towards the big finish. We've got 20 more to do. So jumping straight into day 21, I've got a little question to test your quality and agile awareness. Here's a question. As you work on the retrospective, a discussion about enablers of agility is started by two team members. As servant leader, they ask you for advice. Which of the following would you use as an enabler for agility? Choose two topics. Which one would you choose? Think about it. All right. Well, the best answer to this question, my friends, remember, choose two. Technical excellence and good design does what? It enhances your agility. It's not about extensive requirements, and it's not about detailed, thorough planning. In fact, in the world of Agile, we tend not to plan in all this great detail up front. We take it piece by piece as we approach the sprints or the iterations, if you will. And that needs to be the mindset. Technical excellence and good design enhances your agility. Moving on, let's talk about the task for today. It's plan and manage quality of products or deliverables. Now, this is redundant because deliverables means product, service, or result. So in essence, it's saying plan and manage quality of deliverables. All right. So you got to understand what a deliverable is. A deliverable is a product, service, or result. Now, the PMI addresses these in three processes. The first process is plan quality management. Develop a plan for how to manage project quality and improve project processes. You always need to have a plan for these knowledge areas. This one is no different. The next one is manage quality. This is tricky to understand at first, but you need to think about it like this. Executing the quality management plan, that's the easy way of thinking about it. The next level above that is to understand manage quality is code for quality assurance. And quality assurance is all about checking the process, checking the how behind your work. How are you working? Are you following those compliance guidelines? Are you doing the work as you are supposed to, or are you cutting corners? And this is where quality audits come in. So manage quality is executing the quality management plan to comply with organizational and identified quality standards. The final one is control quality, and this is where you're checking the actual product. Manage quality, checking process. Control quality, checking product. Control quality is all about quality on the project and the product. So you got to keep this in mind. All right. Now that we're done with this, you know what we're going to do. We're going to jump on the road and we're going to talk about this in a lot more detail. So, are you ready? Let's jump on the road and talk about this process of quality. And I'll let you know there's going to be a ton of slides that I'm showing you here because it's one of those processes where we have to go deep. This task is a deep one. All right, let's get rolling.
Hey friends, how you doing? It's your buddy Phil here, Project Management Training Coach. Welcome to 40 Days to PMP Exam Success. I hope you're studying and I hope you're doing really great. Today we are moving into another topic under the process umbrella, and it simply states plan and manage quality of products or deliverables. Now when you boil it down, a deliverable is a product, service, or result. So it's really just saying plan and manage quality of deliverables, right? You got to plan in how you're going to manage quality, and there are three processes for managing quality. You have plan quality management, manage quality, and control quality. It's so easy to remember. Plan quality management is all about identifying those quality standards that you need to adhere to, identifying any agreements from a quality perspective. This is where you also pull in the customer, because the customer has a huge say in quality. Now, when you define quality, it's three things. It's fitness for use, conformance to requirements, and customer satisfaction. The customer has a say-so in if quality has been achieved. So we take this very seriously. After you're done planning how to manage quality, you've identified the standards to adhere to, you've identified the metrics that you need to use to measure quality. We then go into manage quality. Manage quality is all about checking the process for producing whatever you are. Manage quality is where you would carry out a quality audit. So it's very important that when you think about quality and quality assurance, you think about managed quality, because managed quality is actually where you do the quality audits, and that is actually code for quality assurance. Managed quality is code for quality assurance, if you didn't already know. So the bottom line is, when you think about quality assurance, you got to be thinking about quality audits and checking the process. There's a difference between quality assurance QA and quality control QC. Quality assurance is checking the process. Quality control is our next one, which is checking the product. There's a difference between checking the process and checking the product. And quality assurance is checking the process, and quality control is checking the product. Okay? We call quality control quality. That's the formal process name. But let's really boil down the difference, because there's a little bit more that we need to delineate. Quality assurance, which is formally called managed quality as far as process name, is checking the process. But one of the things that we do here is we actually begin to identify ways that we are going to effectively inspect the deliverable. See, part of QA or managed quality is beginning to prepare those test and evaluation documents that you are going to use to inspect and record findings from your quality control. See, so quality assurance is a precursor to quality control. It's where you begin to think, which documents do we need, test and evaluation documents wise. Okay, now when you are done with the whole thing of quality assurance at the first stage, and what I mean by first stage is quality assurance is iterative. It doesn't end. So we could have like a first round or layers of it, if you will. But when you're done with that first layer of understanding, what follows is your quality control. So you can do quality assurance, have a little dose of that, while quality assurance is still happening on the grander scheme, you could be inspecting. So you take the test and evaluation documents, you got a quality report as well at this point. The quality report is also something that you get from managing quality. These become inputs as you're working and controlling quality. You are now inspecting your deliverable. You see, there's a difference between checking the process versus checking the product. You get it? There's a difference. So you need to have on your process hat for managed quality and your product hat for control quality. That's how I want you to tackle these two. Otherwise, they keep on messing with you. Product versus process. There is a difference. Okay? Now, in control quality, what we're doing is inspecting that deliverable to make sure that it is fit for use, conforming to requirements, and it is likely to satisfy the customer. This is before you send it to the customer. Okay? We carry out quality control before that deliverable goes to the customer, because we need to get from control quality a verified deliverable. A verified deliverable is one that you have checked yourself as the performing organization and you have found it to meet those requirements that the customer originally asked for. Okay? So, I know it's just 3 processes, but there's a lot of volume to it. Now, on top of this, for your exam, it would be helpful for you to understand quality tools. There are a lot of quality tools for you to master. There's control charts, there's scatter diagrams, check sheets, checklists, so much stuff that you need to get a very firm handle on. Okay? So for the past 10 minutes, we've been just talking about the 3 processes of quality: plan, manage, and control. And we need to break down the actual task for today and the enablers. So let's take a look at what these actually are. So let's digest this one more time. It says plan and manage quality of products or deliverables. The very first enabler is determine quality standard required for project deliverables. What does that sound like from what we just talked about? Obviously, that is plan quality management. That is where you identify those standards, right, for the deliverables. The next enabler is recommend options for improvement based on quality gaps. Now, what do you think that is? If you didn't already figure it out, when you are recommending options for improvement based on quality gaps, that is actually managed quality, believe it or not. Because managed quality is where you get all this quality control measurements from control quality. And you're asking the question, you're analyzing, why do we have the results we have? Whether they're good, whether they're not so good. If they're not so good, it's why do we have the result we have? What are we going to do about the result we have, since the results we have are unfavorable? You know, and you find quality control measurements being an input to the process known as managed quality. In other words, there's a feedback loop that is going back from control quality into manage quality. See? So if you haven't taken notice of that, please do. That's a very important one. And then we also have the final one, continually survey project deliverable quality. What do you think that is? Continuously checking the quality in control quality. So to really get a firm handle on this, you got to master PMIs, plan, manage, control, and you need to be all over it, know the tools, understand the flow, get the mindset down. Okay. Now, as far as Agile is concerned, because you might wonder, in the world of Agile, well, how does it all work? How does quality work? Well, you know what we say, the best architectures, requirements, and designs emerge from self-organizing teams, right? So you have a self-organizing team that is responsible for architectures and design, right? And even requirements. The team is extremely instrumental when it comes to this concept of quality. You should also remember that the product owner needs to know the deliverable, the product, whatever is being built inside out. If you're building the wrong thing, it's not quality. So part of the product owner's job is ensuring that the right thing is being built. That is huge. And then as far as how to build it, building it the right way, that's where the team comes in. The team gets good with its quality within the entire sprint at different points. You know, you got the daily scrum, that's an opportunity for inspection. You got the sprint review, that's another opportunity. You've got the sprint retrospective, which is a huge opportunity for you to check quality as a team introspectively. All right, so I hope all of this stuff is making sense to you, and I hope it's giving you a good idea of how all the different pieces of quality interweave, you know. And again, that's the task. It's plan and manage quality of products or deliverables. It's task 7 under process, and you just got to remember that quality is right in the middle of the iron triangle, right, of schedule, cost, and scope. All of those could impact quality. You don't want to sacrifice quality for speed. So it is important for you to think about quality as, you know, the most important aspect, because if it's not fit for use and conforming to requirements and satisfying the customer, what a waste of time. All right. Thanks for joining me today, my friends. Look for the questions. I'm going to put the questions. They'll follow. Make sure you answer those questions. And if you have questions for me, make sure you answer them, or ask them rather. Thank you very much. Speak to you very soon. Bye for now.
All right, my friends. Well, we got to get back into those questions. So let's take a look at those questions. The open-ended questions. We have 2 pages here. And as usual, I highly recommend that you take time out and use it as a checklist. The intent is for you to use this to validate that indeed you have all of these concepts down. Okay? So there we go with page 1. Freeze the screen. Take a look at it. Make sure you understand these terms. Number 9 is about the control chart. I flashed it on the screen for a little bit. Make sure you understand the control chart and what it does. It's one of the favorites. It could be camouflaged and cloaked on the exam, but you can expect to find some topics around control charts. All right, second page is more voluminous. I have a lot of questions for you here. Okay, so think about these, and if you have any questions about these questions, like I ask you, I do my part, you do your part. Your part is to put the questions about any of these questions. Okay, I do it in such a way that it makes you take action so that you can absorb this for yourself. All right, and remember, we have these boot camps. They're called PMP exam immersion. They are half-day boot camp. If you want to be part of that, go on down to hpmexam.com. All right, with that said, let's take a very quick look at a concept that I have shown a few times on this channel. It's a concept of quality, what exactly it is. So let's explain. We get a deliverable, but while the deliverable is being created, managed quality is happening in the background. When the deliverable is done, it goes to control quality, and from there we get a verified deliverable, hopefully. That means this deliverable is good to go to the customer. So it goes to the customer. Customer may have a change request. That change request goes to CCB, and from there we get an approved change request to tweak something, because the customer
is not pleased completely with it. Now, there's a feedback loop from control quality to manage quality that has quality control measurements, and that helps us analyze what is wrong with the process. Why isn't the process working? And that's how we come up with the idea of how to improve, how to get better in whatever we're doing, how to improve that deliverable to customer specification and satisfaction. Same cycle, only that this time it goes to the customer and the customer accepts the deliverable, and that goes to close project or phase. We put it into production, we get a final product, service, or result transition, and that closes out the cycle. All right. In addition to this, I also want to call your attention to the importance of the many tools of quality. We don't have enough time to go through all of them, but regarding tools and techniques of quality, pay close attention to cause and effect diagrams, scatter diagrams, design for X, know what affinity diagrams are, know what flow charts are, know histograms, understand a concept of matrix diagrams, and there are many different types, but you don't have to cram this. Just understand the concept. There are L-shaped matrices, T-shaped matrices, Y-shaped and X-shaped matrices, and roof-shaped matrices. The key thing about the matrix, it shows you relationships between those rows and columns. Understand the difference between a check sheet and a checklist. A check sheet is used to gather data as well, not only to check things off, but to gather data as far as where did you find the defects, how many did you find on each day, and we refer to this as a tally sheet as well. Like I said, cause and effect diagrams, regular suspect, control charts. I have an extensive video on control charts on YouTube. I would advise that you watch that video and you can actually see how we get the UCL, LCL, and all those points. So there's a science to it, and I explain it quite heavily in that video. Okay. Now let's jump into a few questions before we round up completely for today. I know it's been another of those long sessions, but it had to be. All right, really quick. The category assigned to deliverables having the same functional use but different technical characteristics is referred to as what? Hit the pause button if you need more time. The answer to this is C, and that's grade. When we use the term grade, we're talking about a design category assigned to deliverables having the same functional use but different technical characteristics. Next question, all costs incurred over the life of the product by investment in preventing non-conformance to requirements, appraising the product or service for conformance to requirements, and failing to meet requirements is referred to as what? Hit that pause button if you need more time. The best answer to this, my friends, is B. Cost of quality. Highly advised that you take a look at the cost of quality. There's a very intricate breakdown that if you don't pay attention to, you could easily miss free, cheap questions. So you got to understand the breakdown, cost of quality, understand all the things under cost of conformance, understand all the things under cost of non-conformance. Okay, cost of quality, COQ, regular favorite on the exam. All right, let's move back into our questions. Next question, cause and effect diagrams are known as all of the following except what? If you need more time, you hit the pause button. The answer to this, the bogus one here, did you note the word except? There's no such thing as why-how diagrams. So Fishbone, YY, Ishikawa. Next question, you are inspecting work outputs and deliverables. What are you doing? All right, hit the pause button if you need more time. The best answer to this, based on what we discussed, is control quality. This is where you're monitoring, recording results, but you're also inspecting those deliverables. Next question. Managed quality is considered the work for. Hit the pause button for more time. The answer to this, my friends, it's everybody. And you might have heard quality is referred to as everyone. Managed quality is considered the work of everybody: the project manager, project team, project sponsor, the management of the performing organization, even the customer. They all have roles in managing quality on the project, although the roles differ in size and effort. Next question. Which quality management process is sometimes called quality assurance? All right. Based on what we discussed in the training, the answer, manage quality. Okay. All right, my friends. Well, there you have it. I hope you've enjoyed this. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe, share with your friends. These take a long time to do because it's like a full course on one task. So I would love for you to appreciate the effort put in. There's a lot of moving parts. You see me on the road, then I'm back in the office, then I'm putting all this stuff in. So please be patient with me. I know that it takes a little time extra, but there's no point putting out something that doesn't explain the concept enough for you. All right, for those of you who are in a manic rush to get all this content down, going down to our website, like I said, hpmexam.com is a good place for you to start. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. I will talk to you very soon. Bye for now.
Project management concepts may seem tough at times, but not to worry. You have a coach who makes it as easy as ABC. Here he is to set things straight for you. Your friend, Phil.
Hello, my friends. How you doing? It's your buddy Phil here, project management trainer and coach. Today is day 8, and we're talking about negotiating project agreements. The task, it simply states in the people domain, task 8, negotiate project agreements. Agreements could be a number of things, not just contracts. We could have letters of agreement, right? We could have letters of intent. We could have verbal agreements. So how do you tackle these? They say analyze the bounds of the negotiations for the agreement. So what are you really negotiating? What is the boundary around what you're negotiating? That is the first thing you should be thinking about. What is out of bounds? What is within bounds? It's definitely worth consideration. So that needs to be your number one thought. Secondly, you need to assess priorities and determine ultimate objectives. So going into a negotiation, you should always ask yourself, what is the big ticket thing that I need to negotiate? What is the big ticket item that I care the most about? See? And we call that analyzing the bounds of the negotiation and then assessing the priorities. Some things are definitely going to be top priority, and other things are just not worth worrying about, right? Or not worth pursuing with all vigor. Some things you could let them go in a negotiation because you know that the best thing you're looking for, the best outcome you're looking for is X or Y. So that needs to be defined. So assess your priorities coming into a negotiation and determine what do you want ultimately, whatever that looks like. Next, you're going to verify the objectives of the project agreement. Make sure that those objectives are met. Remember though, there's one thing that should be at the back of your mind that is not explicitly mentioned in here, and you could be tested on the exam in this one. It's the concept of what am I really looking for in the negotiation? You're looking for a win-win outcome. That's what you need to be thinking about. Win-win. In other words, you win and the other party wins. And you collaborate and you work together to get to that optimum outcome. It is possible because everyone wants something from a negotiation. And it is possible to have dialogue and to work together. Remember though, the Agile Manifesto talks about customer collaboration over contract negotiation. So whatever you're looking to negotiate, it's very important you have win-win in the back of your mind such that both parties walk away satisfied. It is possible. And that is always the best alternative. That is always the best outcome. All right? So verifying that the objectives of the project agreement is met, that comes next. So there are two ways to look at this. Going into a negotiation, ensure that your objectives are met, but at the same time, after the negotiation, let's say you've struck a deal, let's say you've gotten to an agreement, your job as the project manager is to verify that the objectives of the agreement are actually met. We're talking about, okay, we've gotten to agreement, let's ensure that the objectives of this agreement are actually met. So there's quite a lot of stuff that the project manager, scrum master, facilitator, whoever that role that the question depicts is, right? There's quite a lot of stuff for this individual to do. So just keep this in mind. Now, when it comes to negotiating, we've talked about the concept of anything, but I want to talk specifically about story points. Because when it comes to story points and negotiating features and value that the customer is looking for, it also falls into this domain. So think about it like this. You have customers that want certain features. These features, think of them as costing story points, right? There's only so many story points your team can do in a sprint. So if the customer is asking you to do the impossible, let's say that's 250 story points. How are you going to do that when your velocity has always been 150? You know that you shouldn't be promising the world. You know you cannot achieve that based on your empirical data, right? So when you're coming in to a negotiation such as that, very importantly is the data, right? And the candor, because you don't want to promise the impossible, right? So you always want to have something we call trade-offs. In the world of the PMI, these are quite big because the project manager is meant to apply the concept of trade-offs, right? The concept of having someone buy into an alternative. And it takes skill to do that, but it's one of the things the project manager is expected to do, okay? Obviously, in all of these discussions, you should be participating. So it says, participate in agreement negotiations. You got to remember that there are different types of negotiations. There's straight old bad negotiating, sly, dirty, ruthless negotiating. You don't want to be like that. You want to have good negotiating, ethical. Remember, someone from the world of the PMI, you should always be thinking about that ethical incline in everything you do. So you want to have that natural, okay, is this above board? If it's not above board, I'm not going to do it. Like lying in a negotiation just to win it, no. All of those things are poor. And that's why in the world of the PMI, right up front, we talk about verbal agreements. You are expected to uphold verbal agreements. If you agree to something, even if it's not documented, you're meant to uphold it. You see, that is one of the ways we need to be thinking about this stuff, okay? In closing, the final enabler states determine a negotiation strategy. There's something we call best alternative to a negotiated agreement. What is the best alternative to what you're looking, right? Call it the BATNA. So what is your BATNA? What is your best alternative to what you're trying to negotiate? If X doesn't work, maybe Y will work, okay? And if Y doesn't work, what is the bare minimum that you'll go for? It's just a good way of negotiating for you to come with something in mind, but if that doesn't work, you go with your BATNA. So I'm just going to read very quickly the concept of BATNA, best alternative to a negotiated agreement. It is the course of action that a party engaged in negotiations will take if talks fail. See? And if we cannot reach an agreement on this, what are you going to do? Okay? It says, in negotiation theory, the best alternative to a negotiated agreement or BATNA refers to the most advantageous alternative course of action a party can take if negotiations fail and if agreement cannot be reached. So going in there, one, thinking win-win is important. But beyond the win-win, if that doesn't work, you need to be ready to go with something else. And maybe both parties, however many parties are involved, can actually come away with something and be happy and content. It's doable. It's absolutely doable. All right, so that's it, my friends. We are at the end of day 8. Negotiate project agreements. What you're going to find on the screen or below is the questions I have for today. Make sure you tackle those questions. Be aware of all the different little nuances in negotiating. Like there's contract types. It's a topic to be understood. We have this in chapter 12 in the PMP guide, but in chapter 5, I think. I'm going to miss this one. I'm not totally sure. It's either 4 or 5, but I know the page is 77 or 78 in the Agile Practice Guide. All right. Take a look at pages 77 and 78 in the Agile Practice Guide and get familiar with the different contract types. I know that we could be negotiating anything, and when you think about negotiating, just to throw this in, story points, through empirical data what you can do, right? Why not have some sort of trade-offs, bartering with evidence? Sometimes you got to show them the evidence. Right? Sometimes you got to show them what the velocity has been historically. And you don't want to kill the team by promising what you cannot do. I hope this gives you some good ideas about how to tackle task 8, about negotiating. Did I get that? I'm always saying task 8 when I meant something. Okay, it is task 8. I got it. So there are 35 tasks, and we've been going on this journey for the past 8 days. This means we are about a fifth of the way there. That's not bad. Before you know it, you'll be done. I just wanted to emphasize, if you have not gotten the book, PMP Exam Immersion, you should. It will help you. Going through these questions, going through the rationale, it is going to help you. It's going to help you solidify your focus, and it's going to help you do a lot better. All right? I'll put a link below, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now. Hello, my friends. How you doing? Friends. So why don't we jump straight into these questions that you've kind of seen on the screen so far? Are you ready? Let's take a look at the very first question. I'll read it. I'll give you a little bit of time to answer. Jump in, answer the question, and let's compare notes. Here's the first one. You are negotiating a contract for shipping very well-defined raw materials from the vendor's location to your various warehouses worldwide. The vendor is a globally dispersed partner with locations within 10 miles everywhere your company is located. In the spirit of good ethics, which contract type should you seek to put in place with all fairness to both parties? I'll give you a little bit of time. What do you think? All right, I hope you were able to get your solution squared away. So using the process of elimination, why don't we take a look at what could be the answer? So right here we have a few things talked about. It says very well defined. That immediately should be a green light to the concept of fixed price, right? And then it says the vendor is a globally dispersed partner with locations within 10 miles everywhere your company is located. So this means there's not a lot of uncertainty here. You're not traveling a far distance. 10 miles isn't far. And it's a very well defined raw material. So you wouldn't need time and materials because things are so well defined. And you wouldn't need a CPAF or a CPIF. To be quite honest, the best contract is B. Now, you wouldn't want to throw money away for no reason, right? It doesn't talk about the need to deliver within a certain time frame or any kind of incentive. So for that reason, since we have a very well-defined raw material and we have the location not being an uncertain factor, we know where it's coming from and where it's going. In all fairness, and this was really just a red herring because, of course, you should be thinking fairness and ethics on all of your questions, right? So, with all fairness, B should be chosen. Firm fixed. Okay, now it doesn't say price at the end. That's a red herring in and of itself, right? The fact that it doesn't say price does not negate the validity of the option. So it says, which contract type? A firm fixed contract. So the best answer is B, okay? You don't throw money away to be fair. Doing a cost plus doesn't make sense because it's a well-defined raw material. Next, your company is in negotiations with 3 subcontracting firms on a very competitive turnkey project for work that is very predictable with requirements that are well-defined and not likely to change. You want to incentivize the sellers. Which contract type is the best one to use? Okay. Is it FPIF, FP-EPA, CPIF, or FFP? Now, in the spirit of the PMP exam, you do know you have roughly 1 minute, 15 seconds for each question, all right? So if you need more time, hit the pause button. All right, so I'm about to reveal the answer. Spoiler alert. FFP does not have any incentives. It says you want to incentivize the seller. That's the main thing, right? FP-EPA has no incentive, so it boils down to 2. If you take note of what it said prior, it says, with requirements that are well defined and not likely to change. That's a case for fixed price. Coupled with the incentive fee that's needed, the best answer is A. Okay. So, PMBOK guide, it says FPIF, fixed price contracts in general should be used when the requirements are well defined and no significant changes to scope are expected. Let's move on to our next one. You're working on an agile aviation administration project that has consistently delivered 150 to 200 story points each iteration. This project will revolutionize air travel by switching from radar to satellite-based flight tracking technology, along with other technological advances such as improved weather forecasting and communication systems. During Sprint 6, your CEO asks you to step things up a bit and commit to 200 story points. What should you do? So I want you to take a look at the number of lines in this question. So roughly going on 6. These days, the feedback is the questions could be long, so do keep that in mind. I'll give you a little bit of time to answer. All right. If you need more time, hit the pause button. Spoiler alert, I'm about to reveal the answer. So, first one said, negotiate terms based on your expert judgment. Well, you got to remember that in the world of Agile, teamwork makes the dream work. So this is an absolute no-no. It's not based on you, whoever you are. It just says you are working. And if you're a project manager, or if you're a product owner, or if you're a scrum master, whatever your role, it's not yours to negotiate based on your expert judgment. Let's take a look at option B. Negotiate terms based on empiricism. What is empiricism? It's all about learning by the doing. So you got real data that shows the historical information, and you use that to predict the future. Not bad. Let's take a look at C. Negotiate terms based on goodwill and team synergy. While this sounds intelligent and nice, we don't negotiate based on goodwill. Oh, I'm feeling happy. I just want goodwill with you, customer, so I will grant you 3 extra wishes. No, we don't do that. And it's not a question of team synergy. Team synergy is already built into the empiricism. So C is not better than B. Let's take a look at D. Negotiate terms based on story size and prioritization. Well, you don't negotiate terms based on size of a story. You negotiate based on reality, right? And you don't just prioritize and negotiate based on prioritization. While that is a good thing to do, your negotiation isn't based on prioritization. The question here isn't which stories, which would be more prioritization, right? The question here is how many. Now, even though you've done between 150 to 200, that is a wide band of 50 story points. So for the CEO to say commit to 200, no less, you can't do that. You got to negotiate based on empiricism, and you got to consider the cone of uncertainty when you're doing that. So the best answer is B. All right, I hope that makes sense. Let's move on to our next question. Jack Brown has been working as project manager for the largely agile California high-speed rail project of 800 miles of high-speed rail lines connecting Los Angeles and San Francisco. The customer has requested to have in place a particular non-negotiable element that is not executable using an agile approach. One of the vendors will not partner in an incremental collaborative way. Which approach should you employ? I'm going to give you some time to think about this one. All right, my friends, well done. Why don't we give it the countdown of 3, 2, and 1. Let's take a look at the answer. So, taking a look here, it says you're working on a largely agile. It didn't say completely agile. It's a largely agile project. So with that in mind, you want to immediately begin looking for things that are not largely agile. So B says use a predictive-oriented approach. That doesn't make sense because it said largely agile. Largely agile means it consists of agile and something else. And the only other thing it could consist of would, of course, be something predictive, right? So it cannot be predictive only. So B would be wrong. Towards the end, it said one of the vendors will not partner in an incremental collaborative way. Hold on to that word incremental because you're going to need it to eliminate one of the options that is clearly not incremental. and that is option D that says use an iterative approach with predictive workflow. Again, it's trying to make you think iterative is anything other than a one-time delivery. It's not. Iterative is a one-time delivery. Take a look at the Agile Practice Guide pages 18 and 19, and you'll see how iterative delivers one time. So option D is not helping because it is strictly a one-time delivery. Okay? Now let's look at A. A says use an agile-incremental approach. Well, it said it's largely agile, so we can't use an agile. Incremental is already built into agile, so it doesn't make sense to say use an agile incremental approach because agile is both incremental and iterative. So the best option is C. Use a largely agile hybrid approach. Common sense, right? I'm sure it didn't deceive a lot of you. Quite straightforward. Let's move on to our final question. Two firms are in the middle of a negotiation and all is going well, and a positive outcome seems highly possible. Midway, a top executive joins the discussion from one of the sides and he overwhelms collaboration. By the end of the episode, everyone ends up worse off. Which negotiation model does this describe? Think about it for a bit. And 3, 2, and 1. Let's take a look at the answer. The best answer, by process of elimination, and if you're aware of the PMP Guide 7th edition, PMP Guide 7th edition has some content around the models. The 3 models it talks about: win-win, lose-win or win-lose, and lose-lose. Okay? Now, if you take a look at what is being said, if everyone, it didn't say one person ends up worse off, everyone ends up worse off. That points to a situation where the parties don't win, nobody wins, right? So it's not win-win and it's not lose-win. Zero sum is actually the same as a lose-win. It's not that. Zero sum means when you add up the win and the loss, it's zero, but that's not the case with a lose-lose, right? It's not one party wins, another loses. No, lose-lose is where everyone ends up worse off. So the best option, based on definition and based on what we know about these models, is lose-lose. So I hope you found this to be helpful. Let's take a look at our open-ended questions one more time. Those are our open-ended questions for the day. Make sure you go through them, read the pages I've recommended, and if there are any questions, you put them in the comments below. If you're looking for the immersion book, going down to the Praizion site, you'll find the immersion book. It's a very helpful book going through every task day by day. So at the end of every day, I'm expecting you to go into the book, do the reading, and take the quiz in the book. You got a couple or even more questions every day in the book. All right, so make sure you do that, and it will pay off in the long run. All right. Thank you very much for joining me. We've come to the end of day 8. Keep up the days, my friend. If you missed any of the days, look for the videos on day 7 and previous, and I look forward to seeing you on day 9. Just by virtue of how it works, we are very, very close to being out of 40. We have 8 out of 40. That's 1 out of 5. That's 20% of the way, my friends. You're doing well. I'll see you tomorrow. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe, and share with your friends.
Hello, my awesome PMP warriors. Let's jump into a pop quiz. On agile teams, management of work and accountability is an important role that is accomplished in various ways, including decentralized leadership. What is the role of the project manager on an agile project? Now I'm giving you 75 seconds to answer this, so hit the pause button for more time because I will show you the answers pretty quick. I will reveal the answer. The answer is not A, because you do not manage the team in the world of Agile. That is anti-Agile. B, check to ensure human resource assignments. Again, we don't do that. We have a team that uses a pull mechanism to pull the work to themselves. C, monitor velocity and team effort. This option sounds good, but it actually is not. We don't monitor velocity and team effort. The team can do that for themselves. Our job is to provide support for the team and stakeholders as needed. So the best option, based on the Agile mindset, is D. Everything else sounds good, and it could be argued, but the best option is D. Let's move on to our next question. As in the work done on traditional projects, roles are often defined. Also in Scrum, there are specific roles. What are the roles on a Scrum team? Select all that apply. Again, hit the pause button for more time. Okay, my friends, in the world of Agile, there's one role that does not exist. And the best answer to this, because it says, what are the roles on a Scrum team? We don't have a project manager on a Scrum team. So the best answer is A, C, and D. Next question. You are a Scrum Master in an Agile organization. It is important to practice Agile frameworks and practices such as backlog preparation, backlog refinement, training, and work distribution with proper focus and direction. Which of the following teams would you spend more time coaching and mentoring? Give yourself 75 seconds. I will reveal the answer shortly. Okay. The best answer, my friends, is not A. There's nothing wrong with A. And it's not D. There's nothing wrong in using a pull technique to select your own work in the world of Agile. That leaves us with B and C. So, we know it's not A and we know it's not D. Let's take a look at option C. The cross-functional team is receiving training from an outside source. There's actually nothing wrong in that, going for training. So option B, stakeholders changing sprint backlogs frequently, is anti-agile. This is problematic. We shouldn't be changing our sprint backlogs frequently because once we get our sprint backlog, we're airborne heading towards our destination, and someone opens the cabin door wanting to make changes, add in more passengers. No, it doesn't happen. So with that analogy, bear in mind that once the sprint has been locked in, we avoid making changes. Could change happen? It could. But when you've got sprint backlogs frequently changing every sprint, that shows we've got an issue. Might need some coaching. All right, let's move to our next one. While working in the Scrum framework, product ownership, impediment resolution, and decision making is very important for smooth flow and team collaboration. A Scrum Master heard that the daily Scrum did not hold. Who should attend this meeting during the iterations? Again, give yourself 75 seconds. Hit the pause button for more time. I will reveal the answer. The answer to this is actually not D. The Scrum Master does not have to attend the daily Scrum perpetually. The Scrum Master
should actually look to transition facilitation over to the team in the long run. So the Scrum Master does not have to attend to record all impediments. That is something the team could do. The Scrum Master just needs to know the impediments and seek resolve, but not necessarily attend the daily Scrum to do that. And I know a lot of jobs in the real world demand that the Scrum Master should be a facilitator in every event, but that is not the truth. Option C, the developers or the cross-functional team doing the work. It would make sense to have the people doing the work in the room, right? Let's take a look at option A. The product owner should attend as they make major decisions. That is true, they make major decisions, but they don't need to attend the daily Scrum. Remember, it's a sync up meeting. If they need the product owner in attendance, then, of course, team members should request that the product owner be there, but the product owner doesn't have to be there. Let's take a look at option B. All team members on the Scrum team. That would mean the product owner and the Scrum Master. In actual fact, they don't have to be there. The best option is the developers or the cross-functional team doing the work. So the answer is C. Let's move on. In an iteration-based agile setting, your Scrum team just completed a major deliverable release, concluding the sprint. When should the next iteration commence? Again, give yourself 75 seconds. Let's take a look at the answer. The answer to this is not A. It's not C or D. Because as soon as we get done with the sprint, the next one commences immediately. So it's not the following week. Who said you must finish every sprint on a Friday? No. Some sprints could finish midweek or at the beginning for any reason. So A is not ideal. C says when the sprint backlog is ready for work. And again, it says your Scrum team. So you know that this is the world of Scrum in particular. So in the world of Scrum, we do it immediately. It's not when the sprint backlog is ready for work, because the sprint backlog, we should have already been working on the product backlog. The sprint backlog is ready when we conclude our sprint planning session. And that happens at the beginning of the next sprint. So C doesn't make sense. We would already have started the sprint, right, as we are working on the sprint backlog. D, at the direction of the product owner after prioritization is complete. That's bogus. That is not the case. So the best answer is immediately. Let's move on to our next one. Courage is a key value needed by team members to practice Scrum with a mindset of empiricism. What are the empirical Scrum pillars? Select all that apply. All right, I will reveal the answer. So if you take a close look at E and F and A, what you realize is that these are Scrum values, but they are not the empirical Scrum pillars. The empirical Scrum pillars are actually transparency, inspection, and adaptation. Here's our final one. Part of the work carried out by the Scrum Master involves a lot of collaboration and team facilitation. As a servant leader and Scrum Master, how should you serve a team? There's one correct answer. Okay, 3, 2, and 1. If you need more time, hit the pause button. So certain things here look nice, but they're actually not a good way of serving the team in the world of Agile. And remember, we said, how should you serve a team? It didn't say how should you serve the world or the community. We're talking about a team. So this one that talks about coaching organizations, other organizations, not even yours, is not the best answer. Okay? The one that says creating the product backlog is bogus. That is not what the Scrum Master does. D, resolve conflict between team members. You could facilitate conflict resolution, but resolving conflict is not what you want to do. People can solve conflict themselves, but you could facilitate. That is a better word. So the best option here is remove obstacles and blockers, really alluding more towards the impediment removal role. So this is the best option. And that, my friends, concludes our pop quiz for day 33. Now, remember, day 33 is all about business, and it's all about evaluating and delivering project benefits and value. The words benefit and value are huge, so this is going to be quite a long session. We have a lot more to talk about in Domain 3, Task 2. So let's jump into the quick summary. Evaluate and deliver project benefits and value. Here are the enablers. Investigate that benefits are identified. Document agreement on ownership for ongoing benefit realization. Verify that a measurement system is in place to track benefits. Evaluate delivery options to demonstrate value. And lastly, appraise stakeholders of value gain progress. Now, to really ace this area, you need to understand what benefits are. Projects enable business value creation, and business value is a net quantifiable benefit derived from a business endeavor. The benefits could be tangible, intangible, or both. In business analysis, business value is considered the return in form of elements such as time, money, goods, or intangibles in return for something exchanged. Advise you take a look at the PMP Guide, page 7. Also take a look at page 33. And if you've got the Business Analysis for Practitioners Guide, it's on page 185. You can glean some information to this end. Business value in projects refers to the benefit that the results of a specific project provide to its stakeholders. The benefit from projects may be tangible, intangible, or both. Let's take a look at some tangible elements. Tangible elements are monetary assets, for example, stockholder equity, utility, fixtures, tools, and market share. Examples of intangible elements are goodwill, brand recognition, public benefit, trademarks, strategic alignment, and reputation. And that is a high-level view to a lot of what we need to know for today. Moving further, I want to sensitize you to the business case. The business case is talked about on page 28, and we refer to it as a documented economic feasibility study used to establish the validity of the benefits of a selected component lacking sufficient definition that is used as a basis for the authorization of further project management activities. You also need to know the definition for the benefits management plan. It's a documented explanation defining the processes for creating, maximizing, and sustaining the benefits provided by a project. So if you don't have these definitions down, really hone in on them and understand the essence. Let's take a look at questions on top of what we already discussed. Here are the questions that are open-ended for day 33. Ever since we started this journey, my friends, I have been sharing with you various open-ended questions. This is a continuation of that thought of open-ended questions, and I highly encourage you to keep on in this vein, answering these questions and looking for gaps, because I think you will find a ton of value from it. The more you do this, the better it will be. Again, this is a bit of a long session because there's a lot more we need to talk about as we jump on the road. That's one. Secondly, I have 5 more questions to ask you in this area. So what we're going to do right now is jump on the road and begin talking about
this task under the business domain. So let's get moving. Let's jump on the road.
Hello friends, how you doing? Welcome to 40 Days to PMP Exam Success. Today we're going to take a look at the business area, and this is task 2, and it simply states evaluate and deliver project benefits and value. Sounds like a bit of a loaded one, so let's think about this progressively. Evaluate project benefits and value, and then deliver project benefits and value. But what exactly is value? In order for there to be value, there needs to be benefits. So we can say value is the net quantifiable benefits that a customer, a stakeholder, an end user experiences from the deliverable at hand. So for there to be value, there must be some sort of benefit. Now, if you've read the PMP Guide 6th edition, you might recall that there is such a thing as a benefits owner. The benefits owner is the individual who ensures that the benefits being sought have been identified and documented. It's not enough to have an idea of the benefits. We need to document them intentionally, put that into a benefits management plan, and we also say a benefits register. They are often used interchangeably. The benefits register is where the benefits will be registered. The benefits management plan, which sometimes doubles as a benefits register, is a document that tells us how those benefits and when those benefits will be realized. So it's twofold. What are the benefits? When and how will they be realized? And again, we refer to the individual that is responsible for this as a benefits owner, or you might hear the term benefits manager. Whatever the case, benefits need to be managed. Okay? So going a little bit deeper into the task for today, we have enablers. And the enabler that comes up first is investigate benefits are identified. And that means as a benefits owner or benefits manager, you're ensuring that you are documenting these benefits in a benefits register. Okay. The next one states document agreement on ownership for ongoing benefits realization. In other words, document who is responsible to be the benefits owner, to be the benefits manager, to be the person who ensures that the benefits are realized. So document agreement on ownership. Who owns the benefits? Who owns this endeavor for the ongoing benefits realization? Because it's an ongoing thing. You do know that at the end of a project, you do get a deliverable in the traditional world, but it doesn't mean that you're going to get the benefits of using that deliverable. For example, we produce a system that's meant to help us get work done in operations. If operations is not using the system, then they will not realize the benefits. Perhaps the benefits owner can understand why are they not using the system, and how can the benefits owner accelerate things such that the benefits are indeed realized. That's the whole idea behind this. The next enabler states verify measurement system is in place to track benefits. So how do we track benefits? Well, we often talk about benefits and revenue. Sometimes benefits are attached to that revenue. So whatever the measurement system you want to use, whether it is efficiency, improvements in how work is done, maybe it's reducing a defect rate, whatever those benefits are, it's important that we do have a system in place for measuring those benefits. And it just says document agreement on ownership and then verify that the measurement system is in place to track those benefits. So the benefits owner should be tracking the benefits using the metrics, the measurements, the approaches that have been decided on in the benefits management plan. Next, we have an enabler that says evaluate delivery options to demonstrate value. So let's ponder on that for a little bit. Delivery options to demonstrate value. It's simple. If you're working on an incremental project, you're going to get incremental value. Perhaps you might get incremental benefits. See? And you want to look at delivery options as far as how can we deliver so that the benefits are realized as expediently as possible. That needs to be a question. How can we deliver such that the benefits are experienced, realized, harvested as expediently as possible? So it does require some thinking. And this is where the benefits owner or benefits manager should do their job. This is where they should be thinking. What is the best way of demonstrating this? What is the best way of showing that value has been achieved? There are many ways. You need metrics, you need measurements, you need a system, you need processes and procedures to show improvement. For example, if I wanted to demonstrate benefits of a learning system for the PMP exam, I could show that the passing rate of students has increased, thereby demonstrating the benefits, if you get what I mean. The final one here is appraise stakeholders of value gain progress. So if we've discovered some value, in my example of more students are able to pass the exam without incident, let's say I work for a company where we're measuring this, then I'm appraising my stakeholders of the value gain progress. We are experiencing 10% more success, 20% more success, whatever those numbers look like. So this one here is really a business kind of thinking to show the business people, to show senior management stakeholders that indeed value is being experienced. We have realized benefits from this project as expected. All right? And that's just how to think it. So let's recap. Evaluate and deliver project benefits and value. Investigate benefits identified. Document agreement on ownership for ongoing benefits realization. Verify a measurement system is in place to track the benefits. Evaluate delivery options to demonstrate value. And lastly, appraise stakeholders of value gain progress. These are all things that you should be thinking about as a project manager from the business angle. Now, just remember, there's a lot more that could go into this as far as evaluating the benefits and value and showing them. It doesn't just have to be this list. The PMI tell you that the enablers are not meant to be an exhaustive list. They're just meant to give you an example of things to think about under this task. All right? I hope this helped you today, my friends. Remember, look out for the open-ended questions. I always give you open-ended questions for a reason. I want you to find gaps. The more of these open-ended questions you look at, the more you'll be able to identify any gaps. So please do the open-ended questions. And if you have a question about anything I've discussed or anything about the exam, make sure you put it in the comments below. All right? You take care, and I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, well, why don't we get into the extra questions we have, my friends? We still have a few questions before this is done and dusted, and then when we get done with that, we have another healthy serving of benefits talk. So here we go. Here's the very first question. You are the project manager on a large-scale information technology project. You are working with the product owner to prioritize the backlog. Which of the following should be the primary factor used to prioritize a backlog? All right, 3, 2, and 1. So even though you could prioritize a backlog using a number of considerations, the number one consideration from this perspective of the product owner has got to be the concept of value. It's all about value. Now, risk could come in for sure, okay? Cost could be a factor to consider, but number one factor is value. Let's go to our next one. You're the project manager on a large-scale information technology project. You're working with the product owner to prioritize the backlog. Whose primary responsibility is it to prioritize the backlog? All right, hit the pause button for more time. So the answer to this, it's not the project manager, neither is it the scrum master, and it's not the team. It says primary responsibility. Primary responsibility is the product owner as far as prioritizing the backlog. Could other people work with the product owner? Yes, but it's their primary responsibility. They're ultimately answerable for this, so just keep that in mind. Okay, let's move on. Next question. You're the project manager on a large-scale information technology project. You're working with the product owner to prioritize the backlog. Whose responsibility is it to ensure that the value of the benefits on a project are realized? All right, if you need more time, hit the pause button. So remember, this is going into PMI territory. It's very unique to PMI. The best answer for this, my friends, is actually not A, B, or C. It's the benefits owner. Remember, we talked about the benefits owner. That would be the best answer. Okay, let's move on. You're the project manager on an information technology project. You're working with the project sponsor to create a document that serves as an economic feasibility study. What does this best describe? All right, the best answer for this, my friends, is actually none other than the business case. This was part of our lesson for today, and I hope you took note of it. Read pages 37 and 33. In other words, page 30, page 33, and page 7 in the PMBOK 6. Okay? Next one. You are the project manager on an information technology project. You're working with the product owner to prioritize the backlog. Which of the following intangible value items may be used? Select all that apply. All right, so again, intangible value. You might recall this from our lesson. The best answers are B and C, goodwill and brand recognition. Remember, my friends, if you are struggling at all, you need to go on down to hpmexam.com, look for help, look for assistance. We'll be more than happy to help you as you firm up your exam knowledge. Okay? So we're moving to the final section of today. I know it's a lot of stuff, yes, but business has terrorized a lot of people on the exam. It's beasted up on people. So it's very important that we hone in really solidly on the concept of business. And to do that, I am going to share with you a lesson on the importance of features versus benefits versus value. It's features versus benefits versus value. So let's get into that, and I'm sure you're going to find a lot of value from this, okay? I'm going to be referring to the PMBOK guide pretty heavily, so just stay tuned, have your PMBOK guide to hand, and remember, you're always welcome to ask questions. This is put together for you. So I want to hear from you. I want to know how your studying is proceeding. I want you to be as transparent as possible and letting me know if you have problems as you're studying. All right, well, let's jump in to this video on features and benefits. Let's go.
Hello, welcome to our projects, products, features, benefits, value discussion. As you study for your exam, you're probably wondering, what's the difference between features and benefits? Or how do you view features, benefits, and value within the context of a product and projects? This video is brought to you on behalf of projectmanagementmasterclass.com, your one-stop shop for PMP exam training. Value begets benefits is what I typically say. It's not a benefit if there's no value in it. In order for it to be a benefit, there must be some value. One of the topics talked about in the current PMP exam is benefits management. The benefits management plan hits you straight away as you get to page 33. But let's discuss a little bit more what exactly benefits and value are. So the first topic, value. Focus on value, the PMI say. Value is the ultimate indicator of project success. Value can be realized throughout the project, at the end of the project, or well, after the project is complete. Value and the benefits that contribute to value can be defined in quantitative and or qualitative terms. A focus on outcomes allows teams to support the intended benefits that lead to value creation. In other words, focus on outcomes. Outcomes are the most important ingredient in the company, not the project. The project will come to an end, not the product. There's no good in having a product or a deliverable if there's no value from it. Project teams evaluate progress and adapt to ensure the expected value can be realized. But let's go a little bit further and talk about the difference between features and benefits at a very layman level. You take a look at a feature, it talks about productability, what the product can do, a technical specification or something your product can achieve. When you talk about a benefit, it goes a step further to put some value on whatever that feature delivers. So the feature enables you to do something. The value derived from the feature is a benefit. What a product can do for the customer in order for the customer to realize delight, value, or help in some way to the customer's living, the customer's way of doing things. It elevates the customer to a higher level of satisfaction, to a higher level of efficiency. That is exactly what a benefit is. And that's why I say value begets benefits. A project benefit is defined as an outcome of actions, behaviors, products, services, or results that provide value, that word again, to the sponsoring organization, as well as to the project's intended beneficiaries. The PMI know this all too well, and that's why in their recent publication of the PMP exam content outline, they have task 3.2, which states, evaluate and deliver project benefits and value, project manager. This is something you should do. 1, investigate that benefits are identified. 2, document the agreement on ownership for ongoing benefit realization. In other words, who is going to be responsible for realizing these benefits? 3, verify the measurement system is in place to track these benefits. And 4, evaluate delivery options to demonstrate value. And lastly, appraise stakeholders of value gained as you proceed in time. Now, in order to do this, the PMI talk about the benefits management plan on page 33. It goes into it rather deep. Let's take a look at some of the things that are mentioned here. In order to understand the benefits management plan, my advice is to think about the 5 W's and the H. Think about the what, when, where, why, who, and how of benefits. In other words, what are the benefits that we're looking to realize? What is the time frame? When do we expect to see these benefits? Is there a period or a place that we expect to find these? And also, how are we going to realize these benefits and who is responsible In other words, who is the benefits manager? So the benefits management plan talked about in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition is the document that describes how and when the benefits of the project are going to be delivered. It describes the mechanisms for this delivery. And a project benefit, like I said, is defined as an outcome of actions, behaviors, products, services, or results that provide value to the sponsoring organization as well as to the project's intended beneficiaries. Development of the benefits management plan starts early in the life cycle of the project, and it could go on for a while and, of course, evolve as more benefits are found, as more benefits are decided upon. Think about it in one fluid step across many time periods. It is not a one-time thing, but it's fluid. It happens. When we talk about the benefits management plan being updated, you can expect that. Think about an agile project or a hybrid project. As you're changing out items in the product backlog, what do you expect to happen? More benefits, right? So the benefits management plan, it evolves and it describes the key elements of the benefits and may include, but is not limited to, the following items. We could talk about target benefits, that is the expected tangible and intangible value to be gained by the implementation of the project. Bear in mind that financial value is expressed in net present value, NPV. We also talk about strategic alignment in this document. How well do the benefits align to the business strategies of the organization? Also, time frame for realizing benefits. When will those benefits be realized? Short-term, long-term, ongoing. Who is the benefits owner? The accountable person to monitor, record, and report those realized benefits throughout the time frame. Metrics, the measures to be used to show benefits realized, direct measures and indirect measures. Also assumptions, factors that we consider to be in place in order for us to reap these benefits. And don't forget uncertainty, risks. What are the risks that could affect these benefits from being realized? Developing the benefits management plan should make use of the data and information documented in the business case and needs assessment. These are well talked about on page 30 in the PMBOK Guide. Now, when you talk about benefits, tangible and intangible value, what comes to mind? The PMI defines business value as the net quantifiable benefit derived from a business endeavor. Just remember, we could be talking about a wide array of tangible and intangible elements. Let's talk about tangible value. Talking about tangible value, you could refer to monetary assets, stockholder equity, utility fixtures, tools, and market share. And intangible elements could be goodwill, brand recognition, public benefit, trademarks, strategic alignment, reputation, share of wallet. How much of your stakeholder or company's wallet do you acquire over a period of time? How much of their wallet do you occupy? These are all ways of seeing benefits. Now, again, this is talked about on page 33. For those of you who are going through exam prep, I want you to go check out page 33 and it will help you. But again, as my colleague Roy has put together, there is a spin on benefits and it's more upfront in the discussion when it comes to Agile. Evaluate and deliver project benefits and value in Agile. My buddy Roy says, we try to favor lightweight ways of doing it with very few calculations. We tend to do it in a more collaborative approach so we can get consensus quickly. So we need to identify what the return or benefit is going to be of the items within the project. We don't just do requirements because they're in a requirements document. We look at the outcome. In other words, we don't just throw things into our product backlog. They are there for the V reason, value reason. All right. So we put them there because we're expecting a return from that feature, from that requirement. Then we analyze and we factor that into our project as well. And we don't just move along blindly. As we're going through an agile project, one of the things that will come up is the topic of MVP, the minimum viable product. And the minimum viable product helps us get feedback in a proactive way in order to understand if this is indeed what the customer wants, and if indeed this will deliver the value that the customer is looking. The value of getting incremental return from the customer in that way, piecemeal through feedback, is huge. One is we get feedback from our customers. They get to look at the thing, whatever we're building, and they tell us if it's what they want or not. Imagine how many dollars would be saved if companies did this. Going back to exam prep for those folks who are thinking about benefits and value from a predictive standpoint, the documents mentioned in the PMBOK guide, the benefits management plan, the business case that I talked about on page 30, all the way down to 33 thereabouts, the project charter, project management plan, and lessons learned register, all of these are components that help us tie benefits into the project in a tighter fashion and really understand what are these benefits and how are they going to be realized. Project managers are meant to investigate that benefits are identified. Benefits are identified during project initiation, they're taken from the business case, and they should be realized by project completion, but it's not uncommon to have benefits being realized far after the project is complete, and that's why we have the benefits owner who should be realizing these benefits. So create the benefits management plan. It's going to help you keep track of these things. Now, in closing, one more task that the PMI talk about are the tasks towards the business side. Let's go to that one. Execute the project with the urgency required to deliver business value. So when you're thinking about benefits, you want to deliver the benefits early. Think about it. Someone likes dessert. Well, why don't you deliver dessert first? Why don't you put dessert first on the menu? Eat dessert first, as my buddy Roy would say. So execute the project with the urgency required to deliver business value so that your customer can begin to get benefits from that. That is another mindset that we need to have. It's a different way of thinking than how we think on predictive projects where there's a big bang at the end and that's where the delight comes. But no, we want as much delight to be delivered upfront incrementally as possible. And that's why PMI say, assess opportunities to deliver value incrementally, examine the business value throughout the project, support the team to subdivide the project tasks as necessary to find the MVP, as necessary to find the minimum viable product. So divide it into tiny pieces, decide on this is what we're going to deliver to our customer now, and from this, we'll begin to get feedback as to if we're building the right thing or not. So there are many things to talk about when it comes to benefits. Questions to ask about benefits identification. Are the benefits aligned with organizational goals? Does the benefits management plan outline how the benefits will be measured and when they will be delivered? Have key stakeholders signed off on the benefits realization plan or management plan? Are the benefits tangible, intangible, and or long-term, explicitly defined in the business case? Are all the benefits documented in a benefits register and benefits realization roadmap? The project manager should document the agreement on ownership for ongoing benefit realization. In other words, who is the benefits owner? Who will own these benefits and ensure that they are realized? Acceptance can be inferred from project scope statements. However, the best practice is to provide key stakeholders with a benefits ownership explanation. Issue a benefits management plan. Benefits realization is a means to ensuring benefits are derived from outputs. Quick question for you as you get ready for your test. The DASH is a documented economic feasibility study used to establish the validity of the benefits of a selected component lacking sufficient definition, and that is used as a basis for the authorization of further project management activities. What do you think? 3, 2, and 1. You can pause the recording if you want to think a little bit more, but the answer to this is the business case. The business case is a documented economic feasibility study, PMP 101. Here's your final question. Which of these best describes a user story? Pause the recording if you need more time. 3, 2, and 1. The answer to this, of course, has the benefits word in it. It's A, something that benefits the user directly or enables a future benefit. And remember, this is brought to you on behalf of projectmanagementmasterclass.com. If you're getting ready for your PMP exam and you want a course that will drive you through Agile, Predictive, Scrum, the 35 tasks in the PMP exam content outline, the PMBOK guide, hybrid stuff, you need to be on our next course that is starting in April. So go on down to projectmanagementmasterclass.com. If you happen to watch this after the fact, don't worry, we have these classes year round. Just go to the website and check out when next we'll be having one of these classes.
All right, my friends, so you can absolutely do that. We have different layers. We have a 35 contact hour course, but we also have the PMP exam immersion. So if you need a very quick top up and you don't need the full 35 hours, you can actually go on down to hpmexam.com. But if you need something that is more along the lines of the 35 contact hours, then definitely go on down to PMP exam masterclass page, which is projectmanagementmasterclass.com. All right, my friends. Well, that concludes the longest yet of all our episodes. This is over 45 minutes and it's day 33. The reason why we had to go hard here, let's not forget, a lot of the agile mindset is all about value, value, value. That's why we had to do it this way, my friends. Thank you very much. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe, and take a look at all the other videos that are on this platform for your PMP exam prep. Talk to you soon. Bye for now.
Hey my friends, how you doing? It's your buddy Phil here. Welcome to 40 Days to PMP Exam Success. It's always a pleasure to see you, my friends. Today we are talking about mentoring. This day what we're looking at is simply mentor relevant stakeholders. It's that simple. Mentor relevant stakeholders. So what is the difference between mentoring and coaching is a question I often ask my students. And the major difference, mentoring is all about using your expertise, your knowledge, your experience to guide someone to a solution. You could mentor team members towards a certain outcome. It's literally giving people advice about what to do. So the answer pretty much lies within your advice to them. But on the flip side, when we employ the method known as coaching, we are not telling people based on our experience what the best course of action is. Instead, when we coach, we are drawing out the answer from the client. So there's a difference between giving people guidance based on your unique experience and your knowledge, your experience, versus drawing the answer out of people and asking questions such as, what do you think you should do about that? Or why do you think that happened? Or what do you think the best course of action is? And things such as that. That's how it works in the world of mentoring versus coaching. See, coaching, you're drawing the answer out. Mentoring, you are literally giving the answer. And there's a place and time to use each one, but this really uses the word mentor. Could mean coach as well, in my opinion, but let's just talk about task 13. So this is day 13. Allocate time to mentoring. You got to put it on your calendar. Some companies actually have mentoring programs where a very experienced or senior person in the company has an intentional listing of people that he or she should be mentoring on a regular basis. The second one is recognize and act on mentoring opportunities. If you have a mentoring moment where someone has confided in you about a particular matter, something going on in the world of project management or work, and you see an opportunity to mentor that person to be able to get a better outcome, to be able to get better output from the project, why wouldn't you do it? You should. What this is saying is be smart and recognize any opportunity that presents itself for you to mentor someone else. Case in point, my buddy Roy and I train companies, and we trained this company, and we heard someone talking about overtime and how they would force their team, which was meant to be more agile, to do overtime. And Roy and I immediately looked and said, that's a mentoring opportunity. This person still doesn't get it, right? It talks about how the team and the stakeholders should maintain a constant pace indefinitely. But this person didn't get it. He wanted to make the team do some, you could call it crashing, fast tracking, I don't know, but wanted to push the team beyond its normal velocity, beyond its normal capacity. And that to us was a mentoring opportunity, right? We could see, oh, there's a mentoring opportunity. We need to guide person X to understand how it works in the world of Agile. So there are just two things here today. It's very straightforward. Mentor relevant stakeholders. And you can do this by allocating time to mentoring and recognizing and acting on mentoring opportunities. I would advise you to take the quiz that I'm going to put below, the questions that I'm going to put below. Look for the questions, whether they're on the screen or somewhere else, and to the best of your ability, answer them. It's going to help you get a firm grasp of this. The common question is, someone's done something bad on a project. What should you do? Well, that's a mentoring opportunity right there. Don't fire the person. That would not be the best course of action. Don't fire them. Instead, use the concept of mentoring. I hope you found value from that. Thank you very much for joining me today. I wish you all the very best in your prep. You take care, and I will talk to you very soon. Bye for now.
Day 13 questions. You can see we've got 10 open-ended questions for you to take a look at and really embrace and understand what this task is talking about. Now, I apologize for the delay in getting this particular episode to you. Stuff happens in life. You got to take care of it. I actually have been feeling a little bit under the weather. Be aware, though, that whenever there's a delay in me bringing out these videos, it's for a reason. And I want you to know I will continue to deliver that value to you. All right, so those are the questions of the day. Let's move on to our multiple choice. You are using a blend of agile frameworks very close to Scrum, but with some specific tailoring. During the daily stand-up, the product owner begins asking many detailed questions. Over the past 20 years, your projects have been majorly predictive-oriented, but after agile training, your firm has made a transition from using predictive methods to an incremental and iterative approach. What should you do about the product owner right now? You got some options. Read them. If you need more time, hit the pause button. All right. I will reveal the answer. 3, 2, and 1. Hit that pause button if you need more time. Now, process of elimination. Immediately stopping the meeting and coaching the product owner on the spot doesn't make sense. That's an anti-pattern in and of itself. You're making a bad situation worse. B, ask the product owner to leave the meeting so the team can focus on the daily scrum. That is disrespect. One of the tenets of Scrum values is respect. and that is not respect. All right, let's take a look at the last one. Ask management for this person to be removed from the team and replaced with a new product owner. Well, that again is an anti-pattern. Just because we've got someone exhibiting unfavorable behavior, it's not a ground to remove that individual. C states, after the meeting is over, have a one-on-one discussion with the product owner and mentor them. And remember what today is all about. It's about mentoring. So the best option is option C. I'm sure that was an easy one for you. Let's move on. You're a project manager working with a very siloed team instead of a cross-functional team. Communication is very laborious and the pace of work has become very slow. What should you do in a hybrid environment to get things back on track? Choose the best two options. So hit that pause button. All right, I will reveal the answer. So taking a look at all the options, let's start from option D this time at the bottom. Sutherland's rule, hybrid environment are unproductive and should be avoided at all costs. Apart from the incorrect syntax, there's no such rule, so we'll get rid of that. Chaos is normal and needs to be expected in agile environments. Doing anything will only destabilize the team's equilibrium. Have a second daily scrum. No, that is not in the spirit of the scrum idea for daily scrum. We don't need two daily scrums. You know, it says silo team and communication is laborious. This is making it more laborious. So the best two options are A and B. You can find these on page 59 of the Agile Practice Guide. Ask people who are part of the projects to self-organize as cross-functional teams and use servant leadership to help the managers understand why Agile needs cross-functional teams. All right, let's move on to our next question. You are involved in the process of communicating and working with stakeholders to meet their needs or expectations, address issues as they occur, and foster appropriate stakeholder engagement in project activities throughout the project lifecycle. Despite your best efforts, the project stakeholders complain about unclear work assignments or work progress. What should you do next? Choose the two best options. All right, hit that pause button for more time. Okay, let's take a look. A, consider an additional daily end scrum just before closing. Whenever you see options with additional scrums, highly suspicious. B, use the sprint planning ceremony to discuss and resolve these issues. So discussing and resolving issues is not what you do in sprint planning. Let's take a look again. It says, communicating and working with stakeholders. Despite your best efforts, they complain about unclear work assignments or work progress. So the work progress piece is definitely not to be done in this sprint planning ceremony. And the work assignments, well, that's really up to the team. But the best way to solve this is not by using the sprint planning ceremony to discuss issues. It's not an issue resolution meeting. And that leaves us with just two options. And again, this is a direct lift from page 58 of the Agile Practice Guide. Consider Kanban boards to see the flow of work. That will help with the work assignments. And consider a daily scrum. Consider a daily stand-up to walk the board and see what work is where. And that would be the answer. And there you have it. Consider Kanban boards and consider a daily stand-up to walk the board and see what work is where. Those are the most sensible ones. Anytime you see questions saying use ceremonies other than retrospective to immediately resolve these issues, like sprint planning or daily scrum, it's not really practical because that's not the use of those meetings. Okay, we can identify that there are issues, but as far as the resolve, it's not done in those meetings. All right, best thing to do is just use what will solve the problem. C and D. All right, I hope that makes sense. Let's move on. We've got a final one here. To increase the chances of achieving project success on an agile project, the project manager should do all of the following except. Hit the pause button if you need more time. Okay. 3, 2, and 1. I hope this is obvious to you because this is just good old straight ahead PMBOK. So identifying your stakeholders early makes sense. Analyzing the levels of interest and individual expectations, as well as importance and influence, makes sense. Sticking, as it says, to the same plan used for similar clients when managing stakeholder engagement is not a good idea. The stakeholders are different, and you should intentionally plan for each stakeholder as far as them being individuals. Finally, we get down to D, communicate and work with stakeholders to meet their needs and expectations. That's common sense. And therefore, the answer is C. That's the wrong one. All right, I hope you found value from this. Remember, there's a lot more in the book, PMP Exam Immersion. We have those goal zones that tell you what to expect on a particular task on the exam. We have Roy's Agile Thinking Cap. And we also have a breakdown from the world of PMBOK and predictive, as well as a question or two at the end of every task. And at the end of every section, we have the people, process, business breakdown. So at the end of people, we've got a quiz. At the end of process, we've got another quiz. And at the end of business, we've got a quiz. All right, we've only got one more day on people. My goodness, if you have not caught up and watched all those other videos, you absolutely need to. Okay. Thank you very much, and I will see you tomorrow. Take care, and bye for now. Welcome, my friends, to our discussion final in our CAPM series, and this is about Agile. We're going to talk about Agile today. Bear in mind that in the PMBOK guide, there's a fair amount of Agile, but there's not a separate chapter for Agile. And that means you need to navigate mindfully for every chapter from 4 to 13. You're going to have a section called concepts, trends, tailoring, and considerations for Agile. You got to sink your teeth into those considerations for Agile at the end of each chapter. Our buddy who went through this course some months ago, Brandon, he talked about how there was Agile on the CAPM, and the Agile focused quite a bit more than anything else on those sections where Agile is mentioned. Concepts, trends, tailoring, and considerations for Agile. The considerations for Agile is quite important. Okay, so has anyone here kind of learned about Agile in the past, heard about Agile? If so, what have you heard about Agile? What do you know about Agile? You could feel free, just give me a chat in the box there so that I'm aware of what you've been exposed to as far as Agile is concerned, or if not much, let me know it's not much. I want to know how far to go. It is here to stay. That's true. Last year, have you heard anything about Agile? I'm sure your mom has said something about Agile.
I really haven't. I'm from
I
a
see.
different background, so.
Okay, yeah, good. Let's talk about Agile. Thank you for letting me know that. So let's talk about it, and it's going to make a lot more sense. So I'm sure you can relate to this last year. Have you ever cooked a dish that is brand new to you. You've never cooked it before. You are just learning it as you go. Has that ever happened to you?
Yeah, I think.
Good. Okay. I remember the first time I tried, and I don't think I successfully got to the end without a whole lot of help, but trying to bake a cake, and never done it before, eaten a lot of them, but trying to do something you haven't done before, it is not a straight line from like A to B. Another example is, have you ever driven to a place that you've never been before, and each twist and turn just unfolds with something new, and it's almost like a new learning experience? You see, that's how agile is. This is how agile can be used. Agile is a way of you working with complex and uncertain environments, so that instead of just planning going from A to B, you, through a series of experiments, figure out how to get to where you're going. That's really what agile is about. That's the summary. All right, so let's examine. Agile Manifesto values. This is important because that whole agile movement, it started off with 4 values, or let me put it this way. The agile movement had been around for a long time, but it was made official with the introduction of 4 values. And I want to show you what these values are, and they'll make absolute sense because they're very humanistic. The values are, through working on projects, the people who wrote the manifesto values, they came to value, watch the word, it says, through the work we've done, through this work, we have come to value individuals and interactions over processes and tools. Think about that for a second. Where should you place more value? The humans on the project and how they interact, or a bunch of binders and tools and software? Of course, it's going to be the people. So if you've worked on enough projects, it'll just make common sense. Yeah, we got to value the individuals, the people, and their interactions over a bunch of processes and tools. Processes and tools are great, but we got to value people more. That's all this is saying. The second one is work in software over comprehensive documentation. Think about it. Which one would you value more? A product that works. Let's not even just talk about software. Let's talk about any product. You know, case in point, Father's Day 2021, I believe it was, I got a gift, and it was a back massager, because a lot of my close friends, they know that I'm always using back massagers, because when I traveled very heavily on planes, I developed this back thing where I go to the chiropractor a lot. So they got me this gift, and I got really excited, plugged it in, and crickets, nothing. There was a big old document that came with the back massager, but it didn't even come on. At that point, I valued my working product, but it wasn't working. So the documentation was useless. If you don't have a working product, the documentation is useless. And that's why we value having a working product that our customer can actually be happy about over a big old binder of documents where the product is no good. And that's just common sense, right? The other one is customer collaboration over contract negotiation. Don't you love it when you go to an establishment? I don't know if this has ever happened to you. Maybe you've been to a restaurant, or maybe it's a hotel, or maybe it's some establishment, and you are getting customer service that is less than ideal, or maybe there's a blunder made in your order, and you're trying to communicate to them, hey, this is what I ordered. I did not get what I ordered. I would like what I ordered. And instead of them helping you, they say, nope, that's what you ordered. Don't you understand what the menu says? How do you feel when they do those kind of things? It makes you just say, this is probably my last visit here. Or why did I come here? See, that's an example of people valuing a contract. The menu, it's like a contract. You ordered number 7. Number 7 doesn't come with this, that. So you're not getting it. That's like valuing the contract over collaborating. No, 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 that's horrible. What we want to do in the world of Agile is work with the customer, collaborate with the customer. Even if the customer, customer, I know, I just ain't saying it, but I know you ordered a number 7 and now you're asking for a number 9. No, 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 you're not going to say that. A very well put together establishment will say, we're sorry we got your order wrong. They will take the fall. They will take the blame. They're not going to come at you and say, well, that's what you ordered. No, they'll work with you. Customer collaboration is valued over contract negotiation. The value in having a customer for life, you could quickly erode that with bad attitude and just drive the customer away. So customer collaboration is valued over contract negotiation. We look at the customer as a partner. We're working together. We're working together to get you what you want, to your goals, right? And the final one says responding to change over following a plan. Now think about this scenario. Company XYZ decided they were going to build a massive facility in January of 2020. And then COVID hit. And then January rolled into February, and then COVID was really sudden, and then March, April, May, June. Now think about it. These folks had put together tens of millions of dollars for this new facility. In the event of COVID, would it make sense to still plow doggedly down that road? Well, now over half of the workforce is working from home. It wouldn't make sense to keep plowing down that road. They had to respond to change. So what did they do? They scrapped the project because they realized there ain't no way everyone's coming back to work at this rate. So they responded to change. And in the world of Agile, we respond to change over following a plan. The great Mike Tyson said, everyone's got a plan until they're punched in the face. Isn't that true? When you're punched in the face and you're on the canvas looking up, where's your little plan now? Does your little plan have an out for that? No. And that's where Agile comes in. You got to respond to change. You should value that over following a plan. Plans are great, yes. But when uncertainty hits you, you got to be nimble. You got to be agile. So Agile, when you take a look at all of these, it's postures. It's a mindset. It's a way your mind is set to adapt, to change, to respond to complexity and the ever-changing world around you. Now, on top of those values, we have principles, 12 principles. And I'm going to go through them super quick. These probably won't be on your exam, but the mindset will help you deal with the questions. All right, so let's take a look at the first principle. It says, our highest priority is to satisfy the customer through early and continuous delivery of valuable product. Imagine that if every project had people that were obsessed with delivering value early and continuously. Think about it. It's like the kid you take to the restaurant and you ask them to eat their veggies first, but they see a big old bowl of ice cream, some yummy dessert. Are you really gonna win by asking them to eat the greens first? Some parents say, yes, I make them eat the greens. Well, in the world of Agile, we allow the customer to eat their dessert first because we know that's what they value. It's different. So that's our highest priority. I want our customers to be satisfied. I want to give them their dessert early because that's what they value. Number 2, welcome changing requirements even late in development. So when someone asks for a change at the 99th hour in the world of Agile, we're not like, oh my goodness, why are they doing this? And that's not to say that there aren't checks and balances, they are. But if someone really needs a requirement late in development, we're going to have a mature understanding that this is going to help our customer. So we're going to do it. Number 3, deliver working product frequently from a couple of weeks to a couple of months with a preference to the shorter time scale. Why do we want to deliver early and continuously? Why do we want to deliver frequently? Well, we want to deliver frequently And we want the shorter time scale so that if there are errors, we can learn those errors and adapt, bounce back quickly. The shorter the iteration, the more likely it is we'll catch any errors before we get too far. So we want like a couple of weeks. In fact, in industry, when you're working an agile project, you find the cadence or the rhythm to be every 2 weeks, we have a piece of working software that we show to the customer. Every 2 weeks, we have some form of functionality that we show to the customer. Number 4, business people and developers must work together daily throughout the project. So we encourage working round the clock. Remember, in the world of Agile, we do things in short bursts. We call them sprints or iterations. So if you're doing things in short sprints, the feedback cycle needs to be short. Next one says, build projects around motivated individuals. Let me ask you this. How many of you love being around a demotivated team? No one, right? No one. And hopefully we're not the demotivated individual, right? So we want to build projects around people who are motivated. We want to give them the environment and support they need. And we're going to trust them to get the job done. There's a difference between trusting the team and being suspicious of the team. I got to sit on top of my team because if I don't, then they're not going to deliver. Well, you got some managers who are like that, and we have a name for them, Theory X managers, right? But we don't want to be like that in this world of Agile. We want to be the empowering Theory Y manager, right? Theory X, closed stance and posture. Theory Y, open arms and grateful for the team. And that's how I want to be. That's the difference. So when you believe the team can get the job done, just let them do it. Number 6, the most efficient and effective method of conveying information to and within a development team is face-to-face conversation. I don't know if you've ever heard of this guy called Professor Emeritus Albert Mehrabian. He conducted a series of experiments at UCLA, and he discovered that when you are communicating, the summary is this: if you're communicating something with empathy, heartfelt message, something of importance, just understand that 55% of what you communicate comes across not by the words, it's the body language. So body language accounts for 55%. Tone of voice accounts for 38%. And words, just face value alone, was just 7%. It's an elaborate experiment. You could read it up on Wikipedia, but it's become a benchmark in industry. Now, it's not every communication. It's where there's a lot of skin in the game. From that, though, you can follow your instincts to know that when you have the visuals, it is so much more content rich, because someone could say, I really care about this project. Body language is dead. Tone of voice is dead. The words are good, but they don't mean anything because there's no congruence with the body language. If someone says, I really, really care about this situation, then it takes it to a whole new level. So the body language, tone of voice, they're very important. And that's all this is saying. The most effective method of conveying information, if you really want to convey information well, always put the visual. That's why I tell people, as much as possible, when you're communicating in your projects, in your company, make sure you're actually seeing those individuals. If you're all in the same place, great. If you're not, try and see them on camera. It goes a long way. Just like I choose to turn on my camera. Without the camera, you're not getting the full value, which is why as a trainer, it's something that I just have to do as much as possible. Number 7, working product is a primary measure of progress. How would you like it if someone said, we're 99.9% done? They said this last year. We're here today, a year later, and they're like, we're 99.9% done. No, working product is a primary measure of progress, not percent complete. And that's why in the world of Agile, we don't go crazy over percent complete. We say, is it done? If it's done, great. If it's not done, then what do we need to do to get it done? Number 8, Agile processes promote sustainable development. Now, when we talk about sustainable development, we mean the sponsors, developers, and users should be able to maintain a constant pace indefinitely. So what do we mean by a constant pace? A pace that we can sustain for the long haul. Some people say, wow, I did 80 hours of work last week. Is that sustainable? You're going to kill yourself. You're going to have burnout. In fact, one of the people we know, he had a heart attack at work, died at work working. And the sad, sobering part is that individual is replaced the next week. So you gotta, in the world of Agile, we're big on mental health, we're big on physical health, and we want sustainable development, not crazy hours, overtime, and all that. We don't want that. We hate that. Number 9, continuous attention to technical excellence and good design enhances agility. So we don't want to just fly over technical excellence and say, well, let's make it half good. No. We're big on that because we know if you get a great design, whether it's software, hardware, whether it's a business solution, whether it's a medical solution, if you spend time getting technically excellent and designing that thing really well, it's going to enhance your agility. Because what's agility all about? It's about being lean and mean, cutting out the waste. If you do things in a shoddy way with a poor design, likelihood is you're going to have to go back again and fix that. So what we prefer in the world of Agile is really paying attention to technical excellence. Number 10, have you heard of this? And my friend in the military, you probably heard of keep it simple, sir. In the world of business, they keep it simple students or other things, which aren't very pleasant, right? KISS, you can Google it. But keep it simple. And what we mean by this is maximize the amount of work not done. Think about that. Maximize what you don't do. Maximize the amount of work that you didn't do. Don't maximize the amount of work done. Maximize the work not done because you're saving so much in not doing that. Someone says, but Phil, how do I maximize the work not done? By thinking, by strategy, and it's a mindset. How can I get my stakeholder as happy as can be with the minimum amount of work? That's it. In the world of Agile, there's something we say, stop starting, start finishing. So do something, get to the end zone, finish it. Does it satisfy the customer? Yes. Oh, you mean I didn't have to do this big old amount of work over here? Yeah, you didn't have to because the customer is happy. So you got to find what is the just barely good enough factor. It's a mindset, it's a concept, just barely good enough. We don't want to go overboard. Like in this world of Agile, we're not going overboard. We're giving the customer what is enough, just barely good enough. And then we can go on to the next thing and do it. And we're able to meet our goals instead of trying to build the Taj Mahal and all they wanted was a little hut at the corner, right? So you got to find out what will be just barely good enough and will delight the customer. That needs to be the mindset. All right, number 11. The best architectures, requirements, and designs emerge from self-organizing teams. If you let the team make up its mind, find its own way, they own that way, they own that posture, and at the end of the day, they knock stuff out of the park. They get really great work done. Final one here says, at regular intervals, the team reflects on how to become more effective, then tunes and adjusts its behavior accordingly. What are we saying here? We're saying that periodically sit back and as a team, look at what you've done and ask, how can we do better? How can we get better results? Working together. Let's be honest and open and let's talk about what we could do differently. So in the world of traditional, we call it lessons learned, but in the world of Agile, we call it a retrospective. The difference between a lessons learned and retrospective is also that the lessons learned is at the end of the project, most times, at the end of the whole thing. Then we say, what could we have done differently? But in the world of Agile, the retrospective is done at a regular cadence. So we're finding out what can we do better today, like right now? What can we do better maybe tomorrow? What can we do better maybe the next sprint? But it has to start with a now mindset. And we're going to find that thing and we're going to intentionally do better. We're going to intentionally do great, improve today, not tomorrow. Now, that needs to be the mindset. Okay. And those are the 12 Agile Manifesto principles. So this will give you a basis. But if anybody ever asks you, This has become the hallmark of me training Agile because trust me, when I first started, no one told me what Agile is in one word. I want to tell you what Agile is in one word. Agile, first and foremost, is a mindset. That's what it is. It's a posture. It's an attitude. It's a mindset. That's the first thing. So don't let anyone tell you it's a methodology. No. Tell them, no, that's not what my buddy Phil told me. My buddy Phil told me it's a mindset. It's a mindset. It's a way you adapt to the world around you. It's a way you see the world around you. It's a way you pivot when you need to the changing dynamics around you. And it's a mindset where you persevere to stay the course. If you're finding that what you're doing as a team is working, stay the course. Don't deviate. But if it's not working, then pivot. So Agile is a mindset, okay? So in the world of traditional, we have point A, we have point B, okay? This is traditional or predictive project management. In the world of predictive, when we're going from point A to point B, it's pretty much a straight line. You know where you're going. Boom, you plan it. You plan, okay, this is phase 1, phase 2, 3, 4, 5. You plan the phases. Maybe along the way, you know, there might be a little bit of deviation, just a little bit, but you get to where you're going. That's predictive. Agile, Agile is not like that. For Agile, it's going to be something more like this. You're going to have iteration 1, and then iteration 2, and then 3, and then 4, and then 5. It seems like you're almost off, and then 6, and boom, you get to the end. So you got to the end, but you got to remember, Agile projects, they have high uncertainty, right? They have high levels of complexity. Sometimes Agile projects are nothing but chaos. But that's why we need Agile, because there's just no way where there's that amount of uncertainty that you're going to plot a straight line. No. And that's why we need Agile. Okay, so this will be the world of Agile. Okay. And that's why we need Agile. That is the use of Agile. All right, so let's move on. There's a few more things I have to show you about Agile. There's things we call Agile practices. And there's quite a number of them. I don't want to obsess over them, but I'll just give you some context. We do things in short bursts called iterations or sprints. We focus on getting a potentially shippable increment to the customer in a timely fashion. There's some other terminology here, like minimum viable product. What's the minimum amount of product that we need to deliver to our customer to know if this solution is what they're looking for and if it is a viable solution in the marketplace? Then we have this thing called a minimum marketable feature. Again, these are not on your exam, but a minimum marketable feature is what is the minimum feature that we need to make marketable to our customers that they'll actually buy this update or this release. We have the minimum marketable product, which is what is the minimum feature set that we need to release to put into the market that will be appealing to our customers. We have the minimum business increment. What is the minimum amount of functionality that we need to release into the business for our end users to find value from? These are just terminologies that are out there. Again, it's not going to be on your exam, I can promise you. This will not be on your exam. Maybe MVP, if that, but I highly doubt it. Everything else is more emergent and not on the CAPM. VDO just means a value delivery office. It's like the equivalent of a PMO, only that they're focused more on value. We focus on customer collaboration, working together, motivated individuals, face-to-face conversation, self-organizing teams. We have regular demos to show off what we have done so that the customer could be aware of how things are progressing. Let's go to some X's here. So the retrospective, I've talked about that. Refinement is where we refine the work to be done. We refine our plans. Refactoring just means you correct the code. You go back and clean up the code. In IT, for example, or it could be in a technical space. Whatever you did, you go back in there and clean up the work. Co-location is favored in Agile. Pairing people together to work is favored. We use the concept of burn charts that show a big amount of time that we have to do stuff. So maybe we plan, we're going to do 40 hours, and then you just show it burning down. But instead of hours, we use something called velocity in the world of Agile. This is going a little bit far because you don't really need all this minutia for CAPM, but just understanding that we use story points in the world of Agile, which has to do more with you giving each requirement or request that the customer has a certain number of points. And based on how many points that is, you're able to deduce if you can do it within a time box. So let's say a task is drinking water. I could say drinking this bottle of water is, I could say it's 20 story points. See? And then I can say, well, if that's 20 story points, then this is going to be 15 story points. So we go by the concept of, is it big as what your benchmark is? Is it smaller? Is it the same size? But you're not really going to get those on the CAPM, so I don't want to take you down that road. We plan iterations. Like I said, there's small time boxes. Every 2 weeks, for example, we could plan to get something done. We use the concept of higher level road mapping, visioning what we need to do and putting that into a type of charter called an Agile project charter. We use the concept of team charters for good behaviors and bad behaviors to be explicit so that we know this is desired, this is undesired. The definition of done, how do we know when an increment is truly done? The definition of ready. How do we know when a user story, which is a convention we use in Agile, how do we know when a story is ready to be done? Now, somebody say, Phil, what is a user story? A user story, think about it like a customer-centered request for something. So here's a story for me. It follows this format. I would like, whatever you would like, so that whatever you want to accomplish. So I could say, as a tired traveler, I would like a fully collapsible bed so that I can get good sleep and be awake and ready for my meeting when I land in Australia. In other words, I want to sleep the whole journey. Sleep and be awake when I arrive. So a story has the role, we call it the role, the goal, and the benefit. That's the user story format. Role, goal, benefit. Now, this is a little bit outside of what you need for your exam, but nonetheless, the narration helps you understand how Agile works. So in Agile, we use user stories, not for every endeavor. Some people don't. They have their own way of writing their requirements or requests. In fact, with Roy and I, my buddy Roy and I, you might have seen him on the course, we prefer using the word request. We don't like the word requirement because requirement often connotes it is required, but it doesn't mean that what a customer is asking is required. It could be a nice to have. So we use the concept of request. So I would like, so that, and that's your user story. All right. In terms of estimating how long things will take, we don't do that in Agile. Instead, we use something called planning poker to decide on a story size. Once we understand the story size, we can determine if it can be done within that time box, whatever our time box is, because every group, every team has its own time box. So if your time box is 2 weeks, the question is, can we get this done in 2 weeks? And you can determine that as a team. And then we have this thing called affinity estimating, where we use the concept of bigger, smaller, same size, looking at a story. We have a benchmark story similar to what I did. This is 20. All right, if this is 20, this is a little bit smaller, so this is going to be 15. And you kind of use that idea of bigger, smaller, same size to rapidly sort out a bunch of stories. And we call it affinity estimating. So each person on the team takes a deck of stories, and based on what they think it is, they put it in categories. It's big, it's extra large, it's, medium, it's small, whatever it is, they sort them out. And it's just called affinity estimating because we put them in categories: extra large, large, medium, small, extra small. And it helps us decide, can this be done in a 2-week time box? And those that are extra large, it's usually no. Those that are large, it's usually no, need to split it more. Those that are medium, yeah, we could. And that's it. Very rough in a nutshell. You got to remember that this agile section is usually 20 something hours when I teach it for the PMP. So this is really shrinking it down really small. In the world of agile, we have a team, and we don't want the team to be one-trick ponies. I-shaped people, it's a characteristic used to describe people who have depth in one area, but they just know that one thing. It's like someone who can only code, and they can only code in Java, and that's it. They can only code, they can't test, they cannot do analysis, forget anything to do with architecture. They just code in one language. That's like an I-shaped person. Now, we have T-shaped people. T-shaped people are what we desire in Agile. Agile teams are cross-functional. The team members work together. They create a swarm effect to get things done. They swarm in on stuff to get things done. T-shaped refers to a person with one deep area of specialization, but they have broad ability in the rest of the skills required by the team. This is a kind of person we want in Agile. Someone who can do a bit of everything, but they've definitely got this specialism. Then to bring this to more life, you could think about a comb, the broken comb effect. This is a person with various depths of specializations. They can code, they can test, but their main thing is to do analysis. Maybe analysis is one of their main lanes, or maybe they've got two that they do really, really well. Again, it's a profile that we want. We call it the broken comb effect, or we could call it the paint drip effect. It's like that person on the soccer team. They could be the goalie, they could be the striker, they could be the midfielder, they could be defense. That's kind of the broken comb effect. All right. So Agile types. We have 2 types of Agile. We have iteration-based Agile, where we have a time box of like 2 weeks, for example. And then we have flow-based Agile. It's like going with the flow. We don't have a time box. We have a steady stream of work, but the time boxes for doing stuff is different. The time it takes to complete a feature is not the same for each iteration. So we're more flexible in this world. So I want to give you a very quick example of how Agile works in a framework that is of an Agile nature. It's called Scrum. Have you heard of Scrum before? Anyone heard of Scrum? Ever heard of Scrum? Outside of the rugby world? Well, Scrum is a framework. We're going to talk about it. This is how it works. Now, these folks, the yellow cutout people here, let's zoom in. These people, they got some requirements, some requests. They want to build a game. And I'm aware of the time. I'm going to try my best, like I said, to get you out of here as soon as I can. So we're close. All right. So these people, they want to build a video game machine. So they begin putting all the ideas together. They're working with this guy in the middle. This person in the middle is a product owner. It's one of the roles. that exists in Scrum. Scrum is a framework that embodies a lot of the agile principles, and it just helps us to get work done in a complex environment. So these are the stories that these stakeholders have. They want this stuff to be done. So all of that is going to be put into this artifact. We call it a product backlog. The product backlog, imagine a backlog that has everything a customer wants. Maybe these customers, maybe there's hundreds of things they want. Well, you're not going to get all of them done immediately. You got to break them down to little chunks. But we first of all need to plan, what are we going to get done in these little chunks? Now, these little chunks, we're going to call them iterations. You could also refer to them as sprints. So every sprint, we have sprint planning, and we're going to decide how much of the product backlog are we going to get done. So we decide as a team what we're going to get done. That becomes a sprint backlog. We take a subset of the product backlog. It's called a sprint backlog. And now we know what we're going to do within the sprint. That's why it's called sprint backlog. A sprint is like an iteration. And like I said, in this world, it's 4 weeks or less. But the sprint actually started the moment we got into sprint planning. I really want to make this clear. The moment we hit sprint planning here, you're already in the sprint. The moment you start sprint planning, you are in the sprint. So even though I'm showing the word sprint in the middle, I want you to remember your sprint already started in sprint planning, okay? So the sprint can be 4 weeks or less. Every day of the sprint, we're going to have what we call a daily stand-up or a daily scrum. We call it a daily scrum in the world of Scrum. In the world of Agile, but not Scrum in particular, you might hear daily stand-up meeting. The daily scrum is where we sync up, we sync together. We understand, okay, last year, what are you doing today to move us towards the goal? What did you do yesterday, by the way, to move us towards the goal? Are there any impediments? You know, Mark, what are your impediments? You know, what did you do yesterday to move us towards this goal? What are you going to do today? You know, Leroy, what did you do yesterday to move us towards the goal? What are you going to do today to move us towards the goal? Are there any impediments? You see, you ask those questions, the team members answer those questions, and they sync up. And since I know what Leroy's working on, since I know what Lassier's working on, since I know what Mark is working on, I, as a team member, am able to see how my own tasks fit in and where they're going to sync. And then we can work together a lot more effectively when we understand the direction of the project on a daily basis. Now, in the middle of the sprint, we are going to decide what are we going to do in the next sprint. But we need to start breaking down work that is like extra large or large. We might need to break those down, and we do that in something called a backlog refinement ceremony. So think about it. We're working, but we're also going to be involved in priming our backlog for future iterations. At the end of the day, we get our potentially shippable increment. It's potentially shippable. It doesn't mean it has to ship. Sometimes it could ship, and other times it may not be featured enough. But at the end of the day, we are going to demo this increment in what we call a sprint review. This is where the customer comes around and takes a look at what we've done and gives feedback, and maybe even introduces some new stories about what we could add to the features to be done. And when all that is done, we have a final event, and that event is called a sprint retrospective. Like I told you, it's where we look back and say, what can we improve on? What went well? What didn't go so well? And we could even have a couple of items that we put into our backlog for future sprints. And this is Scrum. Now, I don't expect you to be tested on Scrum on your exam, but being a CAPM masterclass, it would just make sense for me to talk about this. Now, for those taking the CAPM in 2023, hey, of course you need to know this. You got to know it. You got to know a lot more agile stuff for the 2023 go forward CAPM, because PMI is up in the ante. So anyone who's watching this for the CAPM in 2023, well, You got to know your Scrum. You got to know all the other things that I said. You know, some things I said were just nice to knows. Oh, they are going to become must knows. All right, in closing, there's another framework that I like to talk about. It's called Kanban. And Kanban is very popular in today's world of Agile. It's very simple, it's lightweight, it focuses on limiting work in progress to identify issues. And all that means is we focus on doing less so that we can actually get more done. We start where we are, we refine as we go. That's the mindset. Kanban board looks something like this. So we have 3 columns: to do, doing, and done. And as we move from to do to doing, we take note of the work in progress limit. Because if it's just 2 people on a team, then this could make sense. But if you just got 1 person, we want to discourage from doing too many things. So imagine if there's just 1 team member. Maybe in the doing column, item 1 is pending something from outside. So you move to item 2. That's okay. But where you have like 5, 6 items in doing and you've got 1 person, that's a problem. So the idea is that as you start off, you could start this tomorrow, my friends. You could just go buy a board from your local convenience store, list out your to-do, doing, dones, and as you're doing them, you begin moving them, right? And as you're getting them done, you just move them into the done column. And it just gives you some focus as far as what needs to be done and what is waiting some further action. It's just that simple. Kanban boards are a low-tech, high-touch technology that may seem overly simplistic at first, but those using them soon realize their power. I'm one of them. I wrote 12 books using a Kanban system. It's so powerful, so compelling. It's right there in your face. Like you put it on the wall, that thing ain't going nowhere. It's going to keep reminding you, I need to be done. I need to be done. And you could have a long-term Kanban board for life, or you could have a Kanban board for just some short bursts, short iterations of whatever you're working on. In the Kanban method, it is more important to complete work than it is to start new work. There's no value derived from work that is not completed. So the team works together to implement and adhere to the work in progress limits, the WIP limits, and get each piece of work through the system to done. You know, I told you a few moments ago, we say in the world of Kanban, stop starting, start finishing. To close this out, my friends, let's dial back into this world of process groups and knowledge areas. So I want to give you the breakdown of Agile through knowledge area lens. So the first knowledge area is integration. The summary about this is, it's not the project manager in the world of Agile doing the integration, it's the team of experts. So that's all you need to know. The yellow stuff that I highlight, that's the killer part that you really need to know. Iterative and Agile approaches promote the engagement of team members as local domain experts in integration management. It's not the project manager in this case. So all the integration that you see done in traditional by PM, it's done by the team. All right, second one, scope. Agile methods deliberately spend less time trying to define and agree on scope in the early stage of the project. They spend more time in establishing how the process for its ongoing discovery and refinement. Remember, I talked about backlog refinement. We spend more time deciding that. Schedule. Adaptive approaches use short cycles to undertake work, review the results, and adapt as necessary. These cycles provide rapid feedback on the approach and suitability of deliverables. So the bottom line is this: we ain't spending time putting together no Gantt chart, no schedule, no. Instead, let's just understand what our cadence is, short cycles. Let's see if it can be done in the cycle. If yes, let's just do it. Same for cost. We're not creating this big old budget. And no, we got a good idea of the budget at a high level, but we're not going into granular details. Instead, lightweight estimation methods can be used to generate a fast, high-level forecast of project labor costs, which can then be easily adjusted as changes arise. Next one is quality. Recurring retrospectives allow you to check on the effectiveness of the quality processes. They look for the root cause of issues and then suggest trials of new approaches for improving quality. Next one's resources. Projects with high variability benefit from team structures that maximize focus and collaboration, such as self-organizing teams with generalizing specialists. What did I call that? T-shaped skills, right? So you got a team with T-shaped skills, generalizing specialists. They're able to do what they need to do. They collaborate, and that's how we roll. There's no project manager chasing people down with a stick in the world of Agile. Communications. What can I say other than communications must travel fast in the world of Agile? When it comes to risk, you want to intentionally ask the question, what could affect our Agile project? It says high variability environments incur more uncertainty and risk. To address this, projects managed using adaptive approaches make use of frequent reviews. So all that sprint review and the demos and the stuff I showed you where the customers check in the work, it's a risk coping mechanism. Next one is procurements. In Agile environments, instead of having a very strict fixed price incentive fee contract or fixed price contract, instead, we could have an umbrella contract with smaller, more flexible arrangements at lower levels. It says, in Agile environments, specific sellers may be used to extend the team. This collaborative working relationship can lead to a shared risk procurement model where both buyer and seller share in the risks and rewards, kind of like a partnership. In these cases, a governing agreement such as a master services agreement may be used for the overall engagement, with the adaptive work being placed in an appendix or supplement. Here's a final one. Projects experiencing a high degree of change require active engagement and participation with project stakeholders. After all, it's said in the Agile Manifesto, business people and developers should work together daily throughout the project. All right, so just remember, the last section on the knowledge areas, that is what is in the PMBOK guide. Everything else is just gravy, just trying to make it more lively and interesting for you. Okay, and that, my friends, is it. We are done with our introduction to the world of Agile. You did very well to have gone through it. I want to commend you on doing that. So now we are going to end this recording, and we're going to talk about any questions, final steps on our CAPM journey. So thank you very much. Hello, my PMP warriors. Day 39. It's the eve of the grand finale. Now, if you want to be in the grand finale that's happening live, you need to look for the link below. I want you to sign up and I want to see you there. It's day 40 of the 40 days. Maybe you're even already a PMP. That's okay. Come on down, give some support, and let me know how you ace the exam as a result of this curriculum. Today is day 39, where we tackle what you need to do to close the gaps, doing your final revision. I call it the final revision day. So in putting together a final revision plan, there are a few things you need to be aware of. It's a very tasking exam, so you also need to rehearse stamina. You need to get a lot of stamina going in there. You need to plan your sleep. You need to plan how and when you're going to take breaks. You've got to plan your food going in, and so on and so forth. All right? So if you are having trouble putting the entire picture of the PMP exam together, I'm hoping that this helps you. Okay? Now, you should think of weaving everything together in a half day. Maybe you do the half day on your own, but if you don't feel capable of doing the half day on your own, come on down to the half day boot camp that we run at hpmexam.com. But I really believe putting it together in a half day, just going boom, boom, boom through people, process, business is going to help you. It's rapid. So many people over the past 10 years have benefited from this approach, condensing and compressing all the information in a very short period of time. It acts as an accelerator. Okay? So what is on the exam? A lot of stuff. And in order to get good, I would recommend that you watch videos where you were weak. So as you're going through those mocks, you're finding gaps. Watch videos for each area where you sense weakness.
Follow the 40-day plan. The 40-day plan is on the Praizion site. The 40-day plan is also inside most of the videos. In fact, I'll just go ahead and show you how you can get the 40-day plan right away. So I'm going to put the 40-day plan on the screen so that you can get it and you will know exactly what to do. 40 days to PMP exam success. Here is the plan. So if you go to projectmanagementdoctor.com/40-day plan, just like this, you will be able to download the plan. Download the plan. You see it? Click on it. Download it. It's going to open up in PDF format. And scroll down. And you can see for every day, there's a hyperlink. Click on the hyperlink and up comes the video for the day. And there is the reference for PMBOK guide. There's the reference for the Agile practice guide, all the way from day 1 to day 40. Right? So there's our wrap-up revision, right there. And part of the stuff I have for the wrap-up revision is actually for you to review 200 questions that I've put out there. Review those questions. They're not namby-pamby. Some of them are easy, but a number of them are pretty aggressive. Watch those videos. I'm telling you, there's 9 hours of content in day 39. Let's make it bigger. I really want to emphasize this because a lot of folks going into the exam and they're surprised. You want to go into that day 39 and watch my 200 question video. It's out there. I'm also going to endeavor to put a link to it in this video. Okay, so if you haven't downloaded that, do that. All right. So watch all the videos in the playlist. Watch the Knowledge Area series, which I've recently included in there, and ask any questions. Okay? Going into the exam, you got to be cool, calm, and collected. So if there's one thing I want to tell you, it's be cool, be calm, be collected. Don't freak out. Rely on the process. Trust the process. Okay? Be aware and action ready. Crazy stuff happens on this exam. I cannot tell you how many students came back after the exam and said, Phil, something crazy happened. Either a question didn't work or a computer shut down or just craziness. So you got to be ready to face the unknown. You got to be aware and action ready. You got to be observant and just make sure that if anything is not adding up or looking like what you expect, you definitely want the proctor to know. All right, lead yourself. Less is more. What am I saying? You got to shut it down. Like if you're taking the exam at 8 o'clock in the morning, I don't expect you to be studying up till 9 p.m. In my mind, you should shut it down by 7, get a good night's sleep, watch a movie, have some good food, take it easy, get in the right mental state to face the beast. That's my 2 cents to you. Last but not least, M in the calm mantra is all about being mindful of the resource of time. So I want to talk about the resource of time on your exam. Let me show you an example of a question that could be similar in length to a question on the exam. Now, I'm not showing you this question for you to answer it. I'm showing you this question for you to think about how to tackle questions this long. That's why I'm showing it to you. What's your strategy going to be when you get question after question after question that is like this? Think about it. I'm going to give you some time to read the question, so go ahead and read it and let's talk it through. Go for it.
All right, I hope you took some time out to think about this question. Let's take a look at what our options are. Our options are somewhat limited here because I know you're seeing this probably as something that is worthy of the issue label, but that is not an option here, is it? So what are we going to do? Let's read it again. I'm going to highlight a few things for your musing. You were selected as the project manager, so this is who you are. Okay, you're the PM, project manager, okay? On a food service industry project, you suddenly learn that a new COVID-19 law, watch the words, law and regulation, this is non-negotiable, okay, which will affect all food industry businesses and how employees work, is expected to be passed within the next 7 months. Mark the word 7 months. Your project is to launch a new product expected to be complete within 6 months. So even if you get your product done in 6 months, 1 month after, you're going to be hit with this new regulation. So if your project in 6 months does not include that regulation, in month 7, 1 month after, you're going to be in trouble. So it says, this new product would not meet the requirements of the proposed legislation if it passes. What should you do? So you got to get compliant. That's the summary. Anything telling you otherwise is maybe a trick, but let's see, is there such a solution? Because right off the bat, I can tell you, if it's law and it's regulation, you got to be in compliance. You got to be. Even though in the real world, you could say, well, we won't be in compliance and we pay a penalty. No, no, no. On your exam, you got to read it really carefully. You got to read it carefully. And most of the PMI questions, in my mind, will want you to obey the compliance clauses, okay? So let's take a look at option D, carry out a SWOT. This means strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. That doesn't make sense because you wouldn't do a SWOT. In this case, it's more about you, right? It's more about you obeying that law, that regulation. It's less about your capability. But anyway, carry out a SWOT. We could argue, well, you could still do a strength, weaknesses, opportunity, and threat around the circumstance, okay? And then document the change issues. You wouldn't document issues in a risk register. So it's not a possible threat. This is something that is going to hit. This is an issue at this point. You could argue and say, well, it hasn't yet hit. Well, the bottom line is you wouldn't document issues in a risk register. You see, I'm thinking out loud for all those who have similar thoughts, because this is actually a genetically enhanced PMI question, and there's a lot of angst when the question came out. So I've heard a lot about this question. C, through closed project or phase, cancel the project until the legislation comes into effect. How does that make sense? You're already working a project and then you want to cancel it only to awaken it. Beyond that, you're the project manager. Remember who you are. You're not a sponsor, you're not a product owner. So this is not something you have the power to do. So let's get rid of that. B, crash or fast track the project to overcome this schedule risk. So think about the problem here. It's not getting done in 1 month or even in a day. You could get done in a day, and then in the next few months, this thing is going to hit. So the problem is not crashing or fast tracking, right? And it says, overcome this schedule risk, but document it in the meeting log. Well, you don't even document risk in the meeting log. So there's more than one thing wrong with this. And honestly, I made this question a little bit friendlier because it was kind of a violent question that people were getting wrong, leaving it alone the way it originally was. It's almost like there would have been no chance. So I genetically modified it a little bit. So we've got one more. Meet with the stakeholders, Makes sense. You got to talk about the way forward. To identify the risks. So this is definitely something that it said is expected. It hasn't passed. So technically, you could still argue that this is a risk that may have some cascading effect, some cascading risk. That can be argued, right? Because it said is expected to be passed. It's not passed yet, okay? So it says to identify the risks, update the assumption log and the project charter, because the project charter has the overarching vision and it helps us understand the compliance at a higher level. So if part of this legislation and regulation is something we need to work on, then it becomes part of an update. Now, I know a lot of people don't know that you could update a charter, but I want to let you know you could and you should where it makes sense. All right, so the answer to this question, my friends, is A. And A reads, this can have a profound effect on the project. This new law can have a profound effect on the project. It will certainly lead to new potential risks, new assumptions, and a possible charter change. All right, this is day 39. What am I trying to help you see? Trying to help you see you got to get your time in. You see how long it took us to analyze it? Well, you got to be 10x in that. You got to be really super quick, and you got to get quick by doing a lot of questions. A lot of questions round the clock. You got to be able to look at very basic namby-pamby questions in like 10 seconds. And honestly, it's really more about the processing speed. For me, it's about how quick are you going to challenge your brain to function on the exam. It has to be quick. Very, very, very quick, like 10 seconds to process some of the information, some of the easy information. Okay. So for now, I want to give you a very quick run through of the namby-pamby basics. And I'm going to use the 6th edition because it's relevant. And very recently, the PMI came out with the process groups practice guide, and that just underscores that, yeah, they're still keeping their eye on that thing. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's added, to the list of reading materials for the exam, so on and so forth. So I'm going to give you a very quick set of questions. Can we do this? Let's go. Coordinating all monitoring and controlling efforts across the project. What is that? Okay, the answer to this, I'm going to give it to you in less than 15 seconds because it has to be quick. Monitor and control project work, option D. How many process groups are there? You got to know it's 5. How many knowledge areas? You got to know it's 10. Name the process groups. Can you identify them in a lineup? Let's see how quickly you can find the answer. All right. So if you take a very quick cursory look through, you're going to see some words that are wrong. And that's how you need to fly through the questions on the exam. Accepting is C, that's not correct. B is missing closing. And D has managing and controlling, which is not correct. So the answer is A. You see what I'm saying? Just looking at the aggregate of everything here. Which process group has smallest number of processes? It's all about the processing speed. All right, the answer to this is A. It's closing. It's not initiating, it's closing. All right, here we go. A few more. Creating a list of activities. The answer to that
is B. Putting tasks in the order they need to occur. Define activities. If you're having trouble keeping up with this and you're meant to have read the 6th, you need to get your skates on even quicker, my friend. All right, this is control cost. Let's move on. Step it up a little bit. Closing out each contract with the respective sellers. Which process is this? The answer is D. Coordinating all executing processes across the project. All right, so that's direct and manage project work. All right, so my friends, the aim of that was to give you a very quick run through, just to get you thinking quick. You're not going to get questions like this on the exam, definitely not. This is namby-pamby stuff. This is like ABCs, okay? This is like tricycle training wheels, you know, so keep that in mind. All right, but with that said, we have come to the end of our session for today. On day 39, remember, it's all about going through the process of elimination, like we did in the beginning on this question, how we were able to think through all of the pieces. Now, for those of you who are like, Phil, I can't even wait another day. I want to take the final 180 question mock. What do I do? Well, you go on down to mock.hpmexam.com and you will be able to take the 180 question final mock exam. Highly advise you to jump on this. It will help you. It will firm up your understanding. But you definitely want to close doors while you do this, so you put yourself into an exam mode, okay? But this is what I expect you to do on day 40. But makes a good idea for you to get the stage ready, set the stage, and this will really help you incredibly. All right, my friends. Well, thank you very much for joining me on day 39. Again, look for the link so you can join me on day 40, the 24th of October. We're going to be talking about the grand finale and all you need to know for the exam. All right, my friends, I'll see you on day 40. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe for all these videos. All I ask of you, if you got value from it, hit the like button because it's going to help others find the channel. And definitely subscribe so you'll be notified when there are more videos like this. And even beyond your PMP, there are going to be more videos that will help you. Take care, my friend. Bye for now.
Hello, my awesome project managers. Welcome to the homework for day 4 on 40 days to PMP exam success. I hope you're doing well. And I do hope you were able to study and close any gaps and solidify answers for the questions I gave you. Let's take a look at the questions one by one. The very first question, what is empowerment? Now, like I told you, you got to read the book to understand what exactly it is. But if you're talking about empowerment, it just means giving power to someone, giving authority, giving power to someone to do something. So people are given power on projects to make decisions, or they're given power to manage their own work, lead themselves. That's what empowerment is. So you see the word empowerment quite a lot in the world of Agile, where teams are given autonomy. They are given the ability to lead and manage themselves. Self-led, self-managed, self-organized. Number 2, why should management care about the topic of empowerment? Major reason is empowerment equals the beginnings of growth. When you are ready to empower a team, it means that you trust the team. You trust them to be able to make certain decisions and to take certain actions without micromanagement. It shows growth. Number 3, give some practical examples of how you would organize around team strength. Now, if you didn't already read the book, chapter 4, I want to take you to chapter 4 because we have an answer, or I should say answers for you here. So how do you support team task accountability? Accountability is something you make clear right from the get-go. You could use a RACI chart to make it very clear who is accountable for what. I also talked about the 5 C's in the last meeting that we had. The kickoff meeting is also where you could give stakeholders an idea of what they are meant to be doing on the project. This is where you begin to get buy-in. So organizing around team strength means you are intentionally empowering the team based on the strength that you know. Let's move on to the next question. How would you support team task accountability in an agile environment? Well, the Agile Manifesto says, give the team the environment and support they need and trust them to get the job done. So to support team task accountability, you have to make that accountability obvious. You have to enable that accountability by giving the team that environment and support needed. Number 5, as an agile leader, how would you evaluate demonstration of task accountability? So as a leader, you should allow the team decide this question for themselves, especially if it's a mature team. If it's a younger team, you may need to guide them in some direction. But as far as mature teams, they know if they're doing a great job or if they're not. Let's read the book to find out a little bit more. The enabler addresses the question, how do you know that team members have been accountable? That word evaluate. There are ways that we can build accountability, but as far as evaluating that accountability, it's by taking a look at results. Now, a less than ideal result from a team does not mean the team has failed. It just means the team has learned. So while evaluating, don't just look at the data and the reports, but understand if the team knows why their performance was less than ideal. And ask the team, what are you going to do to get better? And let the team speak for themselves. See, Agile is all about trust. And the way we tackle this area of evaluating task accountability is different from how we might in the world of traditional. Traditional, we use a lot of centralized leadership, but in Agile, we look at the team as being the leaders as well. So we look at team accountability. Let's move on to number 6. Who is in the best position to bestow levels of decision-making authority? It really depends on the situation, but it's always the individual who is in management or who is in a higher position. Only an individual in a higher position can bestow decision-making authority. So if I am used to making all the decisions, it's up to me to bestow that decision-making authority on someone else, likely someone who reports into me or someone who I may have jurisdiction over. Number 7, describe the profile of an organization willing to empower its people. So an organization willing to empower its people is one that trusts the teams that work in the firm. A firm that is willing to empower its people is one that builds the team, develops them, gives them an opportunity to make mistakes, gives them the ability to grow, and things such as that. It is an organization that is empathetic and understands what is needed for each team on a case-by-case basis. Number 8, describe the profile of an individual unwilling to empower their people. Draconian rule, theory X management, carrot and sticks. Need I say more? You get the idea. Number 9, is it possible to go overboard in empowerment? And the reason for this question is while empowerment is good, premature empowerment could be destructive and detrimental. So when you think about this question, just think about giving too much power to someone who is not used to handling that power. The words of Spider-Man, with great power comes great responsibility, is true. With little power comes little responsibility. So one could go overboard when it comes to this. Number 10, your project manager, you are a project manager on a project that has had a lot of restrictions placed upon it. How do you practicalize the essence of this task to empower team members and stakeholders? Well, if you are a project manager on a project that has a lot of restrictions, you need to develop a culture of trust. You need to be the change agent. You need to be the one who enables the team grow by trusting them to do things. Might be small at first, but that needs to grow in economies of scale for them to take on more. Number 11, which process in the PMBOK guide will be appropriate to address this topic? Mention at least one. So I'm curious to know what you came up with, but if you came up with anything in resource management, I'm hoping that it's either manage team or develop team. When it comes to acquire resources, you haven't gotten the team yet. The two processes that deal with you as the project manager, having the team in your corner, are develop team and manage team. Number 12, which of the Agile Manifesto principles espouses this idea? Well, you've heard me say it quite a number of times. Give the team the environment and support they need. That support, even in the face of adversity, and then trusting them to get the job done, is big. So that is the one that comes to me in the Agile Manifesto. Give the environment and support to the team, trust them to get the job done. That's empowerment. From an Agile perspective, our next question says, in order to succeed, should come from outside the team. Let's read that again. From an Agile perspective, empowerment, in order to succeed, should come from outside the team. And this is really getting you to understand the culture in many organizations that still try to control Agile teams by telling them how to do their work, telling them the frameworks and the methods that they must use. Now that, in my mind, is not complete empowerment. It's still holding on to some sort of power and control. So from an Agile perspective, in order to succeed, the empowerment needs to come from senior management. That's all I'm saying. It needs to come from senior management. So I'm curious to know what you came up with in your explanation. Did you do this question number 13? I'd like to know what you came up with. All right, number 14. Only secure leaders give power to others is a quote from my mentor, John C. Maxwell. Explain it. What do you think that means? Only someone who is secure and comfortable in his or her own skin, who does not fear the people working for or with them, is the person who can give power to others. And empowerment is all about feeling comfortable, not feeling threatened, but realizing we're all collaborating and working together. Number 15, what are the major barriers to empowerment in a predictive environment? In a predictive environment, by its very nature, we have centralized leadership. And as a result of the centralized leadership, you find that very often encroaching into the topic of what is my responsibility, what is your responsibility, what is my accountability, don't do what I'm supposed to do, and things such as that. In the world of Agile, it is more collaborative. It's more generalizing specialists, code ownership from the team, and things such as that. So in a predictive environment, just the very nature of doing things in a more prescriptive way, it could come in between empowerment and the team. Number 16, What are the major barriers to empowerment in an agile environment? The major barriers here are similar. It goes back to people. It's all about the choice people make, and it has to do more with trust. If management doesn't trust the team, they continue to rule and use carrot and sticks and use, in quote, scaling approaches to get the team into rank and file. Number 17, explain the concept of mutual accountability in Agile. So mutual accountability just means as a team member, I hold myself accountable, you hold me accountable, I hold you accountable, we hold each other accountable, we hold the entire team accountable as members on the team. So it's a 360-degree view of accountability. Number 18, explain how decisions are made on an agile team. On an agile team, you first of all have divergence, and then from divergence, we have consensus direction. It's not absolute consensus, but we have from divergence to explaining and dialogue to get towards consensus, a convergence towards consensus. It doesn't mean that every single person needs to say it's a 5 in terms of I absolutely agree. It just means we should see the convergence of the team towards a certain direction. That takes us to number 19. Explain the Highsmith decision spectrum. The Highsmith decision spectrum allows a spectrum of decisions, a spectrum of perspectives. And instead of being focused on just the top or the bottom, as far as who and how many people said yes, how many people said no, let's just go with that. No, we look for outliers. So assuming most people are towards the green, which is absolutely agree, but we have some people that are outliers towards red, veto, I don't agree. Well, those folks can share their perspective. And the idea is to reason and rationalize and collaborate and get to a point where everyone on the team understands the picture and they could revote. And as long as we see that tendency towards convergence, towards consensus, then we're good to go. Number 20, explain the concept of fist of 5 and dot voting. The concept of fist of 5, you got a fist, got 5 fingers, no fingers up means absolutely do not agree. 1 finger up, a little bit better than 0, all the way to 5. When you get to a 5, it's full agreement. Now, dot voting. Dot voting is used in Agile. In dot voting, participants vote on their chosen options using a limited number of dots or sticker dots, or they could just mark with pens. And based on how many dots they place on a chosen option, they could either indicate, I think this is a great idea or not. So the number of dots on each of those options ends up telling you what the team wants to go with. And it's just a great way for each individual using their tokens or dots that they assign to whatever is being decided on. All right. And that, my friends, brings us to the end of day 4. I know it's a lot of heavy homework. I know it's a lot of stuff for us to go over, but at the end of it all, you're only going to be more solid. Remember, my answers to you about this is not the be all end all. It's just the beginning of you thinking more in depth about what you've already done. So I really ask you, if you've not done the homework, then probably don't watch the video so that you can get the full value from it, because I really am looking for you to do some research, as it were, do some investigations. And as a result of the investigations you do, you're going to have solid answers yourself when coming into this discussion. All right. Thank you very much. If you have not already signed up for any of the immersion programs or gotten the book, you can always do so by going to the Praizion website, or just look in the links below and you'll be able to get the book. It's there at the 40-day plan. Download the plan, and tomorrow, day 5, we're talking about ensuring team members and stakeholders are adequately trained. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Bye for now.
Hello, my friends. It's your buddy Phil here, Project Management Trainer Coach. Welcome to 40 Days to PMP Exam Success. We're about to go on another adventure, and it's day 9. Day 9, we're going to be talking about collaborate with stakeholders. There are 3 enablers we've got to talk about, and they start with evaluate, optimize, and build trust. Evaluate the engagement needs, optimize alignment, and build trust and influence. So we're going to talk about these right away. All right, so let's get rolling. It's a journey. You know how it's been these number of days. I normally talk to you when I'm on the road, and you could learn a lesson from how I approach my training. I approach my training in such a way that as soon as I get a moment to talk to you, I am talking to you. I am using every waking moment to align thoughts, to align ideas, and to really hammer down on what needs to be done. And there are 35 things that need to be done as you're studying for the exam. And the question is, are you hitting the days? Just like I am, right? Because it's hard. Life comes at you. I've got my real job to do, right? I've got other family responsibilities, just like you have. So how are you maximizing your day to put in the time and the effort to do what needs to be done? One of the ways you can do it is using audio. You could use audio to get ahead in your studying. But anyway, let's talk about collaborate with stakeholders. You got to understand that collaborate means you are working together, you are communicating, and you are working in such a way that it ends up in the best outcome for the project. So which process do you think this is in the world of predictive? In the world of predictive, this is actually managed stakeholder engagement. It's that simple. So in managed stakeholder engagement, you are specifically communicating and working with stakeholders. In the world of Agile, you already know the Agile Manifesto said business people and developers should work together daily throughout the project. That's the key thing. You're working together continuously. So the whole concept of collaborating is very easy to see in the world of Agile. Another Agile Manifesto snippet says business people and developers should work together daily, and then it says collaborating is more important than negotiating, or valued more than negotiating, right? That's what the Agile Manifesto tells us. So we value customer collaboration over contract negotiation. Collaboration is huge. All right. So the very first enabler says evaluate engagement needs for stakeholders. So how much engagement does a stakeholder need? What type of engagement does a stakeholder need? The answer to this could be a stakeholder needs face-to-face collaboration and engagement. Or maybe it is a stakeholder needs email collaboration, and that's what works for them. Anything else you're doing may not work for them. See what I'm saying? So you as a project manager, you need to assess what works best for each stakeholder, especially the key stakeholders. All right, and that's what PMI means when they say evaluate engagement needs for stakeholders, because it's going to vary, it's going to differ. Now, one of the things you want to use in the world of traditional is the SEAM. I call it the SEAM, SEAM, and that's Stakeholder Engagement Assessment Matrix. Remember, the Stakeholder Engagement Assessment Matrix breaks down categories of stakeholder current dispositions. So I use the mnemonic earns less, URNSL. It's a play on words. U is for unaware, R is for resistant, N is for neutral, S is for, I've blanked out, can't remember what S is, I'll remember in a little bit. L is for leader, no, S is for supportive. You see, that's the value of a mnemonic. If you've got a mnemonic, just like I self-corrected now, you'll be able to do that. Without a mnemonic, I couldn't. See what I'm saying? So you got to use your mnemonic. You got to self-correct when you need it. Anyway, the stakeholder engagement assessment matrix helps you to identify the current position of a stakeholder, their current disposition to the project. Are they engaged? No, they're unaware. They are not in a supporting role. They're not in a leading role. Or it could be they're resistant. So based on where they are on that continuum of states across those 5 categories, you can decide how to engage a stakeholder or how to re-engage a stakeholder. Okay. The next thing that PMI talk about is optimize alignment between stakeholder needs expectations, and project objectives. So what does a stakeholder need? What are the project objectives? What are their expectations? And you know the best way to do this, it's the consistent engagement of stakeholders to ask questions. Simple questions such as, are you satisfied with this? What do you think about this? Does this meet your needs? Does this meet your expectations? What do you think? What do you expect? I was talking to a project manager many years ago, and I advised the project manager to engage the stakeholder early because the stakeholder was upset about something, and it could have been called with a simple survey. And when these stakeholders are engaged as they should be, to make sure stakeholders are happy and satisfied like they should be. See what I mean? So my advice to any project manager working with stakeholders, especially when there's not a very solid understanding between stakeholder and customer, have more touch points. That's what we do in the world of Agile. All right? So optimize the alignment. It takes an expert to optimize the alignment between the stakeholder needs, the expectations, and project objectives. But it can be done. That's why they pay the PMP certified project managers top dollar. You got to use your interpersonal skills, common sense, right? Attentiveness, leadership, interpersonal and team skills. And there you are. You'll be able to do it. Optimize alignment. All right. The final thing we're going to talk about is the T word. T for trust. My mentor, John Maxwell, he says, trust is like change in a leader's pocket. With it, he is solvent. But without it, he's bankrupt. You don't want to be bankrupt, so you got to build trust as a project manager. You got to earn trust. And how do you do that? By keeping your word, by showing truthfulness and honesty and care and empathy. That's how you build trust. So it says, build trust and influence stakeholders to accomplish project objectives. If stakeholders don't buy into you as a leader, they ain't gonna do much. They're probably not gonna do anything. You know, the idea that many people come into projects with is, I'm gonna do the bare minimum needed from me. But if you're able to influence effectively, you're going to, in other words, lead stakeholders to do what they really should, and even more. That's what influence does. You know, my mentor, John Maxwell, again, another quote from John, he says, the true measure of leadership is influence. Nothing more, nothing less. That's it. So what do you think this is? Build trust and influence stakeholders. It's saying lead stakeholders to accomplish project objectives. Get the needle to move. And the way you do that is good old interpersonal skills and leadership. Leaders buy into you. I mean, people buy into the leader first. and then the vision, right? People would buy into you first as a leader, and then they'll buy into the vision. And when they buy into you, when they know, like, and trust you, they begin to give you even more than you bargained for. They begin to give you more output, more information, more dedication. That's how the game is played. And one of the big things is likability. They don't like you. They're not going to buy into you. They're not going to give you what you're looking for. But if they do buy into you, the sky's the limit. Upwards and onward from there. Okay? So, my friends, today we talked about the aspect of stakeholder engagement. It's really stakeholder engagement. It says collaborate with stakeholders, right? But there won't be any collaboration if there's no engagement. Okay, I hope this gave you some food for thought. In the world of Agile, it works similarly, but there are a few things I want to accentuate in the world of Agile. And one of them is the business people and developers working together daily. There's a direct conduit. You don't have to go through a project manager. So keep that in mind. And as far as who can communicate with stakeholders, anyone on the team at any point in time. The only thing we don't want is we don't want people to divert the team's focus. You know, we often call the Scrum Master a diversion shield for obvious reasons, right? We don't want people to bother the team when they're meant to be heads down, really focusing, doing something, right? We want the team to stay focused on what it should, and we don't want to derail them during the sprints, okay? But as far as working with stakeholders, stakeholders are our allies. When we talk about the sprint review, this is where we expect stakeholders to give feedback. Talk about even sometimes you could call stakeholders into a backlog refinement ceremony to get clarity on a story or an epic, an item, whatever it might be. All right, so that's it, my friends. I hope it gave you some food for thought. Don't forget, we've got questions for today that are going to be shown at some point. Always look below or just keep watching the video. They'll pop up. Open-ended questions for you to get good with today. Also, if you haven't purchased the PMP exam immersion book, make sure you do that because it will help you to really hone in on these areas. They are not expanded the way I'm expanding them in the PMBOK or Agile Guide. So it would make sense for you to get the immersion book in your efforts to success. All right? I wish you all the best, and I hope all of this made good sense.
All right, welcome to our question section. Let's take a look at these questions one by one. On your Agile project, when facilitating a meeting with stakeholders, it is critical to... All right. Is it hold the meeting in person, develop and distribute an agenda prior to the meeting? Is it minimize what talkative people can say? Or is it use technology to record the meeting so you can reference as needed? All right. You probably figured out the best answer to this as a good project manager is to always go prepared. So the best answer to this is develop and distribute an agenda prior to the meeting. That is best. All the other options are just that. You know, A is optional, D is optional. It's not a must. It's not critical to do that. Minimizing what talkative people can say is presumptuous, and that's not in the spirit of Agile. We can have time boxes for people, but saying I'm going to minimize just what the talkative people say, that's not in the spirit of good project management. Next, to increase the chances of achieving project success, the project manager should do all of the following except. All right, let's reveal the answer. The most sensible response to this is option C. And this is really just making sure you're reading. That's all. This is just a reading test at the end of the day for this question, because it says as much as possible create conflicts. Why would you want to do that, right? All right, next question. You are developing management strategies to effectively engage stakeholders through the project lifecycle based on the analysis of their needs, interest, and potential impact on project success. This is known as what? All right, and the answer staring right at you at the bottom, that's going to be a freebie on me. The obvious answer is planned stakeholder engagement. All right. These are just process teaser questions to make sure that you are process aware. They're not difficult, but they're here to call your attention to the importance of at least knowing what you are doing, and perhaps even putting a face to the name as far as the questions are concerned. All right, so that was a bonus on me. Let's go to the next one. You are involved in the process of communicating and working with stakeholders to meet their needs or expectations, address issues as they occur, and foster appropriate stakeholder engagement in project activities throughout the project lifecycle. This is known as what? All right, so the key words here to reveal the answer, you have communicating and working with. These are things you do in executing. So it's not planning, it's not controlling. There's no such thing as control stakeholders. It's not monitoring stakeholder engagement, because that would be checking versus doing. This is the actual doing. So the best answer is A. All right, let's take a look at this next question. An accepted deadline for project approaches. The project manager realizes there is a certain disagreement and misalignment of understanding on the project. Certain elements under discussion and in dispute have also arisen as a result. What should the project manager do? Is it process as potential conflicts in project documents updates? Is it document these as potential changes in the change log? Is it document these as issues in the issue log? Is it document this as conflict in the action item log? All right. So, the best answer to this has nothing to do with the project documents updates. You wouldn't put conflicts in there, right? You wouldn't put conflicts in an action item log, right? This misalignment is what it's saying. It's disagreement and misalignment. Doesn't necessarily mean full-blown conflict, but whatever the case, this is not for the change log either. This is all about documenting disagreements and misalignments in an issue log, and these just need to be resolved. Life as usual for the project manager. All right, let's go to the next one. Before the phase has drawn to a close, the project manager meets with the project team to document issues and lessons learned from the current phase regarding project stakeholders. Which of the following is true? Okay, so this is a very process-specific question. In order to answer this right, you really need to understand tools and techniques used in stakeholder management. So, procurement documents is not an output of anything in procurement, so it's not A. Communication methods is a tool and technique, and it's not an input. It's not an artifact. It's not an output of anything in stakeholder. So saying communication methods is an input, this is a tool and technique, so it's not right in and of itself. So we have B and C. So approved change requests and updates are an input to this process being discussed, or stakeholder engagement assessment matrix is a tool and technique. So think about it. Where do approved change requests go? They go to direct and manage project work, and they go to control quality. but they do not go to anywhere in stakeholder. So it's not C. Just sheer common sense will tell you the SEAM, the Stakeholder Engagement Assessment Matrix, is used to really see, has someone gone from a current to where they are desired? Have they gone from the C to the D? So the best answer is B. All right. Final question. Now, I do want to comment on the length of this question. You can expect questions of this length easily on your exam. I know there's people that have different exams, but you can actually expect a question this long. All right, so I'm going to let you read it. Read it for a bit. Hit the pause button if you need more time. And the best answer to this question, my friends, is nothing with two dimensions. So it's not a log, that's two-dimensional, right? It's not stakeholder representation, and it's not stakeholder mapping. The obvious answer is stakeholder cube, because it gives you that tip into a three-dimensional model. The only three-dimensional model listed here is the stakeholder cube. All right, I hope that makes sense for you, and I hope that gave you a little bit of trivia. Remember, this is not the be-all, end-all. Okay, when it comes to the topic of stakeholder, there's a lot more to go into. Remember though, do read up the relevant chapter in the immersion book. If you need the immersion book, look for it below. Also remember that in the world of Agile, you also have stakeholder engagement, business people and developers. They should work together daily throughout the project. So just remember that, okay? And let's take a look at some of the open-ended questions that I would like for you to tackle today. And here are the stakeholder questions for day 9. Go over them. If you got any questions about the questions, you know what to do. You put a link or you put a question to whatever you're referring to below so that I can answer that for you. All right, I hope you found this to be helpful. Remember, you should be reading the book. Highly advised, because if you're not reading the book, you're only getting half of the story. You need a full story. So get the PMP exam immersion book, and you'll be extremely glad because it has a lot of great detail. All right, my friends, thanks for joining me on day 9. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now.
Hello, my friends. Welcome to day 6. Day 6 is where we dive even deeper into this content. So I want you to follow me to chapter 6 in the immersion book, as usual. I hope you're keeping up. I hope you're not missing the days. Remember, this is accountability. More than anything else, if you follow the program step by step, going along with what I'm asking you to cover, you will get good results. You will get great results, but you really need to put yourself into the homework, do the research, honestly answer the questions, and make sure you are following step by step. All right, so chapter 6 in the book, it reads, build a team. I'm going to read a little bit of this book for you. Build a team. It says, building and maintaining a team is a core part of any business endeavor. Building a team requires a lot of patience. It takes years to build a team. And that's why once you got the team performing at its optimum, you should minimize changes to that system. So if the team is optimized, they've been through norming and they've been through all those stages that came before it, you know, the forming, storming, norming, and now you're in performing. My goodness, that's priceless. You don't want to lose that. So it takes a lot to build a team. To build a team, the following enablers are suggested: appraise stakeholder skills, deduce project resource requirements, continuously assess and refresh team skills to meet project needs, and maintain team and knowledge transfer. So building a team means you first have capable people. You know, my mentor, John Maxwell, he says, knowing who to get on the bus. You get the right people on the bus. And that's just step 1. When you get the right people on the bus, step 2 is to put the right people in the right seat on the bus to make sure that you optimize their skills, their abilities, you utilize them to their maximum potential. To lead a team, build a team. And to build a team, equip the team with knowledge, skills, and training. This is on page 13, 113 of this book. So let's dive into the different enablers real quick. Appraise stakeholder skills. We should do this as part of our initial stakeholder analysis. Identifying stakeholders helps us better understand their abilities, skills, and leanings on the project. And then when we get beyond the stakeholder level, we get into the team level, because you know your team members are really some form of stakeholders. They could influence the project, they could impact the project. But the bottom line is you could appraise stakeholder skills using resume reviews, job interviews, reference checks, so on and so forth. The next one is you deduce project resource requirements. What do we need for the project? Think about this in the traditional world as estimate activity resources. And in the world of Agile, we do this differently. But the bottom line is we know who we need to get. We get those individuals and we continuously refresh those team skills. That's the third enabler. So for those of you who are wondering, where is this syllabus coming from? It comes from the PMP exam content outline. Let's go there. Okay. So right here, you can see build a team and you can see all of the things that you're meant to do. If you've got the book, go to chapter 6, okay, and read chapter 6. Chapter 6 has got everything you need to master this concept. And trust me, it will be tested on your exam. The whole concept of building a team is pivotal to the people part of the exam. And lastly, we have maintain team and knowledge transfer. So how do you transfer knowledge in an Agile environment? There's so many opportunities for you to do so. You need to be aware of that. You need to be aware of how the knowledge gets transferred in the different ceremonies in Agile, and also in the lessons learned register and other forums in the world of traditional. Again, don't forget to read your Agile thinking cap. Don't forget to read your gold zone of exam expectations. And for this one, let's see how many questions we've got. We've got just 2 questions for chapter 6, and you're done. A couple of them are from the world of Agile. That's why I recommend to you, read the book. Don't miss the days. Read the book for the day and then take that little test at the end. And by the time we get done with day 14, we're already on day 6. By the time we get to day 14, you'll be able to take that 30-question mock exam for people and see where you stand, okay? Let me know how you're doing. Let me know how this is helping you. Don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe, share with your friends. It helps the algorithm. It helps a lot of people who say, Phil, I don't know you're out there. It helps them know that I am out there trying to help. Because it's one thing to go for training. It's another thing to be held accountable. What this is all about is accountability, if you haven't already realized. All right, so let's go to our questions for day 6. What do we have for day 6? Let's go there, day 6. So it has 20 questions as usual. Freeze the screen, do the homework, and come back tomorrow with answers. Okay, and questions if there are. But I need you to really hammer these down one by one. I know some of you folks are like, well, the people domain is easy. Well, don't be fooled. Not everyone's mastered the people domain. We still need to do a great job in mastering the Agile piece of people. That's where a lot of folks have trouble. It's not with the predictive part, it's the Agile part, because it goes against the grain. The Agile part, we talk about the team leading itself, the team deciding it needs training, and things like that. And that's what throws people off. So really do stay with me as we cover the content. And before you know it, we're going to be done. Now, word of caution. If you have not spent time reviewing chapters 4 and 5 in the Agile Practice Guide, in addition to the immersion book, I would like you to do that, because you are going to get some value out of the topic of servant leadership, get your mindset straight, and then you're also going to be able to go into the practices of Agile to get those straight as well. All right, I hope everything's clear. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow with all your homework done and your impediments found. Talk to you soon. Hello, my friends. How you doing? It's your buddy Phil here, project management trainer and coach. Welcome to 40 Days to PMP Exam Success.
I hope you're doing well. Today we're going to cover day 10, and it's a huge milestone because on day 10 it means we are a quarter of the way there. That's huge. So today our topic is build shared understanding. Now this is a very huge topic because understanding could be anywhere from understanding what to do on the project to understanding issues, and then to understanding misunderstanding. So it could be a very wide topic. Let's jump straight into it. How do you build shared understanding? Well, step one is to break down each situation and to identify the root cause of any misunderstanding. So the bottom line is, if there's no understanding, it means there's misunderstanding. And we need to break down each situation to identify what is the root cause of a misunderstanding. Why are we not in alignment? Secondly, you got to survey all necessary parties to, as the PMI says, reach consensus.
The word consensus could cause some confusion in the minds of those who have studied words such as unanimity, plurality, and things like that. So let's talk about what consensus is. It's a group decision-making process, and it differs group by group. How your group decides to get to consensus might be different from how my group does. The bottom line is that consensus represents the supermajority, the general agreement of the larger population of the group. So in the world of consensus, just because one or two people are on the far side of vetoing does not mean that the team general decision does not go ahead. The thing about consensus is we do want to hear everyone out. So we could hear out those people that have angst with whatever is being decided, and we could go through rounds of discussion until we get to a general agreement. That's the difference between unanimity and consensus. Some groups might decide that unanimity has to be in order for there to be consensus, for there to be a group decision. Some teams may say everyone has to agree. Some teams might decide everyone should give consent, which is softer than saying absolute agreement. Consent does not mean you're fully on board, but it means there's not enough resistance for you to say, I absolutely forbid it. So consensus is not synonymous with unanimity. Let's make that clear. Although that may be a rule agreed to in a decision-making process for a team. Now you've got an idea of what consensus is. Let's talk about a process model for it. It's a basic model. One, we have a proposal of something that needs to be done. This could be collaboratively generated. Two, we identify those that have concerns. For example, on the Highsmith decision spectrum, for example, we have people all the way to total agreement down to vetoing. We want to identify any unsatisfied concerns from any party that is not in full agreement. So we go through those brushstrokes of everyone from an almost agree all the way down to veto. We identify any unsatisfied concerns. We listen to those concerns, and we could modify the proposal to generate as much agreement as possible. Remember, all attempts at achieving consensus, that is, the group decision, starts off with a good faith attempt at generating full agreement, regardless of the decision threshold. Even if there's an off-ramp for the team to say 80% of the team must agree, we still go ahead with an attempt to generate full agreement. So full agreement needs to be the number one option. Failing that, we use our decision rule thresholds. And that concludes our quick review about consensus. Now let's jump into some content for the day.
Because you can have an agile team that is quite divergent at first, but the bottom line is hearing everyone out to understand their concerns and to have discussions to either minimize those concerns or remove those concerns. So if there's a misunderstanding, we need to have that conversation as to, okay, why? Why do we not have a common understanding? And then we are going to survey all of those parties involved so that we can reach a team decision, a group decision, where everyone has a voice. Everyone's voice has some weight. As a team, it's very important that whatever the decision-making approach is, it must be understood and it must be decided upon. And these are things that could easily be put into a team charter. Let's move on. After all parties are surveyed to break down whatever it is to get to the ultimate understanding to facilitate the decision, whatever the team decides, we support the outcome of the parties' agreement. So if all the team members say, this is what we want to do, even if you are the Scrum Master, you support, you agree, and you say, okay, this is what you've decided to do. As far as how this thing is going to be done, then so shall it be. It's that simple. Every decision-making scenario should not be a draconian decision by one party, especially in Agile. Even for traditional, it helps to listen to the team. That would be the preferred way. So when you're choosing your options on the exam, just remember what the preferred approach is. Always hear the team out. The team decides on a particular course of action, go with it. If some teams say, you know what, just give your consent even if you're not in 100% agreement, well, that's how the team's going to roll. If the team says, no, we all have to agree 100%, then roll that way. But in the world of Agile, if you've read the Jim Highsmith decision spectrum, what happens if someone vetoes on that scale? If someone does veto, you're going to hear that person out and you're going to say, why don't you agree? Why do you say no? And hear that person out. And if there's a solid reason as to why not, that could actually influence other people to say, I agree. No, we should not do this. All right, so it's all about understanding the question scenario, knowing the world of Agile, and in general, what PMI's mindset has been these days is teamwork makes the dream work. That's pretty much it. Okay? All right, let's move on. So we have just one more to address, and that is investigate any potential misunderstandings. So we may not have a misunderstanding right now, but we should assess any potential misunderstandings. And this is just the PM being proactive and making sure that there's no misunderstandings. All right, so we've talked about building shared understanding. This is the PM being proactive, at the same time being tactical, dealing with things as they've emerged, and having foresight to track things that could become misunderstandings. So break down the situation, survey all necessary parties, support the team's agreements, and investigate any potential misunderstandings. All right? In the same token, if you have two people in a misunderstanding or a disagreement, in the same way, we are going to support whatever their final decision is on how to handle that, provided it falls within the social contract of that team. Okay? I hope this makes sense for you on day 10. Don't forget to do the homework, and don't forget, in the PMBOK guide, there's an overarching framework that's buried in 8.2 that helps you deal with any discomforts, any issues, any problems. A misunderstanding could easily be looked at as something that could fall into the issue bucket. So, The DIG-CIV approach is define the problem, identify the root cause, generate alternatives, choose the best alternative, and then implement that alternative or solution. But don't forget, the verification is an important step. You got to verify that the solution that you implemented actually does work. And if it doesn't work, what do? You go back to generate a better solution. All right? I hope this helped you, my friends. Day 10. You've really done awesome. You've really done well. So I'll see you tomorrow on day 11. Make sure you do the homework. Look for the homework below. Look for the open-ended questions. And let's do this, friends. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Bye for now. Welcome, friends, to day 10. Let's take a look at some questions really quickly. Remember, this is just a tiny little snippet. You can always get more questions in the PMP exam immersion book. First question: what is the best way to communicate status and progress in an agile team? The way this works is you got to hit the pause button and think about it, and then I reveal the answer. So, the best answer to this, my friends, is not D. That's presumptuous. Not every team needs to use a burn down chart. It's not C. It talks about communicating status and progress. We typically don't do a whole lot of status, but where we need to in an agile team, it doesn't make sense waiting to the end of an iteration. Think about it. In the world of Scrum, we talk about doing things in iterations or sprints. If you report it at the end of each week, that would just give you 2 opportunities. Wouldn't make sense. You got to do things more copiously. So B, C, and D are not very good options. The best option that's safe to use in the world of Agile is A, easy to use and understand visual displays. Okay, so best answer is A. There we go. Let's go to the next one. When a new project is started, it is critical to have a clear view of the desired end objectives and outcomes. This is established by developing what? Again, hit the pause button. I will reveal the answer. So, clear view, end objectives. It's not the product backlog. Product backlog is not about the outcomes. Product backlog has lower level content, and so do project requirements. The mission statement is also lower level. At this point, what shows you the overarching outcome and the desired end objectives is B. It's the vision. The mission statement is how to get the vision, but not the vision. So this is a best answer from what you have been given. Let's move to the next one. An agile team discovered during the first couple of iterations that there was a gap in the expectations of the stakeholders and the deliverables produced by the team. Which of the following would be most effective in reducing the gap? Please hit the pause button for this one. Give it some thought. I will reveal the answer. So, the best answer to this is not to appoint a business analyst to function as a single point of contact to represent the stakeholders' needs and expectations. We don't want to reinvent the wheel with what the product owner does. But this is not the best answer. We already have a product owner. It says during the first couple of iterations that there was a gap in the expectations. So it's a gap of expectations. That's what it is. Product owner is there. Putting a business analyst isn't changing anything. C says increase the number of acceptance tests. It's not about the acceptance tests. It's about a gap in expectations. It's not about the deliverable not working. It's just about a gap in expectations. And that gives us two more, A and B. A says ask the product owner to spend more time with the customers. So the gap is not between the product owner and the customers. The gap is all about expectations of stakeholders in general. Do you know that your product owner in the world of the PMI is really a stakeholder as well? So A is not the best option. The best option is B. Involve stakeholders in product definition, development, and demos. So the reason is more involvement from the product owner, who is the voice of the customer during definition, build, and review, will bring shared accountability and give more opportunities to improve the understanding of the work. So having the product owner spend more time with the customers is not the best answer, but involving these stakeholders, and that includes the product owner, in all of these steps makes sense, along with the other stakeholders. So that's a real tricky one you got to read carefully. Let's go to our final one. After crafting an elaborate team charter, the project begins to run, and then an accepted deadline for task approaches. You, the project manager, realize there's a certain disagreement and misalignment of understanding on the project. As the team discusses concerns, a team member curses loudly to the team's shock. What should you do? Is it A, B, C, or D? All right, so let's take a look at them. Hit the pause button if you need more time. So, A, calm the situation down and return to discussions and move forward. While that sounds okay, you've not really solved the problem right now. This team member has cursed loudly. There's obviously something up with this person. So just calming the person down to return to discussions to move forward. You still got garbage from the garbage truck that fell off. You got to go clean up. Something has happened and we need to know why it happened and we need to solve that problem. The problem hasn't been solved. Calming the situation down, you still don't know why what happened. B says ask the team member why he acted as he did and remind him of your role. And reminding him of your role could be anything. Could be I'm the project manager, don't you know my role? This is who I am. It's really exerting authority, and that's not the way to get to an understanding and solve the problem at this point. C says report the team member to his boss after the meeting. That's one of those baby mother may I kind of answers. Project manager rather should be solving problems and should be confronting this issue head on. D says follow through with the recommended process in the team charter. How could you go wrong? The question says after crafting an elaborate team charter. It's there for a reason. It's kind of like pointing you towards where you need to be thinking. The team charter has certain guidelines for things like this. Follow through with the recommended process in the team charter. That's why you created the team charter in the first place. So it's really between A and D. A is trying to ignore the issue and use some sort of smoothing technique and not come into understanding at the same time, which isn't good. D will get you a better result, and that's why D is the answer. All right? I hope you found this to be very helpful, and I look forward to seeing any questions you might have on this. You got any questions, please drop them below. Remember, you can get the immersion book that has a lot more questions. The immersion book has questions for every task, and it has a whole bunch of questions at the end for people, process, and business. So I hope that will help you achieve your goals for this particular day. Thank you very much. I wish you all the very best. Bye for now.
Hello, my most awesome project managers. Welcome to day 26 of 40 days to PMP exam success. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for following all those videos and hitting the like and subscribe button. Really appreciate it. You know, these videos, they really take time to put together. Now, the video part that you watch later on was actually recorded eons ago. It's the questions. So today I have questions I'm going to share with you from the artifact section. My question writer, he came up with some crazy stuff. But before we talk about the questions, let's dive into what it means to do this task. It's manage project artifacts. Manage project artifacts in the PMP guide is not explicitly broken down, which is why the content outline comes in handy. So in the content outline, the very first enabler that we see under this task simply reads, determine the requirements, what, when, where, who, and so on for managing the project artifacts, and then validate that the project information is kept up to date. That is version control and it's accessible to all stakeholders. And finally, continually assess the effectiveness of the management of the project artifacts. Very high level. Today, I have some open-ended questions that I would love for you to take a look at. I know these open-ended questions, a lot of you have been whizzing past them. You don't fool me. I know some of you have not hit the pause button and actually gone through. But I want to encourage you, do it because it's going to help you in the grand scheme of things as you prepare for your exam. All right, so here's the open-ended section for today. You can see I've got different questions about artifacts. Please go through them, especially those from the world of Agile. Hone in on those. And remember, I have these sessions at hpmexam.com. If you are struggling and you need help, you need to take advantage of it. It's a half-day boot camp, gets you into the heart of the matter so that you can master all the 35 tasks really quick, all right? So on top of joining me on this journey, I would love to see you in one of these hpmexam.com boot camps. Let's jump into the first question for today. The project management processes, inputs, tools, techniques, outputs, internal enterprise environmental factors, and organizational process assets are described in the PMP guide as what? Give you a few moments. Think about what the answer could be. All right. Hit the pause button if you need more time. 3, 2, and 1. The answer to this, my friends, is not A, B, or C. The answer is actually project artifacts, D. Direct cutout from the PMP Guide 6th edition, page 558. The term artifacts includes project management processes, inputs, tools, techniques, outputs, EEFs, and OPAs. Now, for those of you that might not have read that particular section, it came as a surprise to me. You know what I was arguing with? I was arguing with the EEFs. I said, there's no way an EEF is an artifact. But I realized this is a direct cutout of the PMP. And I know the 7th edition, it calls them methods, models, and artifacts explicitly. So there's no confusion about the artifacts. But I will say, do know your EEFs and OPAs, not because you're going to be asked explicitly about them, but it's just something that's nice to do as a PMP. Let's go on to the next question. Next one here says, past project files, forms, and templates best describes. What does it best describe? Think about it for a few moments. I'll give you some time to think. All right. 3, 2, and 1. All right, my friends. The answer to this is, of course, OPAs. This is a direct cutout of PMBOK Guide again. Project files from the past, forms and templates. It's not EEFs, and it's not C, and it's not D. All right, so the more you understand what these template tools and other documents from the past are, the better. I do not expect the exact language to be used on your exam, and I'm talking about the exact language that says OPAs, EFs. You probably won't find that. But just understanding the relevance of these organizational process assets is important. In the 7th edition, we refer more to them as more like factors, if you will. We talk about factors that can influence your project, either internal or external. That's how we roll in the 7th edition. So don't expect to see OPAs on the exam, but do understand their context and relevance. A lot of PMPs from before 2020, they still use that information and language. All right, number 69. How are enterprise environmental factors best described? Okay. Hit the pause button if you need more time. 3, 2, and 1. Let's move. The answer, talking about factors, it's A. It's not B, C, or D, right? You see? Enterprise environmental factors are best described as factors outside the organization's control. That's best. I know some of you would say, well, B, influence how a project manager is allowed to manage a project. This is not such a question of allowance, but the best language here is A. If you look at option C, create boundaries and policies set by the organization, that relegates that to OPAs. And D, process assets, no, that's OPAs, right? So if you really look at it, the word allowed kind of talks about what is within your control. EEFs, a lot of times, they're outside of your control. That's why they're factors that influence. All right, so I hope you found that question to be eye-opening. Again, it's just good project management information. You can see here, direct cutout from the PMBOK guide says, these factors refer to conditions which are not under the control of the project team that influence, constrain, or direct the project. So let's take a look at number 70. The plans, processes, policies, procedures, and knowledge bases specific to and used by the performing organization are best described as what? All right, hit the pause button for more time. All righty, 3, 2, and 1. If you guessed A, you are right. It's organizational process assets. Again, a lot of these assets, we use the word artifact in place of some of these. All right, so this again is a direct cutout from PMBOK Guide, page 557. And you got to know what these plans, processes, policies, procedures, knowledge bases are. They're OPAs. All right. Let's move to the next question. Next question. Number 71. The project manager and the project management team select and adapt the appropriate artifacts for use on their specific project. This adaptation is necessary because... choose the best option. All right. Hit the pause button if you need more time. 3, 2, and 1. So what does this describe? This whole thing describes the concept of tailoring. When you're tailoring, you got to cut the ITTOs, methods, models, artifacts, whatever you want to call them, but you got to tailor those to the specific project. And that's why the answer to number 71 is option as you've guessed. B. Okay? The project manager and the project management team select and adapt the appropriate artifacts for use on their specific project. You read the next line. Not every process input, tool, technique, or output is required on every project. Okay? So, my friends, we have just one more question. Question 72. It's a rather curious question. Let's see how you roll with it. Which is the most prevalent artifact? All right, 3, 2, and 1. Okie dokie, here we go. Well, this should not come as a surprise because those of you PMP Guide aficionados, you know the recurring theme you see every single place. Every single process except 2, right? It's D. It's the project management plan. It's very prevalent. We see it everywhere. Let's see what PMP Guide says. The project management plan is the end of this first section. Next, we're going to get on the road and we are going to flesh out this whole topic of artifacts because there's a lot to be spoken about when it comes to artifacts. I haven't talked about Scrum in particular. I haven't talked about Agile artifacts and what could constitute those, and I will. So let's jump into it.
Hello, my friends. Welcome to 40 Days to PMP Exam Success. It's day 26, and we're talking about Process Domain Task 12, Manage Project Artifacts. Now, remember, this is the express version. This does not have all the questions, so we're getting straight into some content. Let's go ahead and listen. This is your buddy Phil here, Project Management Trainer and Coach. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to 40 Days to PMP Exam Success. Today we're talking about the topic of project artifacts. What exactly is an artifact in the world of project management? That's a good question to ask. When you hear people talk about artifacts, a lot of times it refers specifically to baselines, plans. It could even refer to some sort of record that is not necessarily a plan or a baseline, but is something that is managed by a project manager. For example, in the world of Scrum and Agile, one of our artifacts is continuously maintained. It's called a product backlog. The product backlog contains all of the stories or customer related requests that the customer wants. That is maintained all throughout the life of that agile endeavor. Now, in the world of predictive, our artifacts may include the project management plan or subplans in the project management plan. It may also include the baselines. It may also include some of those documents. When we talk about the documents of project management, those are on page 89 of the PMP Guide 6th edition. But when you really boil it down, in the 7th edition, we call these artifacts explicitly. You know, we've got the section of methods, models, and artifacts. So in the 6th edition, we just say artifacts. But in the 6th edition, you find the language of outputs, inputs, documents, plans, baselines, and things of that nature. So for this one, we have some very specific tasks associated with that word, but today, the one we're talking about again is all about managing project artifacts. And we have 3 enablers for this. So let's talk about these one by one. The first enabler is called determine the requirements. What, when, who, where, what, when, where, who, and so on. Just think about the 5 W's, you know, the what, when, where, who, why, and the H, the how, right? So determine the requirements for the artifacts. That's the first one. The requirements for managing the project artifacts.
The second one is validate that the project information is kept up to date. That is version control and accessible to all stakeholders. Now, there are a number of tasks associated with this, like I said, and one of the tasks has to do more with configuration management. That I have mentioned in the past. So we're not talking about that one today, but I want you to remember that version control is something that we've talked about in the past. Okay. In fact, when it comes to the concept of change management, we do talk about the aspect of configuration quite a bit. Okay. So again, validate that the project information is kept up to date. That's version control and accessible to all stakeholders, and continually assess the effectiveness of the management of the project artifacts. So when you boil it down, you need to know the requirements for the artifacts. If there are any peculiar requirements for those artifacts, we want to identify them. We want to validate that the information we have in those artifacts is kept up to date. Like I told you, some of the artifacts regularly change, like a product backlog. Also in the world of Agile, we have the sprint backlog. The sprint backlog is used just for that iteration of sprint, but it is considered an artifact as well. And lastly, you want to ensure that your configuration management, your configuration control, your updates to those artifacts, you want to continuously assess. Okay? So that's the general mindset for this one. Okay? Very straightforward. You could think of it as a 3-step process, you know. Requirements, updates to those artifacts, and assessing the effectiveness continually. Okay? And that's pretty much it. It's a very straightforward task with very, very straightforward enablers. The only thing that I would add to this is to understand the word artifact could be used quite loosely in the world of Agile. So when we talk about Scrum, there are 3 roles: product owner, Scrum Master, and team. 5 events. People also call these ceremonies, right? We have the sprint itself, we have sprint planning, we have the daily Scrum, we have the sprint review, and we have the sprint retrospective. And then we have the 3 artifacts, and that's why you constantly hear me say 3-5-3 in Scrum, 3-5-3, because I'm talking about the 3 roles, 5 ceremonies, and the 3 artifacts are very important as well. And the 3 artifacts are the product backlog, the sprint backlog, and the potentially shippable increment, also called the increment or increment. Okay. And the increment is also an artifact. It's very specific in the world of Scrum. But beyond the world of Scrum, going into just general Agile, things like your burn charts, they could be called artifacts. And you do need to be aware of that for your exam. They very well could be called artifacts. You know, things like your cumulative flows, things like your product roadmap, your team charter. We could also refer to those in general Agile as artifacts. So any documents, any plans, records that are used, we could refer to them as artifacts. You could refer to a Kanban board as an artifact as well. A lot of times it is something like that that you use for your product backlog anyway, right? Storyboards, story maps, all that stuff. Okay? I hope that gave you some context about this.
Hello, my PMP warriors. Welcome to day 29 of 40 Days to PMP Exam Success. Today we're talking about manage project issues. Now this is one of the most important tasks on the exam because any knowledge area could present an issue. Remember, it's all about issues. Multi-stacked issues and problems could appear on the exam. In other words, you could have a question that has issues from a number of knowledge areas. You could have an issue that is risk related, an issue that is scope and schedule related. In other words, an issue was the result of a risk that materialized from the scope, schedule, and cost areas, and it also has resources associated with it. You see how you can have multi-stacked issues, so there's a lot of stuff you need to know. An issue is also called an impediment in the Agile world. So you need to see this as a possible 90 to 99, in my mind, percent of your exam. Your exam is going to have a ton of situational issues, risks, or associated topics. Now let's talk about an issue. What is an issue? Throughout the life cycle of a project, the project manager will normally face problems, gaps, inconsistencies, or conflicts that occur unexpectedly, and that requires some action so they do not impact project performance. This is how you need to see an issue. It is a problem, it is an inconsistency, it is something that appears unexpectedly, but the key thing about an issue is it is happening now. The issue log is a project document where all the issues are recorded and tracked. The issues could be tracked using the issue type, who raised the issue and when, the description of the issue, the priority, who is assigned the issue, and a target resolution date. And of course, a final solution. We also track status all throughout. So the issue log helps the project manager to effectively track these issues, ensuring that they're investigated and resolved in a timely fashion. It is created for the first time as an output of this process called direct and manage project work. Although issues could happen at any time during the project, the issue log is updated as a result of the monitoring and control activities throughout the project's lifecycle. Now you got to see problem solving or issue resolution through the PMP exam lens as a way of you passing the exam, because if you're able to think about how to solve the issue or problem presented in the question, you're going to be good. You see, problem solving entails finding solutions for issues or challenges, just like your exam. Your exam is going to present issues or challenges that are situational. So knowing about issue resolution today is extremely important. It can include gathering additional information, critical thinking, creative, quantitative, or logical approaches. Effective and systemic problem solving is a fundamental element in quality assurance and quality improvement. And that's why you find problem solving in 8.2 in managed quality. Problems can arise as a result of the control quality process or from quality audits and can be associated with a process or deliverable. Using a structured problem-solving method will help eliminate the problem and develop a long-lasting solution. So we got to go deep right now. We got to go deep into what exactly happens when you solve a problem in a very broad sense. So let's take a look. 1, you got to define the problem. 2, you got to document what that thing is. The issue or problem needs to be documented in the issue log. Work performance data may be collected to solve the problem. Work performance data needs to be analyzed to solve the problem, and we identify the root cause as a result of the data we've generated. Work performance information is generated to help us solve the problem. Work performance reports are also generated, and this could in turn help us understand that there are problems and help us to solve the problem. Then we generate alternatives, we choose the best alternative, and we implement the alternative. And ultimately, we're going to ask the question, was the solution effective? If it's a yes, then we have a final solution. If it's a no, then we go back to the beginning. So we have this cycle of life happening at any point in time, from steps 1 through 12. But you as a project manager, your job is to ensure that everyone who is part of this is talking. There needs to be collaboration. This is not a lone project manager trying to solve a problem. All right, so the concept of issue resolution, as I said, is going to pervade your exam. It's going to be big. So for that reason, let us jump into more details. Today, we're going to work a little bit differently. We're going to jump on the road, and we're going to talk about managing project issues.
let's get moving with it.
It's your buddy Phil here, Project Management Trainer and Coach. Welcome to day 29 of 40 days to PMP exam success. Wow. The time has really gone and we're moving really quick. Believe it or not, we don't have a whole lot of stuff left. We've only got 2 more in process and we're done. So this is all about managing project issues, right? I'm going to turn the light off. It's late. Just wanted you to get a glimpse of me and got to drive now. All right. So when it comes to this whole topic of managing project issues, you got to understand the enablers that are at play. Okay. There are 3 enablers at play. The first enabler is you need to recognize when a risk becomes an issue. I know that you've heard the term issue so many times that you may not have actually paused and thought of what an issue is, practically speaking. An issue is a risk that has materialized. See, that's what it is. So you as a project manager, you need to be vigilant in order to manage risks effectively, project risks, and in order to manage project issues, the key thing is vigilance, right? Now, the risk register enables you keep track of identified risks, and you need to keep your eye on the risk register at all times and ask the question, has anything here changed? Or is it status quo? Is it the same as it was yesterday, last week, or are there changes? You always need to keep your eye on the probability and impact. And if those levels have changed, you may need to take action. Now, if the probability goes all the way to 100% certainty, and it does happen, then you as the project manager, you're going to have to be vigilant to have seen, okay, it happened, it's now an issue. Your next step, you got to attack the issue. And you got to attack the issue with the optimal action for project success. Because there are some issues, if you don't attack them with optimal action, ain't none gonna happen. Or something slight would happen and you're still left with a significant part of the problem. So you need to attack it with all vehemence to ensure that your project outcome is what you are looking for, which is success. Okay? Still on this topic, when we talk about attacking the issue, there's certain things you have to do as a project manager, and that is gather the team members together and seek for solutions that could actually potentially solve the problem. You don't know that they will for sure, but they have a high probability of solving the problem. You need to look for solutions like that. So, how do you do this? The PMI in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition have given us a very solid base for problem solving. And this is talked about, believe it or not, in the quality chapter. And I call this the DIGCIV approach, the DIGCIV approach, because the letters form DIGCIV. First thing you want to do is define the problem. What is the problem? What is the issue? Then you need to identify the root cause. If it's a risk that became an issue, then you've already gotten an idea of, okay, let's leave it on for a little bit. So you generate alternatives, okay? After you generate alternatives with the team using a variety of methods like brainstorming, maybe you're using Ed DeBono's thinking cap or six thinking hats, as it's called. Maybe you're using things of that nature. When all is said and done, you are going to come up with alternatives, hopefully you're going to come up with some solid alternatives, right? Because what you're trying to do is you're trying to generate the alternatives, right? You generate these alternatives with a team, and then what do? You choose the best alternative, and then you implement the alternative. So that's the D, right? Define the problem. I, identify the root cause. G, generate alternatives. C, choose the best alternative. I, implement the alternative. And V, verify solution effectiveness. You got to verify that indeed that solution did work. And if it didn't work, then you need to go back to drawing board. For this day, you need to view my issue data flow. I've got an issue data flow video on YouTube that goes into the flow of what happens when you are resolving an issue. Okay, so I would highly advise taking a look at that. So, as the outline says, you got to attack the issue with the optimal action to get the result that you're looking for. Okay? As part of doing this, we go to the third enabler, and this is we got to collaborate with all the relevant stakeholders. This is not a solo job, okay? You got to collaborate, you got to work with stakeholders, you got to work with the team. Hopefully the team will be able to generate ideas, like I said, using any of those standard approaches. Brainstorming, good old brainwriting, Ed De Bono's thinking hats, 6 thinking hats, things like that. But you got to collaborate with stakeholders to resolve that issue. You got to collaborate on the approach. And that's it. That's really it. Now for the exam, the tricky piece is knowing when am I dealing with a risk and when am I dealing with an issue, and when am I dealing with an issue log, when am I dealing with a risk register, when am I dealing with a change log. Because these 3 things, they often are combined in some way, either in the options or the question. So you need to think about it like this. A risk has been identified, it's been documented in the risk register. The risk materializes and you have an issue. The issue is an obstacle of sorts that needs resolve. It could be that your initial response to the risk failed and then the risk becomes an issue. Or it could be that an issue that was not previously thought about just happens. If the issue just happens, you got to follow the dixiv. But if it's a risk that you already have strategies for that failed, you could think of what you need to do as a workaround. Regardless what you call it, problem must be solved, and this is time for the project manager to collaborate. It's time for the project manager to collaborate. You got to collaborate with those stakeholders. You got to collaborate with people, team members who are going to help solve the problem. All right, my friends, it's that time of our presentation where we take a look at certain questions. So first of all, let me remind you, if you haven't signed up for hpmexam.com half-day bootcamp, go on down to hpmexam.com. We've got a bootcamp coming up pretty soon. It's just half a day. It'll get you in ship shape for the exam. You'll get this 600+ page book, and we will get you tooled and ramped up. The next thing I want to show you here is our day 29 discussion. So what is an issue? What is an issue log? All of this stuff we have talked about to some degree. A few of these we may not have gone into, so I'd like you to go into them yourself. But let's take a look right now, my friends, at open-ended questions one more time. Let's
screenshot this and come back with answers. If there's anything you need to know, put it down in the comments. But let's go into our multiple choice questions. When does a risk become an issue? All right, 3, 2, and 1. Okay. The best answer to this, my friends, is not B, C, or D. The best answer is as a result of unmanaged threats. Unmanaged risk threats may result in issues or problems such as delay, cost overruns, performance shortfall, and so on. If you take a look, residual risk is still a risk, right? Secondary risk, still talking about risk here. Positive risks are not issues. So here we're just talking about A. Let's move on to the next question. What is the difference between a risk and an issue? Make sure you hit the pause button if you need more time to answer the question. All right, I will be revealing the answer shortly. Okay, let's take a look at the answer. The answer to this, my friends, is not C, it's not B, and it's not A. The difference between a risk and an issue is one has already occurred, whereas the other is anticipated. The answer is D. Issue is a current condition or situation that may have an impact on the project objectives. Let's move on to our next question. All of the following are issue log items except what? Give it some thought. All right. Okay, 3, 2, and 1. So, who raised the issue? The priority of the issue, preventive action for the issue, or target resolution date. Remember, we're talking about the issue log. Okay. Well, let's think out of the box. What is an issue? A realized risk. In the issue log, you would have issues, but you wouldn't have preventive action in the issue log. So you got to think about it like this. The issue log is a project document where all the issues are recorded and tracked. Issues have already occurred, they cannot be prevented. Rather, actions are taken to resolve issues. All right, let's go to our next question. When should you check that there is no open issue in the issue log? I'll give you time to think about it. All right, my friend, and you do remember that on your exam, you got roughly 1 minute, 15 seconds per question, so you got to time yourself accordingly. All right, 3, 2, and 1. The best answer to this, my friends, is not A, and it's not C or D. The best answer is B. It's when you are closing the project or the phase. The issue log is used to check that there is no open issue during closed project or phase. During the other times, there could be open issues since the project is in progress. All right, another question. All of the following can become an issue except what? All right, hit the pause button if you need more time.
All right, 3, 2, and 1. The best answer to this, my friends, is not A, B, or D. It is C. It is assigning an organization's most talented resources. This actually describes exploiting an opportunity. This does not describe what can become an issue. So taking a look at the options, I hope you were able to sift through the fluff. Let's go to our final one. Which of the following stakeholder management processes involves addressing project issues? We're looking for just one answer, the best. All right. 3, 2, and 1. Okay, my friends, the best answer to this, going straight to it, is managed stakeholder engagement. That is the one where we do a lot of this stuff. Okay? I hope you found this to be helpful. Remember to take a look at associated topics. And also remember, risks, they do become issues. Risk responses fail, the risk becomes an issue, the issue needs a resolution, a workaround is required, and multiple rounds of brainstorming may be required, which could result in a change request for corrective action, preventive action, could be defect repair, could be updates. But the bottom line is there's going to be an implementation of whatever that solution is. All right? Don't forget, go on down to hpmexam.com, sign up for a half-day boot camp. Always a pleasure to see you, and I look forward to talking to you on day 30. We're going to be 75% tomorrow. Wow. All right, my friends, you take care, and I'll see you there. Hello, my awesome PMP warriors. How you doing? Welcome to 40 Days to PMP Exam Success, day 28. We've only got 12 days left. Let's jump into task 14 of domain 2, the process domain. And today we're talking about established project governance structure. We've got 2 enablers here. The first one, determine appropriate governance for a project. For example, replicate organizational governance and define escalation paths and thresholds. We're going to go into this detail, but first of all, let's take a look at questions. Day 28 discussion, make sure you freeze the frame, capture the questions, and go through them mentally and make sure you can answer all of these. Let's move on to our next section. Now, be aware we've got the PMP exam immersion happening on Sunday. If you want to be part of it, go on down to hpmexam.com. All right, so let's take a look. The framework, functions, and processes that guide project management activities in order to create the project outcomes to meet organizational, strategic, and operational goals is called what? All right, make sure you hit that pause button if you need more time. Let's examine the answer. So the answer to this, my friends, is not B, C, or D. It is A. It's project governance. Project governance refers to the framework, functions, and processes that guide project management activities in order to create a unique product, service, or result to meet organizational, strategic, and operational goals. You can find this information on page 44 of the 6th edition. Let's move on. You work full-time designated as a project manager in an organization. You have high to almost total authority for your job role. You also manage the project budget and get supported by full-time administrative staff for your projects. Which of the following best describes your organization's structure? All right, let's go ahead and end this poll in 3, 2, and 1. And the answer to this one, my friends, is PMO, option D. This is the best description of the organization structure. Remember, it says high to almost total authority, all right?
So look into the PMBOK Guide 6th edition, page 47. Let's go to the next one. The components that comprise the key functions or principles of general management in the organization are called what? All right, 3, 2, and 1. The best answer to this one, my friends, is option C, management elements. Management elements are the components that comprise the key functions or principles of general management in the organization. A lot of businessy-like talk here, but just to get you into that flow of the language. One plan and one head for a group of activities with the same objective is called what? Okay. 3, 2, and 1. Let's take a look at the answer. The best answer for this, my friends, again, it's that chapter 2 in the 6th edition, is option C. It's unity of direction, one plan, and one head for a group of activities with the same objective. If you take a look at the other subtleties, discipline of action is all about authority, unity of command is all about giving orders, centralization, the decision-making powers are retained in the center. Okay. Let's move to our next question. The PMO of your organization provides support and requires compliance through various means. The degree of direction provided by the PMO is moderate. Compliance involves adoption of project management frameworks or methodologies, use of specific templates, forms, and tools, and conformance to governance frameworks. This is an example of what? All right. Go ahead and hit the pause button if you need more time. 3, 2, and 1. Well, the answer to this one, my friends, you can glean it from the word moderate. Degree of direction provided by the PMO is moderate. So we've got low, moderate, and high. The best answer is B. It's a controlling PMO. Believe it or not, controlling PMO is in the middle. You got supportive, which is low, right? The direction is low. Controlling is moderate, and directive is high. So there you have the breakdown. You can see supportive, the degree of control is low. So controlling, the level of control is moderate, and that's the answer, controlling. And the last one, directive, that's the one that is high. If you have not explored page 48 of the 6th edition, I would highly advise that you do. All right, let's move on to our next one. Which of the following is characteristic of an agile PMO? Right. Hit that pause button if you need more time. Okie doke. 3, 2, and 1. The best answer is all of the options. An agile PMO is value driven. It is also invitation oriented, and it is multidisciplinary. All right. Well, there you have it, my friends. We are done with the questions. I hope it opened your eyes to some business language.
Don't forget, go on down to hpmexam.com. But for now, let's get on the road and let's talk about task 14 in the process domain.
And we're talking about process domain task 14. And it's simply titled Establish Project Governance Structure. Now, what exactly is governance? Governance is a framework within which authority is exercised. In fact, let's open up our PMBOK guides. PMBOK Guide, Chapter 2. It's on page 43. And I'm talking about the 6th edition. And it simply reads, governance is the framework within which authority is exercised in organizations. This framework includes, but is not limited to, now pay attention to the specific language, what governance entails, what it's all about. Governance is all about rules, policies, procedures, norms, relationships, systems, and processes. Rules, policies, procedures, norms, relationships, systems, and processes. This governance framework influences how objectives of the organization are set and achieved, how risk is monitored and assessed, and how performance is optimized. So, a lot to take in, but at a high level, think about it as a framework within which authority is exercised. And within that framework, you got to think about the top 4 things: rules, policies, procedures, norms, okay, systems. So when you think about governance, a project without governance is in an unstable state, because anything can happen. The more governance, the more predictability. The less governance, the less predictability. Let's also read here, still on the same page, 2.4.2. It reads, recent PMI research reveals that governance refers to organizational or structural arrangements at all levels of an organization, designed to determine and influence the behavior of the organization's members. That is the reason for governance. It's to get people in that right behavioral pattern. That's what it's all about. If there are no rules and guidelines and policies and procedures and norms, people do whatever they like. And that is not ideal when you have a lot of people working together. There needs to be a framework to get the work done, to get to the end goal. And that's really what governance is all about. If you think about any of the other frameworks that we discuss, like Scrum as a framework, it does have some governance, some pretty tight governance, by the way, because we have 3 very specific roles, 5 specific events, and 3 specific artifacts. And that's what makes a framework. Yes, we can build around it, but those pillars, that structure is in place. All right, still here it says, PMI's research suggests that the concept of governance is multidimensional and includes consideration of people, roles, structures, and policies, and requires providing direction and oversight through data and feedback. So from this definition, my friends, you can tell that the topic of governance is very specific. It is very important because without the right level of governance, it will be harder to succeed in our project environments. All right? So let's get on the road and let's talk about establish project governance structure. Now that you've got a very robust idea, reading from the guide, you now know what to expect in this task. Hopefully this task will make a whole lot more sense to you now that you understand the concept of governance as a framework within which authority is exercised. All right. So let's jump into breaking down the task itself. So, establish project governance structure. What does it mean to establish? To establish means to put in place, to set in orbit, to stabilize. That's what we mean by establish. So you as a project manager, project personnel, PMO representative, whatever you are, the idea is to put in place governance structures. Now the governance structure could do either of two things. It could be a unique structure, very peculiar to the project, or it could be a structure that mirrors the governance in the organization. Because you do know organizations primarily have that governance. Mirroring that governance is what this refers to. Okay. So this very well could be mirroring the organization's governance structure. So we got a couple of enablers. The first enabler simply states, determine appropriate governance for a project. So ask yourself that question. What governance is needed for my project? And based on your findings as far as which governance is needed for your project, tailor accordingly, right? But it's important that we understand certain key words associated with this concept. So when we talk about replicating an organizational governance, we're talking about those rules, those policies, those processes that are organization-wide, taking them and making them appropriate for the project. It's really what this is talking about. The second enabler simply states, define escalation paths and thresholds. So, we talk about governance, we talk about escalating issues, conditions that may be experienced on the project, especially when they're out of bounds, when they're outside of the project manager's authority or a particular individual's authority. We've got to talk about escalation. And that's really it. Again, governance is a framework within which authority is exercised. So my friends, that's about it, okay? I hope you now have a solid understanding of the term governance, and I hope you're able to use this to make sense out of task 14 under the process domain. The PMI define project governance separately in the 6th edition, and they define it pretty much as a framework, again, functions and processes that guide how project management is applied, how project management activities are carried out in order to create that unique deliverable. So these keywords, frameworks, functions, processes, they're always closely associated with the word governance. And a governance framework, as PMI say, should be tailored to the specific firm, to the organization's culture, to the types of projects, and the needs of the organization for it to be effective. All right? I hope this has helped you. You take care, and see you tomorrow.
Welcome to 40 Days to PMP Exam Success. It's day 17, and today we're talking all about risk. This is huge. We're going to spend a significant amount of time getting into the nuts and bolts and the definitions. There's so much stuff to cover. Let's jump into some multiple choice questions. Your project is part of a program, and on the top level, part of a portfolio. Some risks identified at higher levels are delegated to your project team for management, and some project risks are also escalated from your project to higher levels as they are best managed outside the project. This is an example of, is it non-event risk management, project resilience management, enterprise opportunity management, integrated risk management? Hit the pause button for more time. Now let's take a look at the answer. The answer is not A or B, neither is it C. The answer is D. Going straight to page 399 in the PMBOK guide, integrated risk management. Projects exist in an organizational context, and they may form part of a program or portfolio, so have that in mind. And risks exist at different levels. Some risks, as you can read, will be delegated to the lower levels, and some are escalated to the higher levels. And this coordinated approach to enterprise-wide risk management is integrated risk management. Let's take a look at one more before we jump into the content. You used some frameworks for identifying sources of overall project risk. The frameworks you need include PESO, TCOP, or VUCA as predetermined list of risk categories that might give rise to your project. This is an example of what? All right, hit the pause button for more time. And I will reveal the answer. The answer to this is not A or B, neither is it C. The answer is D. This is a prompt list. That's exactly what it is. If you haven't read page 416 of the PMBOK guide, I advise you to do that. And now that we're done with that, let's jump into our main lesson for the day.
Hey, what's up, my friends? How you doing? It's your buddy Phil here, project management trainer and coach. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to the 40 days to PMP exam success. I hope you're doing well, and I hope your studying is coming along good. Well, this is day 17. If you've been following the days, we're getting to the midpoint in the next 3 days. And today we are talking about a huge topic in the world of project management that has to do with uncertainty. It's called assess and manage risks. What is a risk? Let's address that first. A risk is an uncertain event that could impact a project positively or negatively. A lot of times when people hear about risks, they immediately think about the negative. But in this world of project management, we need to think about both the opportunities as well as the threats. So let's boil down what the PMI tell us in the PMP exam content outline. Ironically, you only have 2 enablers for this task, whereas in the PMBOK guide you have 7 processes for this risk knowledge area. The 2 enablers: determine risk management options and iteratively assess and prioritize risks. Now, to be quite honest, that is a little bit too lame for the enormity of risk management. Let's take the process route and talk about the 7 things you need to do in the world of risk management. Number 1, plan risk management. Plan how to manage risks. In planning how to manage risk, you're going to come out with a risk management plan that guides you step by step what you are going to do. Part of your risk management plan could include your risk register format decided upon, your risk strategy, and your risk methodology. Now, what is the difference between strategy and methodology? Risk strategy is your overarching approach to managing risks. Risk methodology goes into the specifics of the tools, the techniques, and any methods that you will use to manage risks. But in plan risk management, you do all of these, and your major output is a risk management plan. Now let's go to the second process. It's identify risk, and this is where you identify all the risks, positive, negative. This is where you take a look at your risk breakdown structure format, which you should have already done in plan risk management. And this is where you begin to identify risks using those prompt lists or using the lowest level of your RBS as a checklist. You identify the risks, both positive and negative. You log them. You could also decide any preliminary approaches to dealing with them. But the bottom line is you are going to create a risk register and a risk report. When you're done with identifying risks, you move into perform qualitative risk analysis. And this is where you are analyzing the risk from a qualitative standpoint. You got to remember that qualitative is that high, medium, low, or risk score, which is probability rating times impact rating. You get a risk score, and that risk score helps you to prioritize the risks based on score. Probability rating times impact rating. Now let's talk about the probability rating on a scale of 1 to 5 or 1 to 10. 5 is a high probability, let's say on a 1 to 5 scale, or 10 would be the highest probability on a scale of 1 to 10. And then as far as the impact on a scale of whatever it is, 1 to 5 or 1 to 10, on a scale of 1 to 5, 5 would be a high impact. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 would be a high impact. So you multiply these, whatever scales you're using. And the key thing is you're going to prioritize these risks. You're going to rank the risks. And those that are ranked highly, you will do a further analysis on. Those that are not ranked as high, you're going to leave to fall to the bottom of the register. And we call that a watch list. So the bottom line is you prioritize the risks, you categorize them as well. And by categorization, you need to put them in buckets. Which one is a technological risk? Which one is a business risk? And so on. Just think about your risk breakdown structure as giving you those buckets for categorization. When you're done with perform qualitative, you then move into perform quantitative risk analysis. And this is where the expert judgment comes in. This is where the question of the Monte Carlo or no Monte Carlo could come in, because to do a really great job at quantitative, a Monte Carlo is desired. And that's why a lot of firms don't do quantitative risk analysis. They just don't. Because they don't have the bandwidth to do a Monte Carlo. They don't have the awareness or the knowledge. So, perform quantitative risk analysis will look at the absolute probability using percentages and the impact in dollars. Whatever the impact is that you're looking at, it could be impact in dollars, it could be impact in resource hours, but the bottom line is you're going to find that impact and you're going to multiply probability times impact, and you're going to get the risk magnitude. We also refer to risk magnitude as expected monetary value. Think about it like this. It's the aggregate effect of risks on the project. We're talking about the aggregate effect of all those risks on the project, okay? There are many ways it can be done. To get more insight, I would advise you to go to the website palisade.com. That's PALISADE.com. They got a brilliant website. They got brilliant tools, Monte Carlos, add-ons to Microsoft Excel, Microsoft Project, that can help you assess the level of risks on your project and the exposure. So really awesome site. And they have webinars, and they have the capability for you to get PDUs. So look into that after you get certified, perhaps. After you're done with your quantitative risk analysis, which shows you the aggregate effect of risks on the project, we then move into what we call planning risk responses. And the plan risk responses process is one in which we are planning how to respond to the higher level risks that we have seen. And when I say higher level, I mean high impact, those that have a high EMV, expected monetary value. What we're going to do is look at all these bigger risks and say, what are we going to do about it? Yes, we know that it could impact the project, but what are we going to do? So you decide what you're going to do about these risks. Are you going to avoid? Are you going to transfer? Are you going to escalate? Are you going to accept? Are you going to mitigate? After you've decided what to do about these risks, you of course log the response strategy in the risk register. Some people refer to this as a risk response plan, but it's really a risk register. After this, you think specifically about who the risk action owner would be. By this time, you would have already thought about the risk owner. See, there's a difference between the risk owner and the risk action item owner. See? So the risk owner is decided earlier on. You could actually do this in qualitative. And you could think about it again here in the light of, okay, I'm the risk owner. Who is the action owner going to be? Who am I going to give the responsibility of the legwork to actually carry out this risk response? See? So risk owner and risk action owner, two different individuals. Now, some people say, Phil, we don't have that bandwidth for my project. I am both the risk owner and the risk action owner as well. And that's okay, as long as the work is being done. In all reality, on a lot of projects, the PM does almost everything anyway. So, after you have planned the responses for the negative and the positive, remember the positive, you also need to plan those. So, just to give you some guidance here, as far as the negative risks, I have a mnemonic. It's A-team. Accept, transfer, escalate, avoid, mitigate. So it forms a mnemonic A-team. For the positive risks, I have a mnemonic which is easy. It's a play on words. It's spelled E-A-S-E-E. Easy. So for easy, E, exploit, A, accept, S, share, E, enhance, and the other E, escalate. It's as simple as that. So just remember, you have the A-team for the negative and you have the easy for the positive. Okay? It's important to know your responses, and I would advise you to read in the PMP guide what the 6th edition gives you as examples for each one of those. So, we've talked about plan risk management, talked about identify risk, perform qualitative risk analysis, perform quantitative risk analysis. We've talked about plan risk responses, and after you've planned risk responses, you've got to implement them. So, we implement risk responses. Okay? Implement risk responses means you are carrying out that risk response. And this is where you leverage the skill of influence to influence those who need to take action on a risk to actually do so. After you have implemented your risk responses, the next process and the final one is monitor risk. And we say monitor because you cannot control risks. So you monitor the risks, you keep an eye on them, you make sure nothing has changed. If anything has changed, then you need to act accordingly. For example, if a risk's impact has changed from being low impact to now significant, or if the probability has changed from being low probability to now significant, you make the necessary adjustments. Okay. This is where we do a risk audit to make sure that how we're managing risk is good. And this is where we do a TPA, a technical performance analysis, to make sure that technically speaking, we're achieving our milestones and there's no risk of us being thrown off our target date. So that's a long way of explaining task 3 from a predictive standpoint. You also need to be aware that risks, when they emerge, are no longer risks. When they actually materialize, when they happen, right? When the uncertain event is now certain, we call that an issue. So before an issue is one, it could be a risk if it is identified ahead of time. But not every issue is identified ahead of time. Some of them are just upon you. They are emergent. They just happen. But if you were able to track a risk prior and you carried out some attempt to mitigate it or to contain it in some way, if that didn't happen, if you were not able to contain it, maybe, just maybe, you could apply some sort of contingency. And if that didn't work, then there's something we call a workaround. A workaround is an unplanned response to a risk. So it's an unplanned response to a risk that has happened, and the response that you first thought of didn't work, or you just came upon the risk happening and needed to think on your feet differently from what you planned. You see, there's always an instance where your original plan didn't work for risk. And that's what we do with a workaround, okay? I hope this is all making sense. I know I'm throwing a lot of terminology at you today. In closing, in the world of Agile, the way we manage risk is different. The way we manage risk is through the events, the ceremonies, the flow, right? We do things in an iterative fashion. We do things repeatedly until they are correct. We also deliver incrementally. So Agile, in and of itself, in its frameworks, has risk coping mechanisms built in. And you need to see it that way. Now, that's not to say it's enough. There should still be an intentional discovery of risks. And when you discover risks on an Agile project, they should be logged, and you should go after them before they become impediments. So what do? We put those risks in what we call a risk log, and we create ideas of how to tackle these risks, how to contain them, how to manage them. And for that reason, we have a risk-adjusted backlog as a concept that you need to be aware of. Remember, we just have our product backlog that has all of those things we need to do, user stories, requests, and so on. But we actually look at the risks and say, how does this risk impact this backlog item? Then we need to do some spike work to handle that risk before we can carry out that backlog item. So we have the concept of a risk-adjusted backlog. The risk-adjusted backlog is one that has been populated with the spike work, the risk work that we're doing. So any of those strategies that you need to take to deal with the risk, we put those in the backlog, and we ensure that those are done before the backlog item. All right, so I know I've talked a lot today about risk. I've thrown so many things at you, but at the same time, I want you to check out these definitions. Definition for residual risk, secondary risk, risk transference, and all of those other strategies. Make sure you read the examples in the PMP guide, and make sure you understand what risk seeking means. Make sure you know what risk averse means, and make sure you understand stakeholder risk tolerance, stakeholder risk appetite. Make sure you understand these terms, because you very well could get these on the exam. All right? Make sure you read the definition of a business risk as well, and a pure risk. Just Google it. Google's your friend. All right, my friends, I hope you enjoyed today. Don't forget to do the open-ended questions that I'm going to put in this video, and it's going to help you master the content even better. Wish you all the best in your prep. You take care. Talk to you soon.
All right, now it's time to get into the meat of the day with the open-ended questions. These are very heavily definition questions. You should be able to open up your PMP guide, whichever book you're studying, and use this as a checklist, okay? Use it as a checklist to dig deep and realize if indeed you have mastered everything that is on these 6 pages. This is a lot of questions. I know it's a lot of stuff, but as you go through them, just ask the question, do I know what these are? Contingency reserve, trend analysis. What should the project manager do with unused contingency funds? I mean, this set of open-ended questions takes it to the extreme to ensure you truly have a great grasp of risk. One more question for the day. Your risk analysis shows that the risk item is a high priority opportunity and the organization wants to ensure that the opportunity is realized. This response strategy is referred to as what? Okay, hit the pause button if you need more time, my friend. The answer to this is exploit. This is the exploit strategy. The exploit strategy makes sure 100% that the risk does occur. Okay? Remember, there's a lot more where this came from in the PMP exam immersion syllabus. Get the book. Go to hpmexam.com and sign up for the training. In the training, you get the book, you get a lot of perks. You'll be able to join us in very regular touch point sessions to ensure that you have no impediments. We call it the daily scrums. You will be invited to those. So go on down to hpmexam.com. Sign up. We've got one coming up this weekend, and it will be such a pleasure to see you there. Okay? It's a half-day boot camp where we cover all the 35 tasks live. So if there are any questions or impediments, you'll be able to get answers immediately and be on the right track to success. Oh, and of course, don't forget to hit like, subscribe, and share with your friends. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now.
Hello, my friends. Your buddy Phil here, project management trainer and coach. Welcome to day 6 homework. Thank you very much for those of you who have sent in comments and you've sent in assurance that this is helping you. It's always good to know that this is helping. So another piece of feedback that I want to take action on is speed up a little bit of these reviews so that you can actually get back to studying and do some work. All right. If you're new to this, don't forget to take the Leader 2 quiz at that link. If you're looking for the book that we're using for this 40-day study, you can get it at tinyurl.com/PMP immersion. And to join the journey, just go on down to projectmanagementdoctor.com/40-day plan, download the PDF and follow along. If you want to use your study guide, that's great, but it would be really cool if you got the immersion book because it goes into this topic like no other book I know. It's different from the PMP guide, different from the 6th and the 7th. And even the Agile Practice Guide. The cool thing is it brings it all together. Let's go into questions for day 6. Explain the task, build a team. This is all about putting together like-minded individuals to work towards a common goal. How do you build a team? Exactly that. Find people with similar abilities or diverse abilities, but similar thoughts. See, there's a difference there. We could have diverse skills, but we could have similar ideas and similar visions and similar purposes. The key thing about making a team gel is getting people with all of these different abilities and getting them to align towards a common goal. Because if everyone was a coder, what good is it? If everyone was a tester, what good is it? If everyone was the architect, you get what I'm saying? So it makes sense to bring together people with different skills, but they're complementary skills. And that's why we say T-shaped skills. They're diverse skills, but they're complementary. Different people, that also espouses the idea of diversity, but we're bringing them together for a common purpose, a common goal. What does it mean to appraise stakeholder skills? It's like going through an inventory of skills and asking, what skills does a stakeholder bring to the table? Does this stakeholder have the ability to work in this capacity? Yes, they're on the team, but what do we need to do to get them to the level that they're supposed to be? This is step one. So as you appraise the skills, you're looking through and seeing what is the skill inventory of the team. Number 4, explain the term T-shaped skills. T-shaped skills are complementary skills that are on a team. We use the term T-shaped to refer to a broad set of skills, but a specialism. So think about it like this. I'm going to draw the letter T on the screen just for the sake of this illustration. So when we think about T-shaped, think about someone with a broad set of skills, but they've got a deep specialism. So it could be, I'm good at many things, but I'm really a master of one. Or we also use the term broken comb. So broken comb means varying degrees of depth across your skill set. So it's not to say that everything's at zero. They are varying degrees of depth, and we call that either broken comb or paint drip. All right, and that takes us into our next question. What are 2 other terms for T-shaped skills? Broken comb or paint drip profile? Question 6, is an I-shaped profile good for agile teams? Explain. No, this is not good for agile teams, because when we talk about a team of generalizing specialists, there's no generalizing in an I-shape, right? An I-shape just means you're a one-trick pony and that's all you can do. You cannot do anything else. You can't jump in to save the team. And that's why instead of just having an I-shape, we want a T-shape, right? One of my students, Karishi, says there's no I in team. It's a very interesting play on that quote, because on an agile team, there really shouldn't be an I-shape. You want T-shape. Now, there might be occasions where you have an I-shaped person, but you can beef up their prowess over time. You can help them see the importance of that on an agile team. Number 7, how does one deduce project resource requirements? You deduce these requirements by going through the roles and responsibilities and understanding if each team member has what they need to function in a particular role, in a particular job, on a task. So when we talk about resource requirements, before we even deduce what the skills are, we first of all need to know the tasks. And when we know which tasks the team is meant to be doing, we can from there deduce what kind of skill set do we need to be able to carry out that task. Number 8, give examples of how one could continuously assess and refresh team skills to meet project needs. So this is a constant check from the team itself in the world of Agile on a predictive project. It's a constant check of the project manager and other individuals continually asking the question, how have we improved in our skills to deliver value? What can we do to improve on our skills to deliver value? Yeah, the team is all right. They're performing, they're doing good, but how can we improve? How can we take it a level up? What skills do we need to take it a level up? Number 9, explain how to maintain team and knowledge transfer in a traditional environment. So in a traditional environment, I would expect a team to have meetings. Those meetings are forum from person to another. Talk about team, all vehicles for you to transfer knowledge. It doesn't have to be relegated to just lessons learned in traditional or retrospectives in Agile. Number 11, which process is dedicated to knowledge transfer? In traditional, it is the managed project knowledge process, and the output of that is the lessons learned register. Number 12, which of the tasks are associated with building a team? Building a team is pretty much the developed team process. And that's not to say that we cannot seize opportunities to build a team all throughout a project. Number 13, briefly comment on what organizational theories exist. Think of Maslow, McGregor, Herzberg, Vroom, and McClelland. While these will not explicitly come out on the exam, I hope, the mindset or idea behind this
is useful to mastering the people domain. So have you studied those? So really super quick, let's talk about Maslow. 5 levels in the pyramid. People sing lullabies every Sunday is a mnemonic. Physiological safety, love of belonging, remember? People sing lullabies every Sunday. Physiological, love of belonging. Oh, I beg your pardon. Physiological safety, love of belonging, esteem, and self-actualization. Sometimes it takes a moment for it to kick in. This is on page 56. Let me actually open up the page in the immersion book. Page 56, physiological safety, love of belonging, esteem, and self-actualization. McGregor's theories of X and Y. Theory X person is an impediment to the employee's morale. Theory Y person is liberating, believes the best in the employee. Herzberg is all about hygiene factors. And Herzberg says these hygiene factors are not motivators. You know, the things that motivate people are the motivators themselves, like challenging work and things such as that. Examples of the hygiene factors could be something like salary. Now, while this is not talked about a whole lot in the PMP guide, we have it on page 55 of our immersion book. And I'm just going to read a little bit. Maslow's hierarchy of needs and Herzberg's hygiene factors are great examples of what really serves as motivation for people and teams. Herzberg's argument was that poor hygiene factors destroy motivation, but increasing those hygiene factors under most circumstances does not improve motivation. Improving hygiene factors such as salary, fringe benefits, company policies, supervision, and relationships under most circumstances is not what motivates people. However, taking them away from these people will demotivate the typical employee. What motivates people are things like achievement, recognition, the work itself, responsibility, advancement, and growth. The hygiene factors, if not present, will demotivate people, but improving them under most circumstances will not motivate people any further. And that's on page 55 of the immersion book. Vroom, Victor Vroom just says people expect to be rewarded when they put in good work. McClellan's is a little bit different. McClellan says there are 3 things that serve as motivators for people. And these 3 things are, I'm going to remember this. Achievement, affiliation, and power are the 3 things that people are motivated by. It's been a while because I don't really teach a lot of this stuff anymore since the PMI took it out of the out of focus. They just have organizational theory, but it is worth knowing what these organizational theories are. And the mindset behind these is helpful to mastering the people domain. Oh my goodness, that took a little bit. Let's move on. Number 14, review the 5 stages of team development and Tuckman's ladder if you're not familiar with it. So forming, storming, norming, performing, and adjourning. Know that adjourning is not desired because it breaks teams apart. After all, that synergy and effort has been put into the team. Not good. Number 15, which artifacts or documents are most helpful when building a team? So when building a team, you first of all need to think about ground rules that may exist in the team or maybe in the organization, and then build a team charter. You also call a team charter a social contract, a team agreement. So the number 1 thing should be a team charter or social contract. And then you could also have things like a staff in management plan in traditional, a staff release plan, and things like that. What is the benefit of the skills marketplace? The benefit is you have resources right there in-house that can help with training for individuals who need it. All right. Key ingredient in building a team is to find help, and you got help right there within. Number 17, discuss the concept of job shadowing. Job shadowing is a concept of pretty much following the person who is doing the work. So if someone's doing the work and you got a new person on the team, that new individual is going to shadow the person who is more experienced in the firm and doing the work. And it's a great way of getting the other employee trained. Think about it like on-the-job training. So you're able to follow that individual closely. You're able to observe the other employee who is performing that role. And it's a great way of you bringing people on board in a firm without having to break the bank in training. You know, it's free. Just learn on the job. All right, let's move on to the next one. Number 18, discuss remote pairing. So to talk about this, let's open up our Agile practice guide and let's see if it's in the glossary. So it's basically putting together two individuals who are remote so that they can get work done and so that they can work together. So let's see, remote pairing. I don't see it here. I'm going to guess is it on page 46? Yes, page 46 in the Agile practice guide. And it reads, set up remote pairing by using virtual conferencing tools to share screens, include voice and video links. As long as the time zone differences are accounted for, this may prove almost as effective as face-to-face pairing. So you got to just know that terminology, pairing, remote pairing versus face-to-face pairing. Here's our next one. This is on pair programming. So let's talk about what pair programming is. Let's see if the PMI gave us a definition. Yes, they did. All right, this is on page 153. So 153 of the Agile Practice Guide says pair programming, pair work that is focused on programming. So when you put two people together to program together, what is the advantage? The advantage is they learn off each other, but quality-wise, there's a higher level of quality because they're looking over each other's shoulder as they're working, and synergy of ideas, it's exponential. Last but not least, we got number 20. What is the value of co-location? What happens when you put team members in the same place, same location? A geometric progression of synergies, of brainstorming, of ideas, especially when you've done the groundwork, getting the ground rules out and getting the team to maturity. Great things happen. Even for teams going through problems, when you bring them together face to face, that is the best way. Remember, best way to communicate to and within a development team is that face to face conversation. And that's what co-location enables you to do. All right, my friends. Well, I hope this helped you put some further thoughts around the concept of build a team. If you are looking for additional help, don't forget to go on down to tinyurl.com/PMP immersion, get the immersion book. And if you want to attend a full-on training session, just go on down to praizion.com. That's PRAIZION.com. Talk to you tomorrow. Take care and bye for now.
Hello, my friends. Welcome to 40 Days to PMP Exam Success. On day 34, we are tackling evaluate and address the business environment changes for impact on scope. In other words, as the business landscape changes in any industry, in any market space, it is important that we re-evaluate our projects and pay close attention to scope, because as a result of business changes in the environment, in the marketplace, and actually it's not just business, it's beyond business. We're talking about changes to the political environment, changes to the environment at large, right? It is important that we constantly survey the environment and try to understand how our scope will change as a result of the business landscape. You know, again, it's everything. It's business, it's political, it's geopolitical, it's everything, right? And that is exactly what PMI wants us to do, wants us to evaluate and address these aspects. Okay, so it starts off with survey the changes and then assess and prioritize the impact of these changes. Because one thing to survey the changes, and to understand what the changes are. But it's another thing to effectively assess and prioritize the impact to the scope, project scope. And when I say project scope in the world of predictive, we're talking about scope baseline, WBS, project scope statement, things like that. But when we address the topic of agile, we're talking about the backlogs. So how does the business environment impact your product backlog? How does it impact, perhaps there's a current sprint? And if what is happening in the business space, in the marketplace, is changing so drastically and radically, it could actually necessitate a change in your sprint backlog for you to do something different, or for you not to do what you were thinking of doing at all, you know. So after you have surveyed the changes to the external business environment, talking about regulations, technology, geopolitical, market, and you have assessed and prioritized the impact on project scope based on changes in the external business environment and the environment at large, we then talk about recommending options for scope or backlog changes. We also talk about changes that may need to be as a result of these environments, such as changes to the schedule, changes that may relate to costs, budgetary changes. For example, if there's inflation, that could cause changes to the budget. If you're working in different economies, you then have that variability of interest rates and so on that you may need to deal with. The final thing that is talked about here is continually review external business environment for impacts on project scope or the backlog. In other words, not only are you going to do this in the beginning, you're going to do this in the middle, you're going to do this at the end, you're going to do this all throughout that cycle of life of whatever you're working on. Whatever the endeavor is part of your job as a project manager to be sensitive and aware of the environment. Now, in the PMP Guide 6th edition, mention is made of the environment that the project manager is in. I would say to get a firmer grasp of this task, again, you want to read chapter 2, which is more about systems, organizational systems, management elements, all that great stuff. It's going to help you kind of warm up a little bit more to this. Again, the business environment and the business domain at large is pretty weak in the PMP Guide 6th edition. Despite chapter 2 and chapter 3 being great chapters to read, it still doesn't bring it together in a realistic, pragmatic context. So I would suggest, in lieu of that, just go for the immersion book, the PMP exam immersion book from Praizion. If you go to Praizion.com, that's Praizion.com, and just look around there, look towards the bottom, you're going to find the PMP exam immersion book. The language is very straightforward. It's very everyday, easy to understand, easy to absorb. And there we cover everything that you need to know about business domain, going through all the tasks and enablers in great detail, and also covering them from an agile and a hybrid and predictive perspective. Okay, so that would be my suggestion. On top of that, again, you might want to search for the word business. You might want to search for the word environment in the 7th edition, because the PMI did announce that the 7th edition is a worthy reference, so just do a search. It doesn't hurt. I'm not saying read the entire 7th edition, because everyone's getting certified these days without even remotely opening up the 7th edition. But as far as this topic in business is concerned, you need all the information that is available from our friends at PMI. Okay, so that would be my 2 cents. Grab the immersion book, make reference to chapter 2 and 3 in the 6th edition, and make reference to the references mentioned in the 7th edition with the word business. All right. Wow, we've come a long way, and there you have it. It's day 34. Tomorrow is the final day. Tomorrow is the big finale. All right. And not the finale for the course, but the finale for this entire content outline, because for the next number of days we're going to be hammering on mock exams, we're going to be hammering on quizzes, we're going to be hammering on some of the major concepts that you need to really get down tight for your test. All right, thanks for joining me. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. All the best, and bye for now.
All right, my friends, so you've gotten a dose of On the Road, and I jumped into On the Road straight away. But, you know, I haven't shown you the open-ended questions. I have not shown you any multiple choice questions. So we're going to jump straight into the open-ended questions, which are pretty straightforward today. And here are the day 34 questions. Very lean, not a whole lot. Take a screenshot, make sure you internalize this. And now to questions. Here is the first question. Having just converted to agile approaches, your team is involved in the progressive elaboration of project requirements. They are involved in the ongoing activity in which the team collaboratively reviews, updates, and writes user stories and requirements to satisfy the need of the customer request. Which action does this best describe? If you need more time, hit the pause button. 3, 2, and 1. So, taking a look at these, it's not A. That would be something entirely different. It is also not product road mapping, because in product road mapping, we don't write user stories and requirements. The answer is also not story writing, because in story writing, we're not involved in ongoing activities to collaboratively review, update, and write stories. The word update kind of gives it away. So the best option here is backlog refinement. Option C. Moving on to our next question. All right, as the product owner prioritizes the product backlog and surveys environmental changes, which of the following external factors should she survey and pay close attention to? All right. So the best answer to this, my friends, would have to be something that the question is asking for. If you need more time, hit the pause button and do it. But for now, the key word is external factors. This is not an external factor. Company employees is not. Business policies are internal. Practices are internal. That is not. So D cannot be correct. So the best answer would have to be C, geopolitical and market. Okay? Got to keep your eye on what is internal and what is not. Moving on to our next question. Having just converted to agile approaches, your team is struggling with a sporadic demand pattern. What is the best thing to do? All right, my friends. So some things clearly don't solve the problem. They may even make it worse. So obviously they're struggling with a sporadic demand pattern. this would not be a good time to lock them in to an iterative based agile arrangement. So A is not going to help them because demand is sporadic. It's the same as B pretty much, strict adherence to a cadence. D, quality audits to enforce short sprints would again mean putting them into a rigid box. So the best answer, my friends, is flow-based agile, option C. If you don't know the difference between flow-based agile and iterative-based agile, iteration-based agile, highly advise you read that up in the Agile Practice Guide. Next question. As a product owner, you realize that the business landscape has so dramatically changed. As a result of this, several backlog features are no longer needed in the organization. What will likely happen? All right, you can hit the pause button if you need more time. So let's take a look at the answers. A, more releases. Well, it said several backlog features are no longer needed. So it wouldn't be more releases. If anything, you likely would have less, so it can't be A. B says impact on scope leading to more tasks. Again, it's likely you will have less tasks since a lot of the features aren't needed. Let's go to option C and D. C says a reduction in story size within the backlog. Think about that. Having a smaller story does not mean that the story is being removed, whereas that should be the case if certain backlog features are no longer needed. It wouldn't be a reduction in the size of the story alone, it will be an outright removal. So this is talking about how big a story is, whereas it should be the removal of a story because those features aren't needed. So the best answer here is not going to be C, it's actually going to be D, which is a reduction in project scope. Now, even though this sounds a little bit predictive, it actually isn't. Scope is a generic word, and the bottom line is there's a reduction in the scope. So the best answer is D. All right, my friends, let's move on to our next one. And this is the final one. Having just converted to agile approaches, your team is building a new product. The team may need feedback on a prototype to glean customer feedback to understand what they need to provide for subsequent delivery of the final finished feature. What is the best thing to do? 3, 2, and 1. All right, hit the pause button if you need more time. The best answer here is actually the one where you are looking for feedback, right? The best answer here is the minimum viable product, MVP. This is on page 23 of the Agile Practice Guide. MVP is tied to the feedback that we get from our stakeholders, our customers. So that would be the best option. One more. During an iteration review meeting, deliverables are demonstrated by the team, and they are either accepted or rejected. What does acceptance mean in this context? All right. Let's take a look at the options. So, in the world of Agile, you know the customer's acceptance is important. So A, the customer and the team have approved the deliverable. At this point, we're not talking about team's approval. So it's not A. We're going to cancel that. B, the customer and product owner have approved the deliverable. That sounds rather believable because a product owner should have a say. But let's go to C. The customer has inspected the deliverables and has authorized scope. Well, this isn't about the authorization of scope, so we're going to cancel that. D. The sponsor and the developers have approved the deliverables. So this isn't about a sponsor and developers, it's more about the customer and the product owner. So you got to know who does what and what is most reasonable from an agile lens. Okay, so I hope this has made sense and been helpful to you so far. I know a lot of what we've looked at is of a rather agile nature, but I would advise you again to open up your immersion book because it has some more context that could really help you as you study. I also want to point you to my recommendation of reading the 6th edition, read the business case, read the benefits management plan, make sure you know those documents really well. And of course, go on down to hpmexam.com to sign up for training or coaching. And at the same time, let me know if you got any questions that are stumping you on this topic, all right? And there you have it, my friends. Evaluate and address external business environment changes for impact on scope. And that concludes our study for day 34. Thank you very much. I'll talk to you soon. Welcome, friends. It's 40 days to PMP exam success, day 40. You've been on this journey for quite a while. I know some of you just joined in the middle, but I'd like to say welcome to you on the 40 days to PMP exam success program. This is a program I put together to help project managers who are busy, who are not able to establish a cadence and a rhythm in their studying. So about 10, 11 years ago, I started playing around with the idea of putting together an email sequence for students. So it started off with an email sequence that would remind you every day for 40 days. And you could subscribe to the sequence and it would send you day 1 and day 2 and day 3. And it wasn't really visible on YouTube. But as time went on, I began to realize to impact more people and to help more people, I should probably make it public and put it out on YouTube and help anyone who cared to join. So from just having unlisted videos in an email, I made it available to everyone around 2016, 2017. And it's really helped a lot of people establish cadence and rhythm. And if you're one of those individuals who has been on the program and you found it to be useful and it helped you succeed, I want you to put a comment in the chat below when this video is finally up on YouTube. But again, welcome, welcome. So what do we have to talk about today? Well, let's jump straight into the content and talk about what our journey will be like today. Again, my name is Phil. I got certified in 2005. And since I got certified, I've been helping scores of individuals, thousands of project managers across the world in different organizations, such as those you see on the screen. For those of you who are used to our meetings today, I'll just ask that we be in silent mode, classroom mode, but you can always chat in. And as we get towards the end, I will take questions. So again, the purpose of 40 Days to PMP Exam Success was to help students in need, students who had a time crunch or a time factor, and they needed to be on that TikTok rhythm, just going. And I found out that without reminders such as these videos, it was hard. Also, ease of access. So a lot of times we're out and about and we realize, oh, I could actually be studying now. Well, it's easy. Just go to the channel and begin to watch the sequence that I've got, and it will help you stay on track. The PMP exam has a ton of content. It has the Agile Practice Guide, the 6th edition, the Scrum Guide. You got a handout in some courses, and then you've got our PMP Audio Digest, the PM Audio Digest, and the Learning System. So there's a lot of content for you to absorb. But Roy and I very recently put together this book called PMP Exam Immersion. And the 40-day curriculum is actually based on the PMP Exam Immersion book. The book is available on our website on Praizion.com, also available on Amazon. So if you're finding it hard getting into a rhythm, getting into the routine, the regimen of studying, what I ask you to do, follow the curriculum. It's free, 1 chapter a day. So you do chapters 1 to 35, which maps back to the 35 tasks in the PMP exam content outline. Some people accelerate this curriculum. Some people put in 2 videos a day.
But whatever you do, put in the time. And then at the end of 35 days, you'll be done with everything. I mean, every single thing that the PMI needs you to know, because it's broken down by tasks and enablers. When that is done, you then have another 5 days. The first of those 5 days is people. The second is process. The third is business. You got a final day of revision, and then today, which is the mock exam. So for those of you that have not taken the mock exam, those of you who are not on any of our programs or ever been on any of our programs, you can get access to that mock exam right now. Just go on down to mock.hpmexam.com. That's where you can get the final mock. For those of you who are students, you've already got access to this, so no action needed. But for those of you that are not, you've never been on our learning system, you're not on our learning system, this is the mock exam that I would recommend that you take. So let's warm up. Let's get our brains warmed with a little bit of trivia. How much agile and hybrid project management does PMI say is on the PMP exam? What do you think? Go ahead and take this quick poll, 20 seconds. Very well done. Seems like you've done some research. That's very correct. The PMI does indeed, I'll go ahead and end the poll. The PMI does indeed say it's 50%. That's what they say. All right, let's move forward and ask a different question. How much agile and hybrid project management do students, now talking about students now, okay? And you got to weigh which students, because we have different students who say different things, but on average, what is the average consensus based on what you've heard? All right, thank you very much for that. So the general consensus is that the exam has more than what PMI lets on, but we have a few outliers. So we've had students that said the exam was 70%, which will be in that range. I had a student last year that said the exam, the agile on the exam was just 10%. And I've had others that said it was indeed 50-50. So it really depends on how much you've heard, but the general consensus is that it is more than 50%. That is not to say your exam will be like that. Some people have actually said it was a lot less than 50%. So as a result of that, you do need to know a bit about Agile. When I say a bit, I mean quite a bit about Agile. And that's why I recommend to you, if you have not started off by understanding Agile, understanding the Agile Manifesto, understanding the values and the principles, you should. And if you didn't start off by understanding page 14 of the Agile Practice Guide, you should. You got to really understand the Stacy model and what it means, what it represents. I mean, like on a deeper level. So if you've not gone deep into understanding the Stacy model and its relevance in knowing when to use Agile, knowing when to be predictive, and knowing what could be on a continuum of possibilities, you should read page 14 and look for some of my videos on the Praizion channel, because that will help you. Okay, now I think we've already made a case for Agile. Let's also make a case for understanding the knowledge areas. So if you have not understood the process groups of initiating to closing really deep, you should. And if you haven't spent time knowing the knowledge areas and understanding this project management speak, you should. Again, very important. In fact, very recently, towards the end of day 39, I came out with 10 new videos to help you understand each one of these knowledge areas in more depth. So please watch those videos if you haven't done that already. Okay, so we've established a case for Agile and predictive. The next thing I want to alert you to is Scrum. And Scrum is a framework. Agile is a mindset. Scrum is a framework which embodies the Agile Manifesto values and principles, but it's a framework. For your exam, it is very important that you understand the flow of things in Agile, and therefore, using Scrum as an example, I would recommend that you understand the flow, the product backlog, the sprint backlog, the PSI, and all the other components will help you put all that you're learning in Agile into a coherent framework. I would recommend that. Now, if you're still struggling after going through training and coaching, you need to go on down to hpmexam.com where you can take a half-day boot camp, 4 hours, just 4 hours. You come away with a huge amount of understanding that will catapult you to success on the exam. It's been proven time and time again from our students. So today, being the final revision, you got to tie up loose ends. This is where you put on, the big boy pants or the big girl pants, and you say, I'm ready to face the monster, the grand finale, and you get ready to go into it because it's like a battle, I tell you. All right, so watch videos where you're weak, follow the 40-day plan, and then rinse and repeat, depending on how much time you've got for your PMP. But I want to recommend to you that you plug into your network. Like in our network at Praizion, we have daily scrums. Even if you're the only person to show up for the daily scrum, show up and go, right? If you need help, ask me for help. Put it below this video. Send an email, do something. You don't drown alone. That's really what my mantra is. I don't care whether you went for training on Mars. I'm here to help. And I need you to communicate where you're stuck. You know why? Because the likelihood is I've already answered that same question you had in the over 2,000 videos on the channel. All right. So watch my knowledge area series and ask questions. And then when you're ready, when you feel like you're bulletproof, I want you to go take that mock exam on the screen. All right. For the price of a few Happy Meals. All right. All right. Let's talk about the elephant in the room, situational questions and how to answer them. A lot of times people tell me, Phil, I went into the exam and I was expecting to see this and I was expecting to see that, and I wasn't able to see it. I want to recommend to you that don't have any preconceived ideas about what to find on the exam. By virtue of ITTOs, you're likely to not have a whole bunch of questions that mention the ITTOs verbatim. Instead, they take the processes, the ITTOs, that language, and they cloak it with verbose, heavy language. And you need to understand what exactly they're saying in these situational questions. The situational questions, just to give you the length of the questions right up front, I want to give you an idea of the length, because a lot of times I hear people saying, wow, the questions were longer than I thought. Let me make it perfectly clear. This is what you can expect as far as question length. Now, I'm not showing you this for us to take a poll. I'm showing this to you just for you to take a look at the enormity and for you to begin thinking, how am I going to navigate a question this long? You got to get really good with reading fast, and you got to get good with cutting out crud and stuff that may not be relevant and pinpointing what is most relevant to the question. Okay, let me show you another example. Here's another example. You see the enormity? Don't go into the exam thinking that it's going to be so much better. And the reason why I'm telling you this is I've heard so many things over the past couple of years that PMI changed the exam to be supposedly a 50-50 toss-up of agile and hybrid versus predictive. I've heard all sorts of things. I've heard people say my exam was just 2 or 3 lines long. And I've heard people say it was almost like writing a book. So you going into the exam, I want you to be ready to slay the beast. I want you to be in the right mindset for you to do this, okay? So my advice to you is don't look out for simple, straightforward, short questions. No, could be a lot longer, all right? Now, moving forward, the next thing I want to alert you to is days 36, 37, and 38 had 3 milestones that you are meant to use as a gauge for your readiness and close the gaps accordingly, okay? The milestones were as follows. The people mock exam of 30 questions. If you have the immersion book, these are the same ones at the back of the immersion book, but then we've sprinkled some other stuff into it. So if you've got the immersion book, just take what's at the back for people, process, business, all right? So we have the people mock exam, the process mock exam and the business mock exam. And these are all benchmarks to show you how well you're doing. Again, if you're students, you got the book, it's at the back of the book. If you're on the learning system, you've also got those exams on the learning system. If you're not on our learning system, these are available to you very low cost, okay? Each time you take one of these mocks, the questions will change slightly. And that is just to keep you on your toes and to make sure you're really focusing on your weak spots. Some questions may seem very similar, but they would be different. So let's talk about the exam to get you into the right mind space. PMP examination. Can you chat into me? Are you taking it at home or are you taking it in a test center? If you're taking the exam at home, I don't mean to be negative here, but you got to be ready to face the flying monkeys because they could come out. And I've had a number of students that started the exam at home and did not complete the exam because there was a technical failure or the proctor said they moved out of frame. They stopped the exam. They had to go through the blood, sweat, and tears of PMI reviewing their case and coming back to them and saying, okay, you can take it, but you got to pay more. Or sometimes they would waive the fee depending on the situation. It could be a lot of pain taking it at home. I had one student that had to take the exam 3 times. She tried it at home twice, was not able to. First of all, there was a technical issue. The second time it was her moving out of frame or something like that. She eventually went to a test center. She's now been certified for a bit now. So you got to decide, am I going to take it at home, go to a test center? My advice to you as a friend would be to go to a test center. Go to a test center. So not sure what you've planned, but okay, I see those chats. Good deal, my friends, good deal. Okay, test center is the way to go. I see that Efrain and Nifame and Yvonne and Sumi, I see that. Thanks for those chats, good stuff. So your exam is going to be 230 minutes, which is just a little bit under 4 hours, 10 minutes under 4 hours. You got 180 questions, but only 175 count. Don't listen to people out there telling you the exam passing score. Nobody knows about the PMI, okay? And this has been for the past 10 to 15 years. It hasn't been public what the passing score is. So anyone telling you that they know it, they're going off old gas. So just don't listen to that. What you need to focus on is doing the very best you can. If I were you, I would aim for above target in every domain. That's the mindset. Okay, the questions again are very situational, and PMI also evaluates proficiencies across people, process, and business. All right, so how many questions are there on the exam? It's one of these warm-up questions. Make sure you can use the buttons because I'm about to give you some harder questions just to get us a little bit below, or I should say above, the room temperature. All right, awesome, thank you. Let's go ahead and end the poll. Those of you who voted are very correct. There are indeed 180 questions on the exam. All right, now the exam, of course, people, process, business. You already know this pie chart. Process is big, which is why I recommend really honing in on it. But what exactly could be in process? Let's take a look at this map of what you could face. So the exam situations, there could be a number of things, but when you boil it all down, based on what I have heard from students, people, process, business is at the base. But on top of that could be a number of situations. You could have conflict situations, and those are tackled in resources, communications, and stakeholder mostly, okay? We have risk situations, and here you need to understand the A team and the easy. You know, these are the 5 strategies for negative risks or positive risks, and those could cut across everything, even integration, right? Impediments could cut across every area, but you got to use your network of influence. You got to use servant leadership and collaboration. You could have issues. Again, it could cut across any knowledge area. This is how you need to think. Don't just think scope or schedule. You could have a question that combines issues, or you could have a question that combines issues and risks. So you could have a risk became an issue, and then it's tied to a resource knowledge area. So you got to be able to think on your feet and ready to face whatever they throw at you. They will throw a lot of this stuff at you. Then we have legal or regulatory. So you got to understand the charter. You got to understand that there should be a plan for compliance, know when to seek legal counsel. And these could cut across scope, schedule, cost. In fact, almost every area. You could even have the question pertaining to the charter. In that regard, you would have to think about integration. So I hope you're getting the idea. This is not to be an exhaustive list, but it's really just to get your mind working in the right direction. And as a result of conflict and risk and all of these things, there could also be a layer of change on top of it, like change requests and change management. So you got to always do that impact analysis. Corrective action, preventive action, defect repair, or updates could also be discussed here. Okay. Now, I know the question most people ask is, Phil, I would like to document this, and I don't want to keep taking screenshots. That is not a problem. What I'm going to do is when this goes up, I will make sure I put some of the slides at a link. For those of you who have joined, just look in the chat, and I just called it 40 Days to PMP Exam Success. Download it, and in that way, you don't have to keep taking screenshots. All right. Situational questions are going to pan across these areas I've shown you, and there could be more. If there are problems and issues, as you might have seen in the table, think about the dig-sieve approach. You got to define the problem, identify the root cause, generate alternatives, choose the best alternative, implement that alternative, and verify that your solution worked. This is huge for problem solving, okay? Define the problem. If you get a problem on the exam, don't tackle it without defining what it is. And then see if you can identify the root cause, what is causing the problem. And then generate alternatives in your head, take a look at the alternatives in the options, and then choose the best one. Those 4 steps will get you really far on a number of questions. When you choose the alternative, just remember, choose one that moves the project forward. That's how you need to be thinking. In addition to this, be aware that the problems you face on the exam will fall into one of these buckets. It's either going to be a planning problem, a doing problem, a checking problem, or an acting problem. Sometimes they could throw in closing the project and you're not able to close, but then it's usually tied back to something else. So this is how you need to be thinking. This is how you'll get your arms around the content. It's going to fall into one of these buckets. It's either you need to define a problem, identify the root cause, generate alternatives. Most of the questions are going to be generate and choose the best alternative, or from a lineup, what is the best alternative? Okay, that's how your exam's going to be. All right, moving forward, because I really want to build on your understanding of the exam possibilities. When you have change questions, you got to follow the change process. So you don't approve a change request without doing an impact analysis. In fact, you go through the change control board after you've done your impact analysis. But then you also should make sure it is documented. Okay, so there's a sequence that we go through about how to ask for a change in formal writing, log it in the change log, do your impact analysis, send it over to the change control board for them to make their analysis, and then they decide from there what should happen. And if it's approved, you got to log it in the change log. If it's rejected, it's also logged in a change log by someone on the CCB. And ultimately, that change request, if it's approved, it needs to be executed. So you need to go back to directing and managing the project work and execute it. In the area of risk, follow the 7 steps in the PMBOK guide, the 7 processes. You got to know those. If it's issues, follow the DIG-CIV approach I showed you. When it comes to solutions, solve the real problem. So there's a stakeholder that has an issue. What should you do? A, coach the team. B, solve the problem. Even though coaching the team is not a bad thing, you got to solve the problem first. So you're going to get a lot of those. What is the first thing to do, the next thing to do? And I'm going to talk about that later on. Also, when you get problems, you got to follow the DIG-CIV approach. PMP exam situational questions, you could also look at these as cutting across initiating, and then you could have charter issues, stakeholder issues, or planning, comprehension issues, not understanding the full picture, or running into problems even when planning, like having two people that are not on the same page. Maybe it's a customer or stakeholder, they're not on the same page. So you got to solve the real problems there. When it comes to executing, it could be a problem of accuracy, could be a problem of processes, procedures, deliverable defects. When it comes to monitoring and controlling, you got to remember the CAPADRU, the corrective action, preventive action, defect repair, and updates. It could also be problems surrounding results and reports. And in closing, you always want to follow the DIG CRV approach. So let's talk about the what should you do next. What should you do next following a project problem that has been described? All right, you got to solve it, of course. What should you do next following a project management process? This is not a problem now. PMI gives you a scenario. They tell you what you're doing. They ask you, what should you do next? You're going to get those. Or they tell you, this is the benefit of doing this thing. What should you do next? Or a project management artifact is described. What do you do after getting that artifact? Or what do you do with the artifact? Maybe they describe a method or a model, or they describe a scenario. It's all that, what do you do next? Maybe they've described an outcome. A project outcome has been described. If it's a less than ideal outcome, what are you going to do? You know, this will challenge your loyalty to the Agile Manifesto. It will challenge your loyalty to what I described as the PMP mindset mantras. And you can find my video on the 36 mindset mantras on YouTube. All of that stuff, it's going to be tested. Maybe stakeholder behavior is less than ideal. It's described, or a defect is described, or a needed change is described. What do you do next? What about if there's needed management intervention? You need to know when to bring management in, like anything affecting the overall project goals and strategy and objectives of the entire project. That is not something the PM can handle alone, right? When there's needed action based on the current circumstance, maybe there's success or achievement. Will you reward the team, or will you reward an individual, right? Maybe conflict has been described. What will you do next? Now let's go through some examples, because I really want us to sink our teeth into this. So let's talk about some situational questions. And I want to hone in on a few. You might have seen them before. Just go ahead and answer the best you can, but we're going to try to unearth the essence of the exam a little bit more. So here's a question, and here is the poll. And I'm going to give you a minute, and just choose the answer when you're ready. All right. Thank you, my friends. Very, very good. Good attempt. Awesome. So let's go ahead and end the poll, and let's share the results. So there's a couple of things here, right? Begin a critical project, right? The sponsor has a job to create the business case. So as far as the feasibility of the project, that should already have been addressed. So it wouldn't be B. It would also be a bit too early to draft a project schedule. A project schedule is done later on, so it wouldn't be option B. Meeting with all the divisions should have already been done. And asking the sponsor how the project will be funded undermines the sponsor's intelligence. It's also not your place. That's not your business. Your business is to run the project with the resources given to you. So the best answer, as many of you have selected, is indeed C. And just be aware that before you go off and do the charter, you should spend time getting some initial requirements, whatever that might look like. And that's why C is the best option. Okay, so the first steps in initiating a project are to understand the goal, the requirements, and to create a charter. So very well done, my friends. This is exactly how you need to be thinking on the exam, but just be aware that this length is shorter than what a lot of the questions will present. Let's move on to our next question. A project manager prepares the charter for a project that aims to automate 20% of product testing. I'll let you read it. I'll go ahead and launch the poll in a second. All right, my friends, thank you very much. And this could be expected. Questions of this nature are commonplace on the exam. This long and this abstract. 10 more seconds. Okay, let's go ahead and let's end the poll. Okay, now let's take a look at what the underlying problem is. So think about it. You're a project manager, you're preparing a charter. There's a definition of what exactly is happening. You're trying to automate 20% of product testing. In other words, the testing will be automated. And the individuals involved in this department, if you read the question, they think that the project is going to take their jobs away. Okay. How do you face? What you should do as a project manager is work with the department manager because they're uncooperative right now. What could you do to get them to be more cooperative? Because their beliefs about the project is going to downsize. You as the project manager need to assure them that this project is really going to help them. So how do you do that? Nobody chose A, and it's not the right answer. So that's good. It does not give a very good option. So asking the sponsor, okay, tell me why we're doing this. It's obviously not your place as a project manager. Option B, raise the risk that the senior testing engineers will be unavailable. Think about it. What good does that do? Think about it. There's a risk that the senior engineers are not going to be available. Okay, but you were just told by the sponsor to do something. What will move you closer to doing that thing is the question. Because sponsor says, I advise you to assign senior test engineers to identify the tests that can be automated. You need them to come aboard and help you because there's no way you could do this without them. So saying, uh-oh, there's a risk that these people may not be available doesn't solve the problem. So the answer is actually not B. Let's take a look at option C. Provide objective cost benefit evidence of test automation to the test department manager. It's like saying, well, here's the evidence that this is actually going to benefit the company because a lot of people are going to lose their jobs. No, that will only make him the more suspicious. Aha, I knew it. It's because you want to get rid of a bunch of heads and replace us with AI. So providing objective cost benefit evidence does not solve the problem of them believing that they are going to be downsized. It is not. And that's not even the problem. The department managers on corporation is not because of cost benefit analysis or proof that it's going to benefit the company. They think, oh, we're going to lose our jobs. Of course it will benefit the company. You get the rationale and the logic here. So the answer that the PMI actually provides, because I know lots of you have probably figured out, oh, it's one of those PMI questions. Yes, this is directly from our friends at headquarters. But the PMI marked it as D and said the first thing the PM needs to do is make sure the project goals. So where are the project goals? They're in some statement of work or in some charter, they're somewhere, right? And you need to ensure that the project goals are clearly understood by the stakeholders. So the best answer to this is D. I know it's kind of tricky. Nobody chose D, just to show you how controversial it is. But I'm telling you, the exam poses similar levels of difficulty and thinking. Not all across, but to a considerable amount. But trust me, you got to trust me on what I'm saying. Thousands of people have gone through the PMP exam, this version. And I can assure you that if there was anything wonky or off, the PMI would know and they would fix it. So you got to trust the process. Going in, hey, going in. You need to understand that your level of intelligence and tolerance for ambiguity is right up there with anyone who has been approved to take the exam by the PMI. So the fact that the PMI says, all right, you're good to go. Trust me, you can do it. So I don't want you getting bent out of shape about these questions and start doubting yourself. No, that's not the purpose. The purpose is to give you laser focus so that when you read through these questions, you'll be able to see some of the smoke and mirrors. But let's take a look at that question one more time. I want you to observe that the only one that really solves the problem best is D. A doesn't solve the problem. B, you could document a risk, but what did you as the project manager do to counteract it? You see, you got to go with what moves the project forward. And A, B, and C don't. All right, let's go into planning because we've looked at initiating. This is planning. Again, we'll take a look at a question. A project manager in a global organization is responsible for a project involving 6 different companies. And I didn't mean to show you the answer, but it's showing you the answer. But let's use it as a learning moment. Maybe it was too hard. Let's see. Midway through the project, one stakeholder's involvement is lessened due to illness. What should the project manager update? Now, seeing the stakeholder register there is tempting, but you don't need to do anything with the stakeholder register. Why is that? Well, you don't need to do anything with the stakeholder register because that individual has not left the project. That individual is still on the project. The only thing that has happened is this stakeholder may not be as engaged. So their engagement will be lessened. And that's why the answer is D. Okay. Now let's take a look at what PMI says.
The stakeholder engagement plan is updated to reflect any processes, procedures, tools, or techniques that affect the engagement of stakeholders in project decisions and execution. This is my commentary in blue. Since the stakeholders have already been identified, there's no need to update the stakeholder register. What needs to be done is adjust the engagement level of this particular stakeholder whose involvement has lessened. All right, so you got that one free. Let's go to executing. And this is free as well. What's wrong with Phil today? I'm showing you all the answers. Let's take a look. It could be a nice learning moment as well, but I'll make sure the next one does not show you the answer. During a project's development stage, a functional manager is transferred to another department and is no longer involved in the project. What should the project manager do first? Again, this is one about the stakeholder register versus plan. So if this stakeholder has been transferred to another department and is no longer involved, then it would make sense for you to update the stakeholder register. Just take them out of the register. They're no longer a stakeholder. All right, so you got 2 free. Let's take a look at another one here. Let's hope the answer doesn't pop up this time. All right, a team member informs the project manager that the task deadline will be unmet because inputs required from another team member have not been received. What should the project manager do? I will launch the poll in a few moments. All right, well, thank you very much, my friends. We got a few more seconds. All right, 3, 2, and 1. Well, let's go ahead and let's end the poll, and I'll share the results. Be aware that this is anonymous, so even I have no idea who voted what. Just keep that in mind. All right, those are the results. Well done. Now let's take a look. Some options are not in the spirit of PMI's servant leadership. So some of those that sound a bit draconian, you got to be aware of them. So nobody chose option C, thank goodness, because it says arrange for disciplinary inquiry. You wouldn't do that, right? That's not the way PMI rolls. So anything that says discipline the team member, a lot of times that's extreme. And those aren't the options that PMI is looking for in the exam. D says log this non-compliance, that's a rather big word, right, as an issue and remove the team member from the project. Again, it's not in the spirit of the exam, right? You don't disown a child for being disobedient. Just remember that. You don't disown the team member. It's that same mindset, right? But let's take a look at A. Ask the team member responsible for those inputs to comply. That's a strong word. And that word, in the context of the PMP exam, I want you to be aware, it is not the best of words to use or to choose. But how does it move it forward using force or using a threat? It's never the best option on the PMP exam. Instead, you want to use servant leadership, some coaching, some mentoring, some servant leadership to assist. So the best option in this case, my friends, is actually B. And the PMI says, meet with the team to discuss the team members' constraints and determine if they require assistance with meeting the task deadline. That is in the spirit of the PMP exam. All right, so PMI give this as an explanation. The project manager's goal at this point is to make sure the task gets completed. The project manager needs to understand what is constraining the resource and to provide assistance where possible. So just be aware, I know some of us are from companies where A would be what is done, but on the PMP exam, that would not be the best of options. Let's take a look at another question. A customer continually submits new feature requests for an existing product. A project manager just communicated the completed scope definition for the product's next version released to stakeholders. What should the project manager do next? Let's go ahead and launch the poll. Well done, my friends. We've got about 10 seconds left. All right. 3, 2, and 1. Okay, thank you very much for participating. Let's go ahead and end the poll. And I'll share the results. Again, it's all anonymous. Okay, here we go. So when you tackle a question like this, you got to understand the timeline. So what has already been done? You got to read each word carefully. Now, truth be told, this question threw me off. And the reason why it did is I heard a word in my head that wasn't said. And that word was scope. So I read it as meet with the stakeholders to align scope expectations. No, that's not what it said. A just says meet with the stakeholders to align expectations. Hey, that's been done in initiating. Expectations on the project, they've already been done. So it's not A. Okay, you got to make sure as you read every word, it is exactly what was said. And that's how this question gave me a kick into the following week, because I read it wrong. I'm not sure if you read it wrong, you might have. But when you say expectations, it's talking about the beginning. That's what you do in the beginning. And even if you misread it, you should kind of read it like it's an existing product. It's already existing. And then it says, the project manager just communicated the completed scope definition. Hey, there's really no problem with the expectations here. That should have already been aligned. So it says a customer continually submits new feature requests. Is that a bad thing? Think about it. It's normal. It's an existing product. And then it says, just communicated the definition for the product's next version released. There's nothing wrong here. It's a product that exists and you can keep asking for new features. That's what happens in Agile, isn't it?
Every sprint, we're going to work on something, right? So it could be a new feature set. So actually, there's nothing wrong with what the customer's doing. It didn't say, and this is how I read it, truth be told. I read it as a customer continually submits the same request. This is how they trick you. But they didn't say that. New feature request is okay, all right? So A is not correct. Immediately define project boundaries, that is not right because that should have already been done. So the answer is not C either. And the answer is not D, meet with the product manager to ask that the number of new requests be reduced. That's draconian. So it's not this, it's not that. It's like reduce the number of new requests. They're asking for too many things. No, that's not in the spirit of Agile either. So the best answer here, my friends, is given by PMI, is B. The scope management plan documents how the project and product scope will be defined, validated, and controlled. The key benefit of this document is that it provides guidance and direction on how scope will be managed throughout the project. This may come across as a trick question, but on second look, examine what has just been communicated, the completed scope definition. So the best thing to do here is not what should have been done in the beginning, which is defining project boundaries. Asking for the number of change requests to be reduced is not realistic either on the project. Meeting with stakeholders to align expectations should have been done in the very beginning. So assuming all that should have been done was done, the best thing to do is to have reviewed the scope management plan as part of this particular process. Sometimes you have to think for the question to make sense. Always think, what will best solve this problem? You can even ask, what really is the problem? So the question is highly suggestive, suggesting that there is a problem, but is there really a problem? Or should you just follow what makes sense? And this is one of these questions where you should just follow what makes sense. Again, another classic from our friends at headquarters. All right, let's move on to a question from monitoring and controlling if we're able. So monitoring and controlling. Let me see if I can find a good question without spilling the beans. All right, here is one that is fair game. Not everybody gets questions of this nature, but it's fair game. On your project report, AC is this, EV is this, PV is this. What does this mean? What do you think? Let's go ahead and launch the poll. All right, roughly 10 seconds. All right, my friends, we got to go ahead and end it so that I've got some time to talk to you if you've got any questions once we get completely done with the session. So let's go ahead and submit our responses. All right, 3, 2, 1, and let's end the poll. So the answer to this question can be gleaned from the understanding of what the metrics actually tell you. Actual cost tells you how much you've spent for the work done. Earned value tells you how much work you accomplished. So let's put a few labels on this, right? Actual cost, how much you spent. Earned value, how much was accomplished. And planned value, how much was planned for that time period. Okay, so let's logically run through this. You are a manufacturer and you're manufacturing some deliverable. You spent $500 for that deliverable to be produced. The deliverable that you produce is worth $600, but you only spent $500. Think about that. That's actually not bad. So in terms of cost, you have no problem. So it cannot be B. In fact, you spent less than you should have. So it's not B. You actually spent less, which is good cost performance. So C says you spent exactly as planned. That's not true. You spent less. So we can cancel those. Let's take a look at the schedule perspective. So you planned to get $800 worth of product completed within a time box, but you only got $600 worth of that product completed. Is that good? Of course it's not. You plan to get 800 done, you only got 600, you're behind schedule. So you're not faster than expected. There are obviously delays. There were delays. So the best answer, my friends, is option D. And this is how you need to think through the content. There were delays. So you really need to know what AC, EV, and PV are. On the exam, it's been heard over and over again that there are questions of this nature. Here's our final one for the day. It's closing. A project is completed and closeout activities are underway. The project manager discovers that a team member is performing operations activities unrelated to the project scope, but necessary for regular operations. Since the final deliverables must be handed over to operations, what should the project manager do? Let's go ahead and launch the poll. Okay. And I'll give you a chance to think. I've been giving you the standard 1 minute, 15 seconds from PMI. All right. Well, let's go ahead and end the poll and review the results. All right. So think about it. There's certain things that you cannot do as a project manager. So temporarily transferring the team member to operations, you as a project manager, you actually cannot do that. So option B is not a plausible option. You cannot do that. It's not within your power. And then it says, ask the team member to assist in completing the operations work and close the project. So asking the team member to do this, or asking the team, I beg your pardon, is also not a good choice, because these people work on the project. They don't work for operations. So where is that time going to be charged to? So it's not A. Training a resource from operations to perform the activities. Again, it said, what should the project manager do? This is about what you can do. Again, you cannot do C. That is not within your jurisdiction. So the answer that the PMI give to this is D. There has to be some change, okay? And I say it's a good example of a badly written question. This was my commentary on this when I first of all read it. I said it may be construed as unfair, but the trickery here is that the project manager does not have the power to transfer a team member to operations. Also, the team should not be completing operations work on project time. The same for option C. These activities are not directly under the project right now, so the best option is to issue a change request to accommodate these unique needs on considerations. So PMI say these activities are necessary for the operational use of the product. This is additional scope. A change control order needs to be submitted. So I hope this gave you some ideas of what you could face on your PMP exam. If you have any questions whatsoever, make sure you send them to us, info@praizion.com. But right now, I'd like to take any questions that exist. Okay, so again, on the PMP exam, just be ready to face what you've got. The PMI, they're not as generous to give you what you think are the best options. You really need to work for each question, but you need to be quick. And that's why I chose some of the most controversial ones to show you today, because that is the reality on the exam. The exam questions are not going to be easy to read, and a number of them really require you to think, which is why I'm exposing you to the worst of the worst, which indeed is actually the best for you right now. All right, so are there any questions, comments, or concerns? Hello, my PMP friends. How are you? I hope you're doing well. It's day 37, and you know today is the day we go in on process. What do I mean by that? Well, it's the day you take the process mock exam. You log on to the learning system, you take the mock exam, you find your gaps, you close your gaps. But before you do that, let's first of all give some direction about where to go. You need to go to process.hpmexam.com. You can sign up for the mock exam there. But before you attempt the mock exam, let me remind you what process is all about. Knowledge areas, process groups, processes, and formulas. Now, they're not that big on the exam anymore, but knowing what the formulas do, knowing why SPI and CPI deal with a value less than 1 as being bad, greater than 1 as being favorable, but it depends on how far greater than 1, right? Right on 1, it means on target. Schedule variances, what do those mean? So you got to know some stuff for the exam, just in case they come from that angle. Methods, models, artifacts, theory, frameworks, and practices. Now let me give you a very quick reminder about the mindset to have for the process piece. The process piece, you want to be on your guard regarding the life cycle, because you got to select the right life cycle for the appropriate project. If you have a project that is delivering incrementally, then of course you cannot use predictive. You shouldn't be thinking of using iterative. So you got to be on your A game when it comes to life cycle. Hybridization is big, the agile mindset. You got to know the manifesto values and the principles. You also need to be thinking in a systematic and strategic way when you're navigating this part of the exam. Be ready to deal with change, project change, configuration management as well. If you don't know the differences between those two, make sure you do. Configuration management is more about version control for artifacts, widgets, configurable items, whereas change management is more about the change on the project of customer requesting change, going through the change control board and things of that nature. You do understand that for configurable items,
those version controls are in place and you do not need to go through CCB for those. Those are configuration management items. The concept of inspect and adapt, problem solve, quality and the iron triangle is important. Risk and governance, managing all areas. You got to be ready to roll with any knowledge area, and buy-in and authorization is also important. And last but not least, the closing aspect. And when I say closing, I'm talking more about the closing of the entire project and the closing of a phase in the project. Okay, so here we go. There you have it. You can see the closing aspect is last, and this is from my process mindset mantra. Make sure you got all those down pat. Okay, now we're going to go to the next step, which is going over the process aspects again. You do recall there are 17 different tasks under process. They are very well covered in the PMP exam immersion book. So if you do not have that book, I would recommend that you get it. Okay? Again, the final process mock exam is going to have things about the PMBOK guide, definitions, processes, domains, tasks and data flows, methods, practices, logic, process flow, value delivery, and agile. Okay? Shifting gears here, let's begin talking about the process domain in more detail. So at a high level, you got to be ready to deal with value, executing for value, understanding incremental, understanding agile, iterative, predictive, hybrid. That is going to help you. Understanding communications management. Number 3, assess and manage risks. You got to be all over the topic of risk when it comes to easy, right? Exploit, accept, share, enhance, escalate. And then on the negative side, A-team, avoid, transfer, escalate, accept, mitigate. You got to remember those. It's going to probably be significant. Risks versus issues is quite big on the test. All right, moving along, we have stakeholder management. Understand your different stakeholder models, power interest grid, influence impact grid, stakeholder cube, salience model, things of that nature. Managing budget and resources, managing the schedule, and remember pages 90 to 95 in the Agile Practice Guide is actually going to help you with these ones. It's not enough for you just to read PMBOK Guide chapters. You got to read the Agile Practice Guide and how the Agile Practice Guide breaks it down, breaks the knowledge areas down from an Agile perspective. That is big. Number 7, quality, understanding the events in Agile that are for quality, same for scope, same for integration. When it comes to planning, you got to remember that in the world of Agile, the whole concept of integration is not one person's job, it's the team's job. Okay, managing project changes, planning and managing procurements. Remember, we've talked about all of this stuff, my friends. This is nothing new to you. Managing project artifacts, determining the right methodology to use, the concept of project governance, talking about project governance structure. That is important. Last but not least, manage project issues, project continuity. In other words, all about the knowledge transfer. And last but not least, number 17 is about managing project or phase closure. So that's it, my friends. I think at this point, you should be ready to jump into the process mock exam. Don't hold back. Don't be scared. Go ahead and deal with this mock exam. Process.hpmexam.com. No need for any HTTP before process. Just type in process.hpmexam.com. It'll take you to our site, and there you will be able to get access to this mock exam and do it. Just do it. Okay? For the price of lunch, that is. Okay? In closing, if you feel you need to go even further, I would recommend signing up for our next PMP exam immersion course. They're half-day boot camps. They usually happen on Sundays. Go on down to hpmexam.com and sign up for the next one coming up. Okay? In closing, I would say if you feel ready, maybe you've taken the mock exams already, you're ready for the final mock, you can get the final mock at mock.hpmexam.com. That's the final. That's the 180 question final mock. Okay? That is the grand finale. I'm going to be covering that though. So our friends who are learning with us are welcome to join. I'm going to put a link to the Zoom. We're having a Zoom call on the 24th of October, and we are going to be having day 40 live. If you want to be part of that, make sure you hit that link and join in, okay? Thank you very much, my friends. I look forward to speaking to you again very soon. Remember, we still got a couple more days before we hit the final. See you soon. Hello, my friends. Welcome to 40 Days to PMP Exam Success, Day 14. You've been going extremely strong, and now we're at the point where we wrap up everything we've been doing over the past 14 days. That's 2 weeks. So thank you for following. Thank you for hitting that like button all those 14 days and subscribing to the channel. Let's have a quick recap on the people domain. Task 1. This is where you resolve conflict. We talked about this at length. You are the facilitator. Be open-minded, and remember, you have the options of avoid, smooth, compromise, force, and problem solve. Know that compromise is also called reconcile, smooth also called accommodate, force also called direct, and problem solve we also call that confronting. Be aware of the different terminologies used here. Number 2, lead a team. Lead and reward situationally. Remember servant leadership. The term social contract, team charter, team agreement, you should be all over that and understand the importance of the Agile Manifesto values and principles. Number 3, support team performance. Appraise and support growth. Remember, productive feedback is important. We want to give the team that productive feedback and verify improvements in their performance. Number 4 is all about empowerment. So empower the team, organize around team strength, support accountability, team task accountability, evaluate accountability as well. Number 5, ensure adequate training. Put aside the right resources for the training. Number 6, build a team, appraise stakeholder skills, deduce resource requirements, assess and refresh skills, and ensure that knowledge is being transferred. Number 7, remove impediments, obstacles, and blockers for the team. Remember, as a Scrum Master, as a servant leader, you are an impediment remover. So use your influence to remove those impediments. Number 8, negotiate agreements. Analyze bounds of the negotiation, but most importantly, ensure there's a strategy. So determine the strategy for the negotiations and be aware that this is not just about money. This could be trade-offs. It could be scope, schedule, cost. It could be story points. So be aware that when we say negotiate, we're not just talking about money. We could be talking about anything on the project. Number 9, collaborate. Collaborate with stakeholders. Evaluate engagement needs, align expectations and needs, and build trust. On day 10, we talked about building understanding. Build a shared understanding. And be proactive to find any potential misunderstandings. Make sure you survey for consensus. Remember, consensus is all about the group deciding. We talked about this at length on day 10, so watch that video if you haven't. Number 11, virtual teams. We talked about examining virtual team needs. We talked about evaluating these continually and making sure we can function as a virtual team. Number 12, ground rules. Talked about team contracts already, social contracts. Well, this is where we really hone in on the ground rules and we ensure that there's an environment that upholds fostering those ground rules. Mentoring stakeholders. Number 13, allocate time for mentoring stakeholders. Recognize the opportunities and be intentional. In other words, schedule it. Number 14, on day 14, we just talked about EI, emotional intelligence. I've given you a bunch of Myers-Briggs content, and I asked you to click on that button and go to the Praizion site and take that Myers-Briggs type indicator test. And those are the 14 tasks under the people domain. Next, on day 15, my friends, we are moving into the process domain. And you do already know that process is a beast. So I want you to come prepared. I want you to come ready. Some of those videos are already out there. Start watching the videos. Start hitting this hard. And let's show the exam who's the boss. Looking forward to seeing you on day 15. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe, share with your friends, and I'll see you in the next video.
Hello, my most awesome PMP warriors. Welcome, welcome. It's day 32. And day 32, this is where we go into a different domain. We're going into the final domain for your PMP exam prep. This is an introduction to the business environment. Now, what exactly is the business environment about? And people ask, why do I need to think about the business environment as a project manager? Isn't it people in the business that do that? But it's important that you understand the concepts of strategy and compliance and change and benefits and outcomes. So we're going to talk about these in more detail in this domain. When we talk about strategic impact or strategy, in simplest terms, we are talking about a unifying idea which links purpose and action. And that's where project management comes in, because project management involves the action. The hatching of the idea is more on the business side, but the execution of this idea is all about us as project managers. Strategy, as Colin White says, is any course of action for achieving an organization's purpose. In the words of Alfred Chandler, the first modern business strategy theorist, he says, strategy in the area of business is defined as the determination of the basic long-term goals and objectives of an enterprise and the adaptation of courses of action and the allocation of resources necessary for those goals. So when you think about it, strategy combines articulation of human goals, the organization of human activity to achieve those goals. And where does project management come in? It is a big part of that. So when you think about the business domain, my friends, you got to think about compliance, got to think about strategy, got to think about change, benefits, and outcomes. One of the documents that you encounter earlier on in project management is the project charter. And the project charter is really important because it establishes the authorization of a project. It makes it clear at a high level what exactly the project is meant to do. And if there are any key ideas about compliance, this is where we can begin to glean those. While working on the project, who is authorized to work on it? What is the high-level scope? What are the high-level risks? What is the summary milestone schedule? The other two tasks in the business domain are rather strategic and overarching. And then we have the concept of change, which we'll go into. So we've got 4 tasks, but we're starting off with the very first one on compliance. Now, before we jump into compliance, my friends, I want you to understand there's an overarching mindset, and I call it the business mindset mantra. 1, observe and respond to the external and internal environment in order to support the business, in order to get to the future goals, the future state. Think about outcomes, focus on outcomes, value, and benefits over output. So at the business level, we're thinking about outcomes over deliverables. Focus also on organization change. In other words, set the stage for organizational change. Do you know your project could transform the entire organization? For that reason, you should be building alliances and setting the stage for that change. Project impact. You should be assessing your project's impact on the organization and navigate accordingly. Also, assess the organization's impact on your project. Things like culture, mindset of the firm. It could affect the project you're working on. Benefits. Proactively ensure management of benefits and their realization. This is one of the tasks we'll look at. Value swap. Swap out the backlog with the work of comparable value where necessary. Value delivery. Strategically plan the value delivery system. That's talked about in PMBOK Guide 7. Projects, programs, portfolios form your value delivery system along with operations. Compliance. Proactively manage compliance. Harness the power of communities of practice, PMOs, project management offices, VDOs, value delivery offices for the firm's strategic goals. Think and be lean to eliminate waste at all levels of the value delivery system. Last but not least, use toll gates, stage gates, kill points, and phase end reviews to deliver only value. And this, my friends, takes us into the topic of business task 1, plan and manage project compliance. So let's talk about this in some more detail. When we talk about compliance, there's a set of words that should come to your mind. Let's take a look at this. What is compliance? Compliance, the state or fact of according with or meeting rules or standards. All imports of timber, for example, are in compliance with regulations is a statement you can make. Now, I like a document from the PMI. It's a white paper of theirs, and I'll endeavor to put a link below, and it simply breaks down compliance into pillars to support compliance, to help us better understand it. The first one is compliance documentation. And this document, this paper, is by Rincon ID. You can find it, the link below. My project should be compliant. What do I do now? I advise you to just read the paper to kind of put compliance in context. So we got the concept of compliance documentation. The proposed tool is a set of draft documents that will dynamically change in each of the stages and for each of the components. It is necessary that the documentation be aligned with principles of quality. So when we talk about documentation in compliance, it just helps us know what we need to be in compliance with and all the other variables. Then we have a concept of a compliance council. Now, it's not likely that a functional organization provides resources in the area of control or audit to the project, but it's essential for us as project managers to ask the question, could we harness experts from legal, environmental, technical, socioeconomic, and those could help us better understand the variables in compliance. This could be incorporated into the project. So consider the establishment of a compliance council, especially where the stakes are high. Then we have the topic of compliance risk. Project managers are used to handling project risk, but when it comes to compliance risk, a lot of times you find a company having to bring in an expert. Whatever the way it's done, it should be handled, it should be addressed. Now, the project manager is not responsible for the results of operational problems, but all risks should be understood as they involve the project, and they should be addressed. These risks that we find in the area of compliance should be thoroughly analyzed, and we should continue asking ourselves, have we identified all the possible risks to compliance? And this is one of the tasks that the PMI talks about in the compliance area. Then we have the concept of compliance audit. You know, audits, these are talked about in quality and in procurement. An audit is one of the key elements in the framework of compliance, and it's reflected in the establishment of a specific audit for the project when it comes to compliance. This is another thing project managers should be thinking about. And then we have compliance responsibilities. We need to make it very clear who is doing what as it pertains to compliance. To the extent that the various members of the team understand the importance of compliance activities and their corresponding compliance objectives, we're going to allocate those as part of project tasks so that people know what they are truly responsible and even accountable for. Now, highly recommend going to hpmexam.com to get the context of the entire spectrum of the exam in half a day. Here are open-ended questions for compliance. Highly advise you to take note of these and make sure you close any gaps. And if you've got questions, make sure you put them in the comments below. So let's take a look at some of our questions for today. You're in the process of creating a document along with the project sponsor that authorizes the project and authorizes you to apply resources to the project. What is the next best thing to do? Okay. If you need more time, don't forget to hit the pause button. All right. 3, 2, and 1. So if you take a look at all the options, let's start from the bottom. Creating a documented economic feasibility study. Well, that is talking about the business case. And if you explore that, what do you recognize? The business case has already been done. So it can't be D. If you take a look at C, it said check project reports and actual results against planned performance. Well, that cannot be the answer because, again, that's too far out in the future. It may not be the next best thing to do. So let's take a look at B. Documenting the team performance, schedule records, project performance, and rebaselining KPIs. It's not a bad thing, but we're just here in initiating. Let's take a look at A. Documenting how the project will demonstrate compliance with quality requirements and/or standards. Well, that, my friends, is a better option because you are still within the realms of planning, whereas all the other stuff is in the realms of executing. So that is the best option. Everything else has already been done or cannot be done immediately. Here's the next one. Without a project manager's knowledge, an unofficial communications platform on social media was established to ensure effective communication among team members. The project manager learns that the platform is being used inappropriately. What should the project manager do? Now, those of you who've seen this question before, you know this is from our friends at the Project Management Institute. It's a very good one for you to practice in terms of length and content. If you need more time, hit the pause button. Okay. So, my friends, in looking at the options, please hit that pause button if you haven't decided. In looking at these, we can see that, first of all, disciplining all individuals involved is draconian rule. We don't go like that in the world of PMI. C, terminate the platform as it is not part of the communications management plan. Now, that's not a bad thing, but do they know why you're doing that? Do they understand what they should be doing? So we're going to get rid of that option as well. Let's take a look at B. Assign an administrator to monitor communications on this platform. Well, it's been used inappropriately, so we are not in compliance with our communications plan, so it would be foolish to continue on a system that is not compliant with our communications plan. Let's take a look at A. Direct the project team to discontinue use of the platform. That's good. And then review the communications management plan, and at least now they know why they shouldn't be doing that. So that's a very good way of solving the solution, the problem, the solution to the problem. All right, let's go to our next one. During a project's initiating phase, the project manager reviews a lessons learned repository. The project manager learns that a previous project failed due to constant scope creep. This project cannot afford additional time or budget. What should the project manager do to avoid project failure? Okay. So if you need more time, hit that button. I really want you to put your ideas to use here. So let's begin with the very bottom. Manage key stakeholders' expectations. So how do we avoid project failure? Okay. Manage key stakeholders' expectations. What about the other stakeholders, though? See what I'm saying? A project could fail for not handling expectations of the wider body of stakeholders, not just key stakeholders. But let's move on to C and see if there's something better. Escalate this information to the sponsor. There's no need to escalate a lessons learned repository findings to the sponsor. It's up to the project manager to use that to solve whatever issue. So we're going to move on from that. B says, reject all out of scope change requests. Well, change requests are generally out of scope. That will be rather myopic to do that. See? I know it says due to constant scope creep, but just saying anything that is not related to scope, we're going to reject it. That's rather draconian right there. It's not a good mindset. We're going to cancel it. A, include strict and formal process approval changes. Now, if you take a look at what the problem is, the problem here in the previous project, if you look very carefully, is the constant scope creep. So we got to address that. Managing key stakeholders' expectations, if it relates to scope creep, is not really going to help us if we keep on scope creeping because the stakeholders want us to do that. So in comparing A and D, D may get you into trouble. A will better solve the problem because it's looking specifically about these changes. All right, so the best answer, my friends, in this case is A. The PMI say having strict and formal process approvals is the best way to ensure compliance to the project plan and to minimize scope creep. All right, here's another one. A project manager is working on a system data conversion project while in the development stage of a project that involves handling sensitive client data. The compliance manager raises an issue of project non-compliance. What should the project manager review first? Give it some thought. All right, 3, 2, and 1. All right, hit the pause button if you need more time. So let's take a close look at this. Issue of non-compliance. So, to be in compliance, it means there's some boundaries, some rules, some restrictions we should be aware of. So let's start from the first one. Statement of work is what the customer wants, but the statement of work is preliminary. You could also look at a statement of work as something you issue to a contractor. So whether it's coming to you or from you, it may not have compliance information. The likelihood is it won't, because that's not what it's for. So we can cancel that. B, risk register. Remember, it says project. This is entire project non-compliance. So taking a look at a risk register for a project, it says what document should the project manager review first? It said you're in the development stage. See that? So how do you know what you're supposed to do? How do you know what you're supposed to comply with? Is it really the risk register where you identify risks that you would find what you should comply with? No. What you're meant to be in compliance with is not in the risk register, but risks to compliance could be. So we're going to cancel B. Let's look at C. Business case. Remember, the business case is created outside of the project. It creates a case for the project. So we're going to go ahead and cancel this because it's outside of the project. It's not the best one. The better option is D, the project charter. And it's because the project charter is defined as a document issued by the sponsor that formally authorizes the project. And remember, as far as high-level ideas, it is likely to be this document out of all the ones mentioned that gives you the best idea of non-compliance, because this is overarching across the entire project, created to kick off, if you will, the authorization process and to establish the authorization process. And therefore, it's better than any of the others. Outside of the project, created by findings of people not in a position of compliance authorization, because the team and stakeholders right? Pretty much do this. And then the statement of work, again, this is not one of those documents that establishes compliance. So the PMI give you option D as being your best bet. Let's go on to the next one. I'll let you read it. All right, let's take a look at this one, and let's really look into the questions first. The answers, I beg your pardon, first. So let's look at option B. Log the issue in the risk log for further action. Well, that cannot be right. Why is that? It cannot be right because you wouldn't log an issue in the risk log. You would log an issue in an issue log. So B is wrong. Let's take a look at option C. Tell your sponsor about the problems. What good does that do? That doesn't move the issue away. It doesn't move the situation forward. So we're going to cancel that. And it says in the question, a problem has been discovered and solutions generated and implemented. So solutions have been implemented. It cannot be this, right? And then it says the solution did not work. So in other words, you can infer that the best solution did not work. What should happen next? The best option is brainstorm for better solutions with your team. All right, and I hope that gave you a good idea of what you could face as topics in domain 3, task 1. This is a very long session because it's the beginning. We're just kind of getting into the swing of this stuff, all right? So you know what happens next. As usual, we're going to get on the road and let's talk about the compliance area. Here we go. Hello, my awesome friends. I hope you're doing well. Today, we are moving into the business domain. Business is a domain that I have to be frank about. A lot of people, they struggle with it. Some even get needs improvement below target on the actual exam. So just be aware that it's not a cakewalk. And the reason why the business domain is so challenging to some people is because the PMI in the PMBOK Guide 6 and 7 does not go into a whole lot of detail about these concepts. So a book like the PMP Exam Immersion from Praizion Media goes into a whole lot more than any of these publications. I mean, we're covering everything in detail. So just be aware that today's episode is high level. If you really want more content, I would highly advise that you get the PMP Exam Immersion book. All right, so it says plan and manage compliance. But what is compliance? Compliance means complying with certain laws, certain regulations, certain rules in whatever industry you're in. So in the world of project management, we need to confirm what the compliance categories are that we need to be adhering to. We need to understand what compliance, for example, in the United States, we have different types of compliance. We have OSHA compliance, which is health and safety. We have Americans with Disability Act. We have SOX compliance. We have all sorts of compliance clauses. It really depends on your background, whichever industry you're working on. But you could have various kinds of compliance, and it differs by country, okay? So just be aware of that. We also have, in the world of healthcare, we have compliance about patient records, right? Things like patient records and patient information. We take that very seriously.
in the United States and other countries. Okay, so HIPAA laws, HIPAA rules, some of you are familiar with things like that. Secondly, you got to classify compliance categories. What are the categories of compliance? Like I said, health, safety, security, and so on. Then we should, as project managers, determine if there are any threats to compliance. Are there any threats? If they are, what are they? And what are we going to do about them? You know, it's important that as a project manager, every aspect of the project is effectively thought of, you know, and check the box on all of those things, you know. So it's just one of those things that the project manager is also expected to do. You know, it's called project management professional. So it's one of our responsibilities. And then we want to use methods to support compliance. Whichever way you're going to do it, whether it's by assigning a third party to audit you, whether it is assigning various individuals on the team to carry out certain compliance related tasks, those are things the PM should be thinking about, brainstorming with the team, understanding what the best practices are. You know, a lot of companies, they get third party companies to do audits for these reasons, right? For integrity's sake. All right, and then analyze the consequences of non-compliance. There are some instances in which the cost of being compliant is actually more than the cost of the penalty for not being compliant for a period, you know. And for that reason, some people say, okay, we're not going to be in compliance, we'll just pay the penalty. But for your exam, be aware that most of the time you hear the word compliance, you do want to be in compliance. I'm yet to see a question that says don't be in compliance, right? That word, PMI takes it very seriously. Okay? And then lastly, you want to determine the approach to address compliance needs, be they risks, legal risks, operational risks, you know, because some firms, you're not in compliance, you're going to be paying hefty fines. So, you know, be aware of things like that. And then measure the extent to which the project is in compliance. It's like an audit, you know. So all of these are things that you should be thinking about as a project manager. I'm going to cover them one more time. Number one, the task is called Plan and Manage Project Compliance. You want to confirm project compliance requirements. You want to classify compliance categories. You want to determine potential threats to compliance. You want to use methods to support compliance. You want to analyze the consequences of non-compliance. You want to determine necessary approaches and actions to address compliance needs, be they risk, legal, or other. And you want to measure the extent to which the project is in compliance. Again, you have very little information in the PMBOK guide, I'll tell you that straight up. So your best bet might be, like I said, get the PMP exam immersion book from Praizion. We cover the business area quite thoroughly from a predictive standpoint, also from an agile standpoint. I would also advise looking into chapter 2 of the PMBOK guide, 6th edition. Chapter 2 has got some business and compliance related information that I would advise you to pay attention to. All right. Okay, my friends. Well, I think we made it. That's the end of today's journey. And I look forward to seeing you tomorrow, okay? Don't forget, chapter 2. And you could also read Agile Practice Guide, chapter 6, where we have the talk about PMOs and change in organizations and all that stuff. And there might be a few patches in the PMBOK Guide 7th edition that have compliance as a word. I would search for that word and I would look for chapters that relate to it.
Hello, my awesome project managers. Welcome to day 25 of 40 Days to PMP Exam Success. Today, Our task is task 11 in domain 2, which is process, and it's titled Plan and Manage Procurement. Plan and Manage Procurement has got 5 underlying enablers. 1, define resource requirements and needs. So this is coming into the procurement in plan procurement management, where you conduct a make or buy analysis. There has to be an understanding of resource requirements and needs first. 2, communicate resource requirements. This could be to potential sellers or people who could fulfill whatever is needed from a procurement standpoint. Number 3, manage suppliers and contracts. And this means a contract has been awarded. It needs to be managed. Number 4, plan and manage procurement strategy. Now you can see the order is getting out of whack because this actually happens before managing the awarding of a contract. Plan and manage procurement strategy has to do more with deciding upon the delivery method and the payment approach to the contract. And number 5, develop a delivery solution. That could be done in conjunction with a seller, or that could be a delivery solution that is requested. In some procurements, the delivery solution is part of a request for proposal response, which means the proposal response has the delivery solution in it. And as a result of how good that solution is, how it appeals to the buyer, which is you in this case, you'll go ahead and award a contract. So there you go, 5 steps. Remember though, in the world of procurement management in the PMP Guide 6th edition, there are only 3 processes: plan procurement management, conduct procurements, and control procurements. Today, we have got more questions of an open-ended nature. So here's the first page. Make sure you really go through them and ask, do I know what this is talking about? Do I understand what it's talking about? Page 2. Page 3. All right, and remember, if you are looking for additional help, go on down to hpmexam.com. Now let's get into the multiple choice questions for the day. The following are best practice considerations for procurement in agile or adaptive environments, except. Hit that pause button for more time. All right, so going through all of these options, my friends, there's one that will jump out at you. It's not D, it's not B, and it's not A. It's option C. Adaptive and predictive approach should not be mixed. That is an untrue statement. So the answer for this is C. In agile environments, we could use an adaptive approach for some deliverables and a more stable approach for other parts. Next question. The following are best practices for setting up contracts in agile or adaptive environments, except. Be sure to hit the pause button if you need more time. All right, let's take a look at the answer. The best answer is not A, it's not D, and it's not B. It is C. Multi-supplier strategy. This is an untrue statement. Let's examine what the Agile Practice Guide really does say. Agile Practice Guide says, favor full service suppliers. That is the statement. So in order to diversify risk, customers may seek a multi-supplier strategy. However, the temptation will be to contract the work such that each supplier does only one thing, which creates a web of dependencies before any usable service or product emerges. Instead, place an emphasis on engagements that deliver full value, as in the idea of completed independent feature set. So let's go back to the question. This is one to really understand. Understand the value of favoring full service supplies. Let's go to our next question. You are a project manager for an automotive design team. The team lacks skills, experiences, and knowledge about the latest automated assembly techniques. Which of the following could be a suitable option for you? All right, hit the pause button if you need more time. Okay, so the best answer to this is all of the above. Hiring a consultant, sending a designer to a seminar on the subject matter, and including someone from manufacturing as a member of your project team are all legitimate options. So, taking a look, you can see that this is a direct cutout of the Agile Practice Guide, or the PMBOK Guide in this case. So if you go to page 322 of the PMBOK Guide 6th edition, you can see this language is a direct lift. It says an automotive design team needs to be familiar with the latest automated assembly techniques. The requisite knowledge could be obtained by hiring a consultant, by sending a designer to a seminar on robotics, or by including someone from manufacturing as a member of the project team. Considering need, demands, cost, and other criteria, the decision should be made. Let's go on to our next one. Number 64. All of the following are examples of procurement delivery methods except. All right, 3, 2, and 1. All right, so taking a look here, remember what it says. Procurement delivery methods. There's a difference between contract types versus delivery methods. The delivery methods here are B, C, and D. A is a contract type, and therefore the answer, since it says except, is option A. Delivery methods are different for professional services versus construction projects, and you got all these talked about in the PMBOK Guide on page 476. You got build, own, operate, transfer, design, build, bid, build, design, build, operate. These are just good ones to know, just in the context of exam options within the questions. Let's go to our next question. Question 65. In an infrastructure project, a walkthrough of the site was performed by a few experts from the project team and the contractor to ensure a mutual understanding of the work in progress. This is an example of what? All right, let's take a look at the answer. So the answer to this is not C or D. It's not B. It's actually A. This is very peculiar to the world of infrastructure and construction. It says in the PMBOK Guide, page 498, an inspection is a structured review of the work being performed by the contractor. This may involve a simple review of the deliverables or an actual physical review of the work itself. On a construction, engineering, infrastructure project, inspections involve walkthroughs of the site by both the buyer and the contractor to ensure mutual understanding of the work in progress. Let's move on to our next question, number 66. Which bid document is commonly used when more information is needed on how vendors would satisfy the requirements and or how much it would cost? Is it RFI, RFQ, RFP, or IFB? All right, 3, 2, and 1. Let's take a look. The answer is B. It is RFQ. You might have chosen RFI if you didn't read the rest of the question beyond more information, because the key word here is how much it would cost. RFI is used when more information is needed, but RFQ is specific to how vendors would satisfy the requirements and how much it will cost. So I hope you enjoyed these opening questions for today. Let's jump into the session. Let's get on the road and talk more about plan and manage procurement.
How you doing? It's your buddy Phil here. I hope you're doing well. We're on the road as usual, taking a trip. Today we are talking about the aspect of procurement. We've really been going pretty strong here, my friends. And today, this is day 25. We are getting really close to being done with process. But let's talk about procurements at a very high level. This is called plan and manage procurements. Now, it's very easy to get this mixed up with conduct procurements only, because I know it says manage, and there's a tendency to think anything that says manage means you are in the executing process group, but that's not the case. This entire task is about procurements in its entirety. So we're talking about planning, how to manage the procurement, actually acquiring those resources, those sellers, vendors, whatever you want to call them, suppliers. And then we also talk about controlling the contract. So all of those components is what this task pertains to. And the first one simply says, define resource requirements and needs. Could be a bit misleading, but we're talking about resource requirements that we need to procure. Okay, those resources that we need to procure from outside, that's what we're talking about. So that is something you would do in planning, procurement, management. You will define, are we going to make or buy? Okay. The next thing is you would communicate those resource requirements to whoever needs to know about it. It could be a procurement department, could be anyone who is assisting you on the project in that regard. When PMI use language like this, you need to understand who they are talking to. Really, they are talking to you, the project manager. So whoever you need to inform in order to move the area along proactively, you would do that. The next one is manage suppliers and contracts. So we are going to assume that those contracts will be awarded, and then you would move into managing the suppliers and the contract. And that's just the language used. You know, we talk about customer collaboration over contract negotiation. Well, perhaps for your exam, and also in the world of Agile, you want to think about these individuals or these entities as partners. Okay? You want to think about them as people that you are collaborating with to achieve that end goal. That needs to be the mindset. All right, so the word manage, it's really more of leadership if you ask me, but again, the language used is subjective in some cases.
The next one is plan and manage procurement strategy. So you got to remember that the procurement strategy has a lot to do with the payment plans or the payment systems that you're deciding to use. Well, let me just go ahead and call it contract types, right? So whatever the delivery method is, whatever the contract type is, that is something that would be in your procurement strategy, all right? And then we have develop a delivery solution. So whatever the solution is going to be, you might develop it and request that it be a particular solution, or it could be the sellers that propose the solution to you. Okay? So it really depends. It could be a solution that you have decided, or it could be a solution that you're looking for input from a seller on. Okay? So when you boil it down, like I said, there are three things. Planned procurement management is where you are developing the procurement management plan, the procurement strategy. You're also getting an output called a make or buy decision. You're also getting ICE, which is independent cost estimates. And these cost estimates give you an idea of what the price should be for whatever is being bid on, right? So when you send out these RFPs, RFQs, RFIs, you want to make sure that the bids you're getting back are on par with expectations and with the marketplace. You want to make sure that what they're giving you is typical. All right, and then we also have, like I said, the make or buy decisions. And if you decide to go ahead and buy, then you're also going to get something known as source selection criteria. And the source selection criteria is going to help you to choose whatever seller, vendor, supplier you're looking to hire. Based on what you're looking for, you know whether that is a sensible decision to award the contract. So from conduct procurement, you are going to get an agreement, hopefully, which means you're going to award a contract to a seller or sellers. And after the contract has been awarded, you move into control procurement. And in control procurement, this is where you are, as the task put it, managing the seller or sellers. Okay? You're managing the seller or sellers, managing the contract, making sure that you got what you asked for. And that's it in a nutshell. That is task 11 in the process domain. I hope you found it to be useful. Hello my friends, welcome to 40 Days to PMP Exam Success. We are on our final day of the people domain. The final day of the people domain simply demands that we pay some good attention to a very important topic: emotional intelligence. I remember working for a company where one of my bosses had a tantrum. He got mad and flung a glass container on the wall. It shattered and everyone was scared, and he just created a very hostile, terrible environment. It's just awful. Now, this guy, a few weeks later, found a team member basically copying what he did, having a tantrum and powering up on him. He created a very bad environment, see. And that takes us to our final task for the people domain. This final task is promote team performance through the application of EI. So what exactly is EI? Well, it's something my boss was lacking. He lacked emotional intelligence. See that? He was not promoting team performance by applying EI. He was not. We don't want to be like that. You know, when you come to work and you're a project manager and the team is at the receiving end of whatever your emotions are, you know that that's not the great way of promoting team performance through the application of EI. What is EI? Emotional intelligence simply means you as a leader have the ability to tune and control your emotions. You are aware of your emotions. You're able to bridle your emotions. So EI is all about bridling your emotions and being able to influence the emotions of others by, of course, being in tune with the team, being in tune with the collective emotions of the team, and being able to influence, to lead, being able to hear the team out, give them the environment they need, give them the nurturing and inspiration they need, the motivation they need, whatever. But being able to do all of those things to influence the collective emotions of the team and also individual emotions of people on the team. That's what it's all about. Now, let's talk about the enablers for day 14. It reads, assess behaviors through the use of personality indicators. Now, let's be honest. How many people go around with a Myers-Briggs dictionary in their head saying, well, Phil seems like he's an INTJ today, or he's always an INTP. No one's doing that. Trust me. Now, the reality is, over time, you may get familiar with a stakeholder and understand some of their tendencies, maybe understand their general temperament, right? But we don't go around with a measuring stick saying, this is what you are, that is what she is, that is, no, we don't do that. So how do we make this practical? The practicalities are in the very beginning, when you are just about to get started with this whole project or employment situation. You very well could get your HR folks, human resource team, to do a wholesome, sensible Myers-Briggs test. There's nothing wrong in doing things the right way, and there's a right way to do it, right? And even though I'm not 100% vested in the idea, it could be done the right way. And there are people who have studied that kind of stuff, and that's their lane. That's what they do. But in the world of project management, I can tell you, no one's going around passing flyers around and saying, everyone take a Myers-Briggs test. I want to use personality indicators to know how to control this project and how to lead this team. No one's doing that. No one should be doing that. So let's get that out of the way. But assessing behavior is not uncommon in all forms, all lines of work and business. And there's some HR departments that do a great job, you know. But for project managers to do this on a day-to-day basis, I can tell you, at least not the PMs I know. Because what they're doing is going by intuition. Well, maybe that will give you an idea about Myers-Briggs if you know what intuition is. Intuition is one of the categories. All right, so I'm going to go over the Myers-Briggs concept with you, and I am just going to give you a few terms and mnemonics to remember. So I want you to remember these letters: E, I, T, F, S, N, J, P. Myers-Briggs mnemonic. Pay close attention to the following words. Everyone sometimes talks jive. I never feel pain. Fiddle, F-I-D-L. So, think about the big buckets. How you focus, how you process information, how you make decisions, and how you live your outer life. That's F-I-D-L, fiddle. And then remember, everyone sometimes talks jive. That's the first category going down, and juxtapose that with I never feel pain. And then you have all of the categories. E, extrovert. I, introvert. S, sensing. N, intuition. T, thinking. F, feeling. J, judging. And P, perceiving. Easy peasy lemon squeezy, my friends. And there's your Myers-Briggs mnemonic. But for E and the I, the key thing is, how are you focused? Are you inwardly focused or outwardly focused? If you're inwardly focused, you're an introvert. If you're externally focused, you're an extrovert. Do you get energy when you're amongst people, or do you get drained when you're with people? If you're energized, you're most likely tending towards the extrovert side. And if you're drained, more toward the introvert side. Someone said, Phil, it depends on the people. Some people I'm drained by. Well, you get the general idea. Some people love to be in the company of just anyone who will give that type of energy. It's an energy. And those are extroverts. So that's outgoing. The next group we talk about is how you process information, how you take in information. You're either sensing. To be sensing, you need to have facts, and you're someone who could be literal. That's sensing. You go by your general senses, right? Not some magical sixth sense. You go by your general senses. Now, the next category, which is the N, you could say you're extra sensing, if you will. It's going to that next level. So you're not just going by what you're sensing, you're going by some magical intuitive sense. Intuition. Intuition is all about someone who uses their imagination, someone who dreams. You think of them as a dreamer, right? And that's the second bucket. The third bucket is all about decisions, how you make decisions. You either go by hard thinking. I almost said hard logic. You know where that's from. You're either going by logic, or you're going more by emotion. You're going more by that humanistic side before you make a decision. Some people are just like, what are the facts? What's the logic? Give me the logic, okay? And they use the logic to weave their decision. The feeling person goes more by emotions. And this is very straightforward. It's either you're thinking through logically, or you are feeling through the decision by emotion. You know, I often joke about a friend who wanted to buy a vehicle and was purely going by emotion. You know, I really like it. Why are you buying it? I like the color. Why are you buying it? I like it. But for me, I'm going by the facts. I'm going by the logic. If you get this vehicle, you are likely to spend this amount of money, you know, on fixing it because it has transmission issues. It has a track record of transmission issues. You get what I'm saying? So depending on the individual, we could be very logical, which is thinking, or we could be more emotional, which is feeling. The last bucket here is how we choose to live life. So, are you a reckless risk taker, thrill seeker? Do you like improvising? Do you like flying by the seat of your pants as far as plans are concerned? Or must everything be planned out with deadlines and milestones? Some of you PMs, you see yourself, oh, that's me. And other PMs say, no, I am a risk taker and I like to improvise. And that's why some of you like agile. Let's be honest. Some of you love to improvise. I was teaching that same Ivy League school I told you about. I was teaching there at Yale, and I told them about Agile and actually taught them about Agile. This was back in 2014. And all of them got excited in the room. A lot of them, not everyone, but a lot of them got excited. And they're like, wow, Agile? That's what I want to use. The deadlines and the rigidity of traditional. Yeah, I want to break away from that. So jokes apart, we have 4 buckets, all right? And the one I just told you about was how you live. You go by deadlines, you go by improv. So we have these buckets. I'll go over them again. Focus, you're either inwardly or outwardly focused. Information you take in, you either take in information by the facts or you take in information in an intuitive way, an imaginative way. You are poetic and things like that. The next bucket is the area of decision. How do you make decisions? Are you logical or are you emotional in your decision making? And lastly, how you live. Do you like improvising or are you driven by deadlines? And that is the summary of Myers-Briggs. So to get any of the combinations, any of the 16, you choose between an E and an I, an S or an N, a T or an F, a J or a P. So you could just choose any E, S, T, P, for example, or E, N, T, P, or E, N, T, J, or E, N, F, J. Just like that. Just choose from the buckets. E or an I, S or an N, T or an F, J or P. E or an I, S or an N, T or an F, J or P. That's it. And you come up with these unique combinations. And that's how it's done, my friends. All right, so let's go over what we've been processing for the past number of minutes. We talked about promoting team performance through the application of EI. The first enabler is assess behavior through the use of personality indicators. You could get a drag and drop question about this on the exam. Look for a link below where I'm sharing a drag and drop question set for you to test your knowledge on this Myers-Briggs stuff that we've just talked about. The second enabler is analyze personality indicators and adjust to the emotional needs of key project stakeholders. So the bottom line is this: you got to understand your stakeholders' temperaments or their mental state at any point in time, because that could also contribute to how they are feeling and how they react on the project. And you have to adjust to their emotional needs. If a stakeholder isn't very conversational and that's how their disposition is at this present time, then adjust to that. Understand they may not want to get in dialogue. If they do want to, then be able to adapt accordingly. Project manager has a very, very big task of being able to adapt, to the emotional needs of key stakeholders. All right. And that's it for today, my friends. We're going to take a look at some of the Myers-Briggs things in the questions I'm going to ask you after this, but definitely do the drag and drop. Okay. And that's it for today. And that concludes day 14 of the people piece, just the people piece. We need to take this up a notch. We need to go into the process piece next. What I would like you to do, if you have the book, get the book. You can get it on Praizion.com. Just scroll all the way down and look for it. But if you've got the book, all the way at the back of the book, and by the way, this is a very, very colorful book. It gives you the impression that you're having a great time when you're reading it. But at the back of the book, we have the people, process, and business breakdowns of quizzes. Highly advise you take the people domain, just the people domain, because every day you've been taking the quizzes under the tasks, right? For each day. Now we're gone to the day where you take the big old 30-something question people test.
Hello, my friends. Welcome to day 14's questions. This is where we talk about promoting team performance through the application of EI. I've already established that a big topic is Myers-Briggs. So whatever you need to do to get these categories down, just do it. I've created a mnemonic for you. It's the fiddler mnemonic, F-I-D-L, fiddle on the left, focus, how you focus, how you process information, how you make decisions, and how you live your outer life. 2 categories, 1 and 2. Just remember the mnemonic. Everyone sometimes talks jive. Second column, I never feel pain. Remembering these 2 and putting them side by side, it's either an E or an I. You're either extrovert or introvert, sensing or intuitive, thinking or feeling, judging or perceiving. And that's it. So I hope that helps you in being able to recall these categories. Again, F, focus, E or an I, information, S or an N. Remember, intuitive is an N. Decision making, thinking or feeling, living your outer life, judging or perceiving. Quick question. The ability to identify, assess, and manage the personal emotions of oneself and other people, as well as the collective emotions of groups of people. What is this best known as? Keyword being best. All right, if you need more time, hit the pause button. The definition is emotional intelligence. This defines EI. Okay, so look in your PMBOK guide, do a search in the PDF of the PMBOK 6 and look for all the definitions of EI, and do the same if you can in the Agile Practice Guide. Let's go to the next one. Improving inbound and outbound competencies. This is an example of what? All right. So my friends, it is not using personality indicators or participative leadership or communication training. This is a direct cutout of the PMBOK guide, and this is option B, investing in personal EI. All right. And that's it for the day, my friends. The final thing I would like you to do is 1, watch this video. I'll endeavor to put a link below. Also, the open-ended questions, go through them. The open-ended questions are there to get you to shipshape. So on every aspect of the task, you're rock solid, okay? Don't forget, take the drag and drop test. I'm also going to endeavor to put a link below. I hope I remember to put all these links in there. Take that quiz. You are going to learn a ton. And full disclosure, I actually flunked this quiz. I put the quiz together, but I flunked it because it's hard. If you're one tiny bit off, you'll get it wrong. So have fun with it, okay? Don't freak out. The exam may not be as hard. Make sure you go through all of these big buckets, the 4 buckets, right? And understand them at a high level. I believe you're going to be just fine, okay? This is the end of the people domain. Wow. Next, we are going into the process domain, and we have some special events coming up. You need to be part of it, and the best way is to go to the website, hpmexam.com, because we are going in on process in our daily scrums. You know, we have daily scrums for the 40 days to PMP exam success. We've been meeting every day. We are going in on process because a lot of folks have found it hard. So if you want to be part of that, you need to jump on the bandwagon. Okay? Looking forward to seeing you there, my friends. You take care. All the very best. And don't forget to hit like, subscribe, and share this great news with your friends. Process, we're coming for you. Hello, my awesome colleagues. Welcome to day 22 of 40 days to PMP exam success. Let's jump into scope for today. Task 8, plan and manage scope. We've got so much to talk about. So let me jump into a few questions for you, okay? Very first question. You collected descriptions of required functionality from a requirements workshop. The descriptions are short textual forms that describe the stakeholder role, who benefits from the feature,
what the stakeholder needs to complete, and the benefit to the stakeholder. These form of descriptions are called what? All right. Hit the pause button if you need more time. I'm guessing you know the answer to this. It's not A or B or D. It's C. This is a user story. Okay, let's move on to the next one. A variety of industries such as film, advertising, instructional design, and software development projects use storyboarding to show mock-up navigation path through web pages, screens, or other user interfaces. This is an example of what? All right, the best answer that I was looking for is the least obvious, or I should say, so obvious that it almost looks like it can't be that. And that's D. It's prototyping. We're really talking more about storyboarding, but storyboarding is a prototyping technique. Okay? All right, let's go to one more question before we jump into some content. So you are a project manager. You were facing difficulty collecting requirements for a particular activity since the person doing it is either reluctant or unable to articulate the details. Hence, you assigned one of your team members to perform that person's job or tasks, to carry out processes, to experience how it is done, to uncover hidden requirements. This is an example of what? Hit the pause button if you need more time. Think about it. For this one, I'm going to give you a little bit more time. And I'll actually give you a clue. You can find the answer to this in your PMP guide. Okay. All right. 3, 2, and 1. All right. The answer to this is not D. It's not role-playing, because this is actually real world. It's not personas, because that would be a description, putting yourself into the life of that user. But that's not what this is. This is actually going in to learn the hidden requirements by putting yourself on the job. And it's not facilitation, obviously. Okay. The best answer that we were looking for is option A, participant observer. So let's read a little bit about the minutia behind this. Observation and conversation provide a direct way of viewing individuals in their environment and how they perform their jobs or tasks and carry out processes. It is particularly helpful for detailed processes where the people who use the product have difficulty or are reluctant to articulate their requirements. Observation is known as job shadowing. Is usually done externally by an observer viewing a business expert performing a job. Can also be done by a participant observer who actually performs a process or procedure to experience how it is done to uncover hidden requirements. Okay, so this is hiding in plain sight in the PMP guide, believe it or not. Okay, so if you search in your PMP guide, 6th edition, you will find this information. Okay, and with that, we have to jump into some content now. So let's jump into Domain 2, Task 8, by jumping on the road and listening to some content. Here we go. I'm just going to recalibrate and make sure it starts right from the start. Here we go.
Day 22 of 40 days to PMP exam success. Day 22 focuses on the process piece with scope management. It's called Manage Scope. So you think about it. What do we do in scope management? What is in the content outline is significantly shorter than what is in the 6th edition.
We have three broad categories of these enablers, and I'm just going to give you the paraphrased version. 1, collect your requirements. 2, break down the scope using a WBS. And 3, control the scope and get it validated in the form of the validate scope process. Now, while it doesn't use that explicitly, that's what it boils down to. So let me tell you the full story so that you get a better breakdown. 1, the very first thing you do in the world of the PMI is to always plan, how am I going to manage this knowledge area? And that's called plan scope management. Plan scope management guides you on how you're going to manage scope. It's all about the big how. And then we have the requirements management plan, which is also an output of here. And it's a, how am I going to collect the requirements? How am I going to manage the requirements? That's really what the question is. Now, to go a step further, you go into the next process, which is collect requirements. And in collect requirements, we're collecting those requirements. Whatever those requirements are, we're collecting them. After collect requirements, we get to a process called define scope. And define scope is where we break down what is needed to actually deliver those requirements. Think about it like this. It's one thing to say, I want a chicken sandwich that's hot, right? The requirement, hot chicken sandwich. But the work to actually make that sandwich, that's what we do in defined scope. We need to break down the work to understand what do we need to do to deliver this requirement. Get it? And that's it. After you're done with this step, define scope, you then consolidate all of your scope findings and ideas into what we call a work breakdown structure. We call it create WBS. We create the work breakdown structure. And as a result of that, we get something known as the scope baseline. The scope baseline has 3 things in it. It has a WBS dictionary, and a project scope statement. That's it. Those 3 things make the scope baseline. And the scope baseline is part of the PMI's holy grail. It is so important. Everyone talks about the scope baseline in the world of the PMI. Now, after the scope baseline has given you the baseline for what is in scope, and you now know what is not in scope and what is in scope, you're moving into the monitoring and controlling process group now, and this is where you're going to the validate scope process, where the customer validates the scope. You could say it's one of the stakeholders, key stakeholders, sponsor, whoever it is. You validate scope, and that's where your customer says, yep, this meets what I was looking for. This is exactly what I wanted. Or they might say, no, I want to change request. This is not what I requested. All right. And then the last thing that happens is the control scope process. And control scope is where the project manager should ensure that extras are not added. This is where the project manager ensures that anything that is done on the project is in scope. So in other words, we are controlling the project from scope creep and from gold plating. And that's the general idea. And that's scope in a nutshell. Now, in the world of Agile, you know, it works differently. Scope is variable. It's not fixed. So the way we tackle scope, it varies. Okay? And in the world of Agile, we have flexible scope, which means we plan in iterations. Scope is variable. It's not fixed. What's in your product backlog, it could change. It could vary. So for today, I want you to take a look at the questions I have. I have a number of questions. Some of them are from the world of Agile and some of them are from the world of predictive. I want you to do your very best to answer these. And by the time you're done, you'll get a much more robust idea of the aspect of scope. All right? I hope you enjoy this night episode. I'll speak to you soon.
Let's take a look closely at what we have for today. Here are the first set of open-ended questions. Again, go through them, and if there's anything you need explained, do put a question in the comments. Here's the second set of questions. Use it as a checklist. Make sure you understand what all this is talking about. And here's the third set of questions. So roughly 70 questions on scope. This is definitely more than enough for you to play with. Definitely more than enough. I think we're almost 100 questions on scope, but they're open-ended. You should know what these are, okay, before you exam. All right, so let's move into final questions. I've got a few more, so here we go. Okay. You are a team member on an agile project. Your team broke down epics into user stories. This is an example of what? What would you call that? All right. The best answer is this is decomposition. It's B. Okay. Look at all the other options. It's none of those. It's not elicitation. It's not prioritization. Breaking epics into stories is a great example of decomposition. All right, let's move to the next one. Which of the following is an output of validate scope process? All right, this is one of those you either know it or you don't. The best answer is not A, it's not D, it's not C, it's B. It's accepted deliverables. All right, this is pretty straightforward stuff that you should already know. All right, let's take a look at the final one. Final question. The uncontrolled expansion to product or project scope without adjustment to time, cost, and resources is referred to as what? Okay, hit the pause button if you need more time. The answer, best answer, is scope creep. That's a general term. Now, one of the children of scope creep is gold plating, but not every aspect of scope creep is gold plating. There are many ways to increase scope, such as nibbling, keep adding extras, keep asking for extras as a customer. So it's not always on the team side. It could just be the customer that is nibbling, and that leads to scope creep. Okay, so scope creep is the parent. Gold plating is one of the children of it. All right, my friends. So that concludes day 22. Again, don't forget to go to hpmexam.com if you need additional help. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe, share this video with your friends. And as soon as I'm able, I will bring you another episode. But that concludes day 22. A lot of content. I hope you enjoyed it. Speak to you soon, and bye for now. Hello, my awesome friends. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to our studying for today. I'd like you to turn to page 72. This is where our journey begins today on day 3. I hope you've been getting work done. Day 1, we talked about manage conflict. Day 2, we talked about lead a team. And today is day 3, and we're talking about supporting team performance. Now, this task has a little bit of a curveball to it if you have not been exposed to this line of thinking in your project management. You know, some project managers may not have actually led teams. So when it comes to supporting team performance, you need to put on your thinking cap and put yourself in that world as a project manager who leads teams and supports teams through their actions. Let's read page 72 really quick. It says, support team performance. 1, appraise team member performance against key performance indicators. 2, support and recognize team member growth and development. 3, determine appropriate feedback approach. And 4, verify performance improvements.
Now, if you have never really led a team or worked with a team in a management capacity, you may not have a very robust idea of what these KPIs could be. So I want us to take some time out. I want us to actually read through this book a little bit. So I'm going to put on the audio version of the book just so that you can listen in to what this chapter holds. So let's listen in a bit to the book, page 72 and beyond, and we're going to talk about support team performance. So let's listen in.
3.1 Appraise team member performance against key performance indicators. This first enabler is centered on appraising team member performance. Team performance assessments typically follow training and development of the project team. This is used to determine the team's improvement and effectiveness. The end goal is to identify areas for improving the project team's performance, such as training, coaching, mentoring, assistance, or any other necessary changes. Key performance indicators (KPIs) are an indication as to whether team members have improved or not. According to the PMP guide, the evaluation of a team's effectiveness may include indicators such as improvements in skills that allow individuals to perform assignments more effectively, improvements in competencies that help team members perform better as a team, reduced staff turnover rate, increased team cohesiveness where team members share information and experiences openly and help each other to improve the overall project performance. Team member KPI examples could also include human capital value added (HCVA). HCVA is a measurement of the financial value profit an average employee brings to an organization. It shows the average profit per employee or what each employee on average adds to the bottom line. Employee engagement level. Employee churn rate, which is more like staff turnover. Absenteeism Bradford factor. The Bradford factor is a formula used by HR departments to calculate the impact of employees' absences on the firm. 360-degree feedback score. Salary competitiveness ratio (SCR) is a measure of how competitive the current salary is that a company offers for specific job roles. Training return on investment. Productivity.
All right, I'm going to stop right there, my friends, because now you have a fairly good idea about what these KPIs are and what this whole narrative is about. Okay, so for today, I need you to read the rest of chapter 3 in the book. I also need you to take the quiz at the end after you go through Roy's Agile Thinking Cap. It says here, I'll just start the Thinking Cap reading real quick. It says, to support team performance, we must first understand how the team is performing. And in a more traditional world, this may be done quite formally at key points in the project or as milestones through the fiscal year using KPIs. In Agile, we encourage team members to appraise each other to an extent. Obviously, we need to be careful because sometimes we can get into bad behaviors if there are some challenges, but we also like to use KPIs and metrics. We've got a ton of metrics in Agile, and that could be a human resources responsibility. It could be management because management does not go away. We just separate them a little bit from the team, so management is still involved in their performance evaluations. It's a great narrative that Roy has written out. Again, if you do not have this book, you can go on down to the link below, grab it, and join this 40-day program so that you are following the curriculum exactly as it has been written. Now, at the end, we have the gold zone of exam expectations. We have a section dedicated to giving you insights as to what the exam could offer, and that is on page 84. And then we get into 2 questions on page 85 about team performance, and it goes into page 86 with the answer, okay? For those of you who are looking for coaching and training to be able to cover this stuff fluidly and rapidly, because I know some of you don't want to wait for all the 40 days, but if you want to get this fluid and rapidly, you need to go on down to hpmexam.com. All right, there we have training on a lot of Sundays. So go there and check out what the curriculum is. Maybe this Sunday, we actually do have one. So go on down, hpmexam.com. With that said, I want to give you some further clarity about support team performance, because I feel that it's still not as clear as other tasks. So why don't I show you a document from way back from beyond when PMI had a conversion table to convert the current outline to the old. The truth about it is the old is more transparent as far as where you can look in the guide, in the PMBOK guide, especially the 6th edition. I actually went through the 7th edition looking for content to share with you around the aspect of performance. I didn't find a whole lot, but in the homework that I have for you today, I've kind of smuggled some of those in. There's one new concept in the 7th edition I will be asking you questions about. But let's go to PMI's conversion sheet, first of all, from way back when, and let's take a look at how some of these things convert over. So here we have appraise team member performance. That's understandable. Support and recognize team member growth and development. So when your team is growing and developing, what are some of the ways that you can recognize them, right? It could be employee of the month. It could be maybe there's a plaque on the wall somewhere, a bulletin board or a web page display positive customer comments. Could be acknowledging them for their work even outside of the office. And then we have determine appropriate feedback approach. What is the best way to give feedback to the team, and then verify performance improvement. So taking a look at this, PMI in time past, they had acquire and manage project resources by following the human resource and procurement management plans in order to meet project requirements. So that was the old task. So you're getting the idea. This is your responsibility. You're acquiring and then you're leading these resources. You're managing their engagement as team members on the project. You're also working on their training plans and things such as that. And as they're growing and developing, guess who is responsible? You are. Remember, in the world of